I'm fine.
Call order of an advance.
Whose Honda is that?
It's spelled with an A.
Councilmember Holland just called in and she'll be here momentarily. So we may as well get underway. I want to welcome Lance back. Lance?
Mayor, thank you for inviting me back.
Let's give him a hand. He must have a Lance around here. But thank you for coming, everyone. It's a great turnout today. We hopefully when we leave tomorrow around 2 o'clock. You bet it.
Don't make promises.
We'll have some real good plans on
What time's that I'll have it?
Are these your keys? When and where we're going to be placing the facilities to house our people, our products, and our capabilities. So, really, we want to move that right. And that's what we're trying to do here. That and going through the entire CIP with Jim Nichols. But that's what I wanted to do is, when we're going to the city center, when we're going to City Hall, when hopefully we'll have a fire going, where we're going to have the police and fire administration going, when Public Works is going to have it going, where it's going to be, what are we going to do with that land on Camelback, and Indian School 303? What are we going to do with this building when we vacate? Let's hope, and what are Public Works going to do when they move to their new facility? So those are the things hopefully we can answer questions and come to agreement on. So I'm ready if y'all are. Everybody ready, I guess? Jim or Lance?
Let me give it a start, Mayor, if I could. Again, thank you for inviting me back out to work. I love this town. I don't like your traffic. I have learned in 2 years, it's been 2 years since I've really been out here working with you, that your traffic has really increased, hasn't it? Especially during rush hour. But I can't.
You're not reading the papers lately, have you?
Actually, I have.
Okay.
Actually, I have. Traffic is something. Listen, before we start, we're going to go ahead and have Jim really take us through the early pieces. But before we start, let's real quickly find out who's here, if we could, because I see some new faces and maybe some observers out here that we want to know and welcome. Mark, why don't you start in the background, just your name, where you work? Mark?
Fire Chief
Okay. Over next.
Jim Chapman, Sunburst Productions.
Jim, you're Chapman, and you're an observer.
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Regis, Senior Project Manager, City of Goodyear.
Regis?
Management Assistant, City of Goodyear.
Okay, say your first name again.
Kim.
Kim, okay, good. Kim.
Ken Kennedy, CIP Coordinator.
Good.
Lane Schmerbeck, City Manager's Office.
Great.
I'm Dave Rivera, City Engineer.
Okay.
Sean Bradford, Environment Assistant Director.
Harvey Krause, Development
Raul Morello, Director of Engineering.
Raul?
Yes.
Okay.
Jack Blonsky, Information Technology.
Holly Charles, Economic Development Director.
Susan Petty, Assistant to the Mayor by day, Crime Analyst by night.
Mark Brown, Chief of Police. Paul Lawson, Public Works.
Mario Soldado, Management Assistant.
Julie Partner, I'm an observer.
Julie?
Yes.
Who do you represent, or what perspective do you represent here?
New resident.
New resident, that's good. Okay, okay.
Hey, Wilkinson, HR.
Holly Largo, Communications. Sarah Misker, West Valley View.
Okay, from the media, right? Okay.
Larry Lang, Finance.
Larry, let's go back over here. We got Jeff Fine, and Dee.
Kate Cockrum, City Clerk.
Stephen Cleveland, City Manager.
Mark.
Warwick Madison, City Attorney.
Over here we've got
Jim Nichols, one of the deputy city managers.
Brian Dahlke, the other one of the deputy city managers.
All right. And just administrivia, I've been out here enough and I know enough about y'all. If you will simply do a couple of things for me. Let's set our phones so they vibrate rather than beep. All right, that's one that really helps me a lot.
Hey, Lance.
Sir.
I've got a set of Honda keys here with a do not duplicate key on it as well, and I'm going to try and figure out which car it is in the parking lot unless somebody claims them, but they seem to have left them up here on our
I
table.
think they're mine.
No, it's a Honda.
That's my city car.
Oh, that's your city car. Oh, dang it. I was hoping to get a better car than that.
All right, so now we've made our first major inroad in solving problems. That's one. We've done 1,000 more here.
Disappointed, Jim.
In terms of the meeting itself and the agenda, we're going to go through that. Jim will take us through that. But I do want to ask you just a few questions real quickly. I want you to keep these in your mind as we go through. Now, Dick over here said, no dots. Okay, well, I'm not scheduled for dots here, Dick. However, I do have cards. I am not going to ask the council to make cards. All right, I know that's kind of offensive to you. You know, asking me to make. So you're not going to make. I'm going to make the cards. I'm going to keep score on these boards. So tomorrow when you come in, there'll be a repeat of what you said tonight. Kind of a way of keeping track of what you said. A few driving questions, real quickly. What are the key points that came from the discussion? I'm going to ask you that after each major presentation. What are the key points that came from that discussion? What elements need to be explored further and or decided? I'll show you these on the overhead, so you don't have to write it down.
Thank you.
We're okay on that. I'll show them to you before I ask them. But I want you to keep them in mind. What actions would you like the staff to take to capitalize on the discussion and the opportunities? So 3 things. First of all, what are the points? Second, what needs to be explored more, discussed more? And third, what actions do you want to take? If you'll keep those in mind as we go through these presentations tonight and early tomorrow, we'll be ready to move forward. Jim.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, staff, and visitors. Jim Nichols, Deputy City Manager. I'm, I guess, one of your featured speakers throughout this weekend, and I apologize in advance if that leaves you wanting more. But I hope that out of this that we'll come to some great decisions on the CIP and where we're going with it. To start off with, I'm just going to do a quick review of the agenda. You have it all with you, but just so we're all on the same page. Discussions this afternoon will focus mostly on the current CIP already in place, work that has been accomplished over the past year, and in particular since the Council approved the non-utility CIP update in January and then the full CIP update this past June. We'll also be discussing what happened at the University Conference and where we go from here in that effort. We then will have a quick overview of the future city facilities that are planned to occur and sort of a recap of the presentation made by Deutsch Associates at your work session a few weeks ago. Then the remainder of the evening is pretty much focused on City Center. We know that's a big priority for the Council, and so we wanted to devote this entire evening, or the entire remainder of this evening, to that discussion. Tomorrow we will discuss the economic development corridors that were reviewed with you several weeks ago by the Economic Development Department, and then go straight into the citywide overall CIP, Capital Improvement Program. We basically have most of tomorrow scheduled for CIP discussions, some limited presentation by staff, but then several hours of opportunity and time for the Council to discuss that further, because we know that is one of your desires here, is that out of this meeting you have plenty of time to go through it and come to some consensus together. So that's where we're headed as far as this agenda goes. I'm going to start off with an introduction to the advance, again to make sure that we're all on the same page regarding expectations. Okay, first off, why are we here? We're going to review the progress of the capital improvement program to date, discuss future city center projects, review some of the infrastructure needs for employment growth within the city in those economic development corridors that will be reviewed. We'll also be looking to you for your priorities. What projects, what efforts do you desire at the highest level? And then out of this, the bottom line that we hope for as staff is that all the information we gain from you is going to set the foundation, set the stage for updating the CIP, which will be a draft will be presented to you this February. And this is all based on what we've heard from you to date. I also want to cover why we're not here, again to make sure we're all on the same page. We're not here to present a draft CIP. We're not prepared for that yet, and actually we need the results of today and tomorrow to be able to develop the draft CIP. We're also not here to determine when projects will be implemented. We want priorities, but the timing of projects will really depend on funding, resource availability, et cetera. So we'll incorporate all of that information along with your priorities and establish the timing, and then present it to you in February to make sure that what we're saying, or how we're saying projects will fall together, meets with your expectations. We're not here to review available funding for projects. That's something that will be coming up later this year from the Finance Department, and we'll be using that information as part of developing the CIP update. And then we're also not here to discuss development fees. That's been something discussed quite a bit lately, and certainly projects and CIP are related to the development fees, but we're leaving that discussion off to the side and focusing on the projects themselves here. Based on what we've heard from the council, we believe that we will achieve success if we develop consensus and concurrence with you regarding the city center and the overall CIP as far as the projects and priorities that you feel are appropriate, so that we can develop a 5-year fully funded CIP that'll meet your expectations. Then the question is, what else? Is there anything else based on your desires out of this 2 days that you would like to see that staff can present? We want to make sure that this is fruitful for you and this gets to where you want us to go. So I guess before we get too far into it, are there any other objectives or measures of success that you'd like to see? Dr. Scott?
Did you mention the university discussion, which is on the agenda?
Yes. And that is part of that information, and that discussion will be woven into the CIP. So that is definitely part of this. Can I assume then that what we're labeling as a determining factor for success meets your needs and expectations? Okay. Thank you.
I think a question back to the mayor. I observed him making several observations of desired accomplishments, and I'm not sure that we've necessarily bridged his expectations with your conversation so far.
Yeah, I don't know that we did either. When I see you don't want to achieve any timing, I just see where it goes.
Yeah.
I want to leave here knowing the future, the structures and the facilities for the staff and the people, and the city center, and how colleges, and I don't even need to know when you're digging the next well, because that's based on your expertise. When do we need water? Some things we just got to leave to you to do, and you don't hardly need to ask us. Seems to me.
And as far as your concern or the issue of the timing of some critical city center projects, some of those are already incorporated into the existing CIP, and that timing, short of hearing some direction from you different from what is already in place, that timing is already established. So we can certainly look at the existing CIP and the timing presented in there, and we're still following that path. So that we will have that level of detail for you. I guess it's just the new projects, that something that's not already in the CIP and hasn't been considered before, timing will be a little bit difficult. Maybe we can ask for your desired timing contingent upon funding and other side issues and how those affect our ability to implement a project.
I guess my point is that there are some things where I think you definitely need 7 people's input. and we'll decide when things will be done. But there are other things that are crucial to the future of the people, like water, that we just need you to roll on, and get done, in my mind.
Understood.
I mean, we aren't going to question that. If we need water, let's go get it. If we need roads repaired, let's get them done.
Agreed, and in those cases, we're just showing you how we've prioritized them, and I guess it's basically, if you're concurring with staff and our expertise, then that should be a pretty quick portion of the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so continuing on, just a quick review of the CIP up to this point, and I don't have a slide for every discussion point. Some of what I'm talking about does refer back to your books, but just wouldn't be readable up here, so I didn't try to capture every element on the screen. Again, as reviewing the CIP to date, Council approved the non-utility CIP update in January of this year. That was a very big step for the city because it was the first time, at least first time in recent history, that we approached things in a segmented approach, certain milestones, certain tasks, instead of just saying everything will be done in 1 year. We did a 5-year scheduled, programmed CIP, reviewed it with you, got your input, incorporated that information in, and you approved a non-utility CIP update. We then, over the following several months, updated that CIP as well as the utility portion, came back to you again in June, and received your approval on the overall CIP. Some of the things that were accomplished in fiscal year 05-06 include construction of a portable burn building for firefighter training, the Bullard Wash Phase 2 bridge design on Van Buren, Centera new well and wellhead treatment at Well 19, City Center master planning, the dog park and BMX track restrooms and parking, El Rio Watercourse project master plan, Australia Parkway Phase 2 median landscaping, Fire Station number 4 at Yuma and Wildflower, the needs assessment of police and fire joint administration facility, Public Works corporate yard master planning, sewer model update for new development and a water model update for new development, transmission line to connect to AMR storage tanks, design of the Van Buren widening from Australia to Litchfield, and the Public Services Memorial. So that's a significant amount of work that was accomplished last year, and because it happens sporadically or over the course of a year, you don't really get to see the full picture. So I wanted to share with you the success we had last year, but also want to tell you what's coming up next. Okay, this is the, okay, my slides are out of order, pardon me. This is the organizational chart for the CIP function in the city of Goodyear. The reason I wanted to show this to all of you is to demonstrate that we have made a number of personnel and resource additions since you approved the CIP in June. We have added a number of key staff, including Ken Kennedy, who is our project coordinator. He introduced himself earlier. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you now actually see what I'm talking about? Okay. I won't start from the beginning if that's okay, though. We also have added Regis Reed, a senior project manager whose responsibilities will be for some of the larger scale, more complex projects, like the improvement district, a stadium, a city center, those types of highly complex projects. We've also added Neil Barton, project manager in the Public Works Department. We've added Steve Lampert, project manager in Water Resources, and they all complement Al Gonzalez, project manager in engineering. So as you can see from the organizational chart, we have, and Raul Varela, who is the new engineering director. You have 5 new individuals who are all have CIP-related functions, and these additions have occurred since you approved the CIP in June. So what we accomplished in the past, it's now our abilities are enhanced even further, and our ability to accomplish projects, complete them, and move forward expediently is even greater than it was before. I next wanted to share with you the update process, because I want you to know where this all falls together and what your function is tonight and how that feeds into the process so that you know that your information does play a critical role. We're basically working from the current CIP, which we'll talk about in a lot more detail tomorrow, but staff in using that CIP has done research, we've done data gathering, and we've done some preliminary prioritization of new projects and some of the projects that are unfunded in the outlying years. We've put that together, and we're going to be presenting it to you here today at the advance, today and tomorrow, I should say. We're then going to accept your prioritizations, your comments, your feedback, as well as using the revenue projections from the finance department when they're available. We'll then incorporate all of that information into the next iteration of the CIP, the next 5-year look ahead. That will be presenting to you in February. It's a little bit earlier than last year, or than the last fiscal year, but now that we have actually a full year to do this rather than our last go-around where we were always in a catch-up mode, we want the opportunity to give you as much time to look at and absorb the information we present, make sure we have time to respond to your comments and your feedback, and then be able to come back to you with the final document for the final draft in May and then the hopefully final adoption in June. So over the next several months, staff will be using your information as well as lots of other resources to come to you on several different occasions with various iterations of the CIP, and it will be a 5-year look ahead. Currently, we only have 3 remaining years left on the current CIP because of how it was planned out. We'll be populating those last 2 years, plus adding to the out years as we utilize the information that you give us today and down the road. So in summary, staff has made great progress in executing the current CIP, this current year's or previous year's batch of projects. In fact, one thing I did want to point out to you with the notes that I left at my desk is that this year we have already spent and or encumbered approximately $57 million towards the CIP. That is significantly more than last year in the entire year. We're only 40% through this year already, and so the extra resources, the extra staff, et cetera, that we've added on and the extra capacity we're creating is showing dividends. We are producing more and getting more projects out and either built or underway or under design, even more so than last year. Thank you. I was right, $57 million. So that shows that we were successful last year, but this year we're even eclipsing that, and we only see even a brighter future ahead. So that is pretty much the summary of the CIP as it stands right now. Can I answer any questions? This was only intended to be informational, but is there anything I left you hanging on or left any questions open for you? If not, yes, sir.
Yeah. Once we're through here with this advance, are we going to be able, with the information that you're providing us with and with the remainder of the staff for giving us this information, are we going to be able to address the inquiries that we're receiving from the public concerning these various projects that we have in line?
If they're, I'll answer that. I can't give you a yes or no. I'll give you a yes and no. For the projects that are already either underway or scheduled and funded in the CIP, definitively yes. You will either be able to use the information we present to you or the information that's included in your handouts that is a lot more detail than we'll be covering over the course of these 2 days. Projects that are new or that are currently unfunded but that you'll be going through prioritization for us, or at least concurring with the priorities we presented. You may not be able to definitively say when one of those projects is going to be built, for example. That's something that you'll have a lot clearer picture on in February when we present the draft CIP to you. And then depending on what level of changes and input we receive from council, you'll know for sure in May and June when final adoption occurs, final approval. So there may still be some areas that you can't answer definitively for the public when they ask you, but I would say the majority of the projects that you get questioned about, and especially those that are already on schedule and already booked in the CIP, yes, you should be able to answer most of what you hear.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Jim, I just wanted to say thanks, because the board outside of the council room has been a tremendous help to me to keep track of what's going on. Because it's easier to do that than it is to run over and ask you guys every time we want to know what our particular project or one that we've sponsored or whatever. So that's been a tremendous help. I want to keep that up.
Thank you. And actually, we're transitioning that effort from Elaine Schmerbeck, who was doing it previously, to Ken Kennedy, our new project coordinator. He's going to be much more in tune with the CIP because that's his lone task. Elaine, that was one of many different things she worked on. So now that we have a dedicated person for the CIP, not only will it allow us to provide greater support for the implementation of the capital improvement program, but it also gives us that one central point where I can, or any of us can go with questions on project status or that scheduling data that you were just mentioning.
Jim, before Larry gets up here, would you mind if I went ahead and put up what I heard just now?
I would not mind at all.
All right. Council, Mayor, I heard you say you want a clear vision of what priorities will be, what projects will be priority for Goodyear, correct? At the end of tomorrow, you want to know what those priorities are going to be, if you can. You said you wanted to know where can we get the resources for the CIP, although we're not going to talk about funding. We're going to ask the question, what resources do we have to really pay for that? This one says consensus on city center. I heard staff ask for direction and clear understanding of what you want in the city center for those projects. What will be in, what will be out. I heard somebody say, I want to know if the details of what's going to be in city center and the municipal facilities. Mayor, I heard you say that. You said, I really want to know what's in, what's out. And if you can, what's the date of completion. You want to look at the timing of the priorities, the current anticipated completion, although I hear Jim say, gee, it's going to be a little tough, especially for those things that are not currently funded or are new projects that are obviously not current. And I heard the mayor say some things need to just get done. Water's an example. And so I put that great philosopher, Larry, the cable guy, says, get her done. Right? So there we go. Now we, Dr. Scott, you don't know Larry, the cable guy?
I met him once through you, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Did you have anything you wanted to put in the cards so we remember what Jim just presented to us? Anything else, or did I cover it all? We okay?
Okay, with that wraps up my initial review. And next will be Larry Lang, our finance director, to go over with you some of the funding processes involved with the CIP.
Okay. Do that one. Let's see what else we have. There we go. Okay, I will keep my comments very brief. I'm sure many of you don't believe me, but this will be probably the briefest and less technical financial presentation I give you as we're discussing it. I have two goals of what I want to discuss in these next, I think, 20 minutes. I think we can cover it pretty well. One of the goals I want to talk about is the subject matter that was on the agenda, which is what are our various funds, what are the funding sources, and what are the restrictions on that. As I looked at that, I thought that could get pretty dry, especially if I talk as an accountant on funds for a while. So I also want to talk a little bit about some things that we're exploring at the staff levels to try to create more funding opportunities for capital projects within the organization. And in that area, some of the things that we recognize from discussions with you, from city council meetings and so forth, is that there are projects out there that we truly need to meet community needs, or to create jobs, or to achieve sustainability, all objectives that we've talked about. And as a result of that, we have some opportunities to review some financial policies to see if there's some opportunities to enhance the funding that we're looking at doing this. There will be a few numbers and some charts I'm going to show you. I intentionally did not give you handouts because the numbers, you'll never hear me talk about numbers in this manner again, but all numbers that I discussed tonight, I expect to discuss them in the context of a concept of relative numbers to the others as opposed to specific dollars. We're just going to go through our existing budget a little bit to show how that budget is allocated. The exact amounts and the dollars are less important than the concept that I'm rolling through on this. So with that having been said, why do we have funds? City of Goodyear right now, as of the end of October, has a total cash in the bank and investments of approximately $100 million. Sounds like a lot of money. Much of that money is restricted to specific projects going forward. So what types of funds do we have? And fund, by the way, for this purpose is an accounting definition for a group of accounts that tracks specifically earmarked money. So in the broader term of funds meeting money, that isn't what we're talking about when I mention funds. We have 44 different funds in the City of Goodyear's books. That number can be reduced significantly. That's also why I thought I wouldn't spend a lot of time. I will not go through all 44 with you tonight and their restrictions. That's for the benefit of those who really didn't want to sleep this early. But we do have restrictions. One restriction is development impact fees. Any money collected for development fees are restricted to those purposes. If we sell bonds, the purposes outlined in the bond doctrines as well as what the voters approved are the restrictions. We can only spend that money for that purpose. So there's a number of restrictions. Debt service I use as an example because if we use a secondary property tax to retire bonds, then that is what the purpose of that money is. That's the only reason we can use that money. And we isolate those monies in funds so that that money only gets used for its restricted purpose. We have other funds that are created from a policy perspective, and those are our enterprise funds, our water, our wastewater, and our sanitation functions. The goal of those areas are to be self-sustained, self-sufficient. And so we account for those costs in those individual funds so we can track if the revenues that we collect on that basis are sufficient to meet the expenses to operate and provide capital for those specific services. So that's the basic behind the funds. Approximately half of the $100 million that I described is in funds that are specifically earmarked for other purposes and very narrow in how they can, or relatively narrow in how they can be used. The other $50 million approximately is a part of the general fund that is generally included in the budget as it has been adopted. So I want to do just a very brief overview of the budget that the city has at this point in time. the total revenues in the budget that you adopted, and I give you this perspective only because you might do a comparison to the budget as we presented it to you, but we had approximately $500 million worth of revenues included in the budget. Included in that amount were three categories of revenues. One was beginning fund balances, which totaled about $93 million as of June 30th. $64 million was put in for possible developer contributions for specific projects generally in the capital improvement plan. And the remaining was put in as bond proceeds, some of which for very specific projects that at the time we adopted the budget, we didn't know for sure if they would happen. Many of these actually look like they will pan out, such as the stadium construction and the West Core Mall Improvement District. And so this approximately $500 million then is broken up to major expenditure categories, of which $365 million is a capital improvement plan. It's really hard to get your hands around that number, but because it includes so many variables that are contingent funding. And so what I wanted to do for this discussion was to reduce the revenues down to our annual revenues. What money do we take in any given year? And I'm using only the fiscal year 06-07 budget. This is not projections to future years. And basically, the blue portion of that pie chart shows that the majority of the revenues that we take in our annual budget are coming from what we call operating revenues. Those sources include our sales tax, the city sales tax. They include the state shared revenues. They would include building permit fees and a number of different categories. We also have construction sales tax that I show as a separate item in that because we track that for budgeting purposes. Historically, we like to set that aside for capital as well as some other revenues. You'll notice that this does not include development impact fees. I intentionally excluded the development impact fees or the development fee funds because those monies are restricted to specific purposes. And so I didn't want to include them to show numbers that we probably wouldn't have that much discretion over. So the key that I wanted to look at then is how do we spend that $97 million? And the largest item, as you can see in there, about $67 million is for operating expenditures. But the other categories I want to talk about a little bit. $7.3 million is for debt service. $3.5 million is for new and replacement equipment. $2.4 million we've set aside this year for the revolving fund as a means of starting to pay for the I-10 widening debt service and stadium, debt service that we have going forward. We also have $4.2 million earmarked in the budget that was new state shared revenues over and above what was previously allocated. And finally, the $3.2 million is all of our money that is going to the capital improvements plan. Well, as we have this discussion over the next 2 days to look at projects that we need, I think it becomes obvious that we need to broaden the monies available for us to be able to implement what the City Council has been discussing and will be discussing over the next 2 days. And so with that, we want to take a look at how this is all put together. And as a staff, we have been doing this. And we're just starting on this at this point in time. But some of the items that we want to look for is an increase in the amount of discretionary funding, more flexibility for you as you're going through these projects, for projects that you can identify. Less money in the restricted funds, more that we can get earmarked in specific funds. With that, we recognize that our largest category of expenditures is operations and maintenance. As we are growing, that is our largest category to take a look at for opportunities to look at leveraging into future bond transactions. And so the concept is, I didn't really draw this down graphically, but the concept is that any new funding that we can provide, whether it's coming from existing sources or new dollars coming into the system, can be used for, we'll say a new dollar can be used for an operating expenditure of which we would have needs and we would receive $1 worth of value immediately. It can also be used for $1 worth of capital projects, many of the items you'll be discussing over the next couple days. Or it can be set aside for debt service to be able to provide, using leverage to provide more capacity to do more projects and generally the ratio we use is about 10 to 1. In other words, with that same dollar, we can spend $10 in projects to move it forward. The final issue that staff that we're reviewing is what is the status of the self-sufficiency of our various enterprise funds? Are they operating as they should be? Are they operating without subsidy from the general fund, and so forth? What we're trying to achieve out of this is tools that we can use to gather the information that we provide this weekend to bring back a financial plan consistent with what Jim talked about in February as the draft capital improvement plan is presented to you, and be able to provide funding options for a number of these items that have been discussed. So, like I say, that is the least specific financial report you'll ever see from me. But I'm available for any questions that you may have. I think the project areas is what we want to focus most of the time on. Frank?
Your leverage, explain that leverage in a little more detail if you could. $1 could be used for $10 worth of bond issuance.
Yes.
Is this the cost of the bond? Is this the interest? What is this?
If we issue a $10 bond, we can do $10 worth of projects. It's much like financing a house. It is doing more projects with the money. The need for the dollar is, the easiest thing we can do is borrow money. That is very available. We also have to be able to pay it back. So the dollar is how we pay it back.
Yeah.
Yes. So what I'm saying is for each dollar that we commit towards debt service, we can obtain $10 in bond financing to accelerate and get a project in place. That was the leveraging concept that I had.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, Councilman
I
Howard.
just wanted to ask more about the discretionary funding. You know, when you see a bottom line, no matter what you call it, I mean, usually that money is all committed for something. And so how do you propose how do you propose to move some of that money around so we do have more for discretionary spending?
Larry, and while you're answering that, give an example of what.
Yeah,
give an
that would be
example
good.
in that, because I was going to ask a
Okay,
very similar question.
I think maybe that is a very good question. Let me give you an example of what we're starting to explore as a staff. As we have grown, historically, you've heard the discussion of operating revenues are used to fund operations. What we're looking at now is, do we necessarily have to apply all of the operating revenues for operations as a policy? That's the policy question. I can tell you from a legal restriction purpose, the answer is no, we do not have to spend that money in that place. So we're exploring as we grow for new monies coming in on the operating side. Very similar comparison is this year in the budget process, as you'll recall, we had $4.2 million of state shared revenue that came in. The day we adopted the budget is the day they finalized the census. So we knew there was money out there. We didn't know how much. Turned out to be $4.2 million. We've had a discussion, several discussions over the past few months. How should that money be allocated. We can allocate all of that money to operations and provide $4.2 million worth of service there. We can allocate part of that money to operations, part of that money to capital, and get additional funding available for projects and for the CIP. Or we can take part of that money, allocate it for debt service, and provide even additional projects that can be funded through the CIP. Does that help?
Is the 97 million part of that?
The
Is
nine-
that involved in the 97 million?
The 97 million did include the 4 million. That is correct.
So any revenue that doesn't have a designated, isn't designated, becomes part of discretionary funding, is that?
That is correct. So often as we get in there, we base our budgets on traditional methods that we have over the years. All we're really looking at right now is, and we're sure not asking for direction today, we're looking internally at alternative ways of allocating that, of thinking as we're putting that budget together, to give us a tool to bring back to you in February in connection with the capital improvement plan of how we can fund the projects that you're looking for. And that's really simply all we're talking about.
So it doesn't really require a policy change, it's just we've been doing this as a traditional thing, we've been putting it back into operation.
It would be a policy change in the budget process, but does not require action very soon on that. Yes.
You're just allowing yourself more flexibility.
That is correct. For capital,
Yeah.
yes.
Larry, what is our maximum debt limit right now? Do you have that figure off the top of your head?
For GO bonds, that number today would be approximately $75 million.
Let's take it to now. Where are we now in relationship to reaching that max?
No, 75 million that we could issue.
At the present time?
Yeah, but let me define it, okay? So we can issue $75 million and meet the constitutional limits that are in place, the 20% and 6% requirements. Now, we have several other constraints in there, and this is where we get more into the financing as alternative. Even if we issue general obligation bonds, we do not have to pay that money back with the secondary property tax. If we limit it to the secondary property tax, we're really limited right now to approximately $25 million that we could issue today. So that's why we want to explore alternative, and that has some assumptions with it too. So, and I really didn't want to spend a lot of time on debt today. But as an alternative, we're looking at, let's say we were issuing $50 million worth of bonds, but we were going to pay that portion that's above our property tax limits out of other funding sources to allow us to get the good interest rates of our general obligation bonds, but to leverage more than what we would do merely from our secondary property taxes.
So in the projects that we have in the pot at the present time, we would have no difficulty in funding those from bond issues? Or?
In the existing capital improvements plan as adopted, those are all funded assuming bonding within our constraints. That is correct.
Fine. Thank you.
Oh, I was just thinking that constraints are going to change. Right? Didn't what was the effect of the election? I can't think of the proposition number, but didn't we? Which one was it?
Yeah.
Those are going to benefit us, I think. The 6% limit's going to change
To the 20 for the transportation?
Yeah, for transportation
Yes.
and public safety too. Yes.
Yes. The impacts of that are probably more long-term in that the voter-approved projects that we have out there for transportation probably don't exceed that limitation, but this gives us more capacity in the long term.
Right.
Okay? Here's what I heard you say, Larry. You said that you were giving us the concept of budgeting for CIP, and it's a little complicated, but you did a good job of simplifying it for us. There are different funds and for different purposes, and you have a total of 44 funds. You didn't want to get into all of them. But the funds are for legal, legal and policy, you basically divided them into, some of them are restricted, and then you have these discretionary funds where you pull some bucks to get the CIP. Remember, everything we're doing tonight and tomorrow is really focused on the CIP. 2 areas plus the university. One is the city center, and the other is the general CIP. All right. Sales tax, state share, and building permit fees are all kind of part of that discretionary amount. And you said that and a question I raised for you is, are there any of these CIP projects that are going to benefit from development impact fees? And I'm hearing you say probably not.
I think the project, I want to go, yeah, it's off the table, and I think it needs to be off the table because those projects are more specifically earmarked to specific growth issues.
Right.
There are capital improvement, there's clearly a link, I don't want to ignore that, but I think for this purpose, it really creates confusion if we include that on the table.
But Larry, if it's in their minds, if it's in the council's mind, well, how do we make those impact fees work for us? The answer is, well, it's really difficult in terms of this CIP to link those because they are dedicated to growth issues. And
I think a lot of the mayor's comments that I interpreted earlier that talked about the water as an example said we need to have water in there. Some of that is more built into that issue and isn't the focus of this dialogue.
Good.
And that's,
Good.
I think, where we go.
So that's why it's off the table.
From my
It's really
perspective.
not appropriate to talk about that.
Jim, do you want any? Yeah, that's, from my perspective, that would make sense.
And I ask you the second question. What's the bottom line for money we have to fund the CIP? And you're saying it depends. It depends on how you leverage it.
The existing capital improvement plan is all allocated till we get to those 3rd and 4th and 5th years, yes.
And you said we need to broaden the base over which we draw money for the CIP. And that would be a policy decision the council would have later on.
Yes.
Broaden the base of
Yes.
the financial base. You said you need more discretionary money, more flexibility, greater leverage. You want to look at the enterprise funds and self-sufficiency. And finally, you want to look at debt financing because you get a 10-to-1 leverage ratio on that. You can build more now and get it done. Right? What did I miss, folks?
It's more than I thought I said.
I think that's what you said. What did I miss so we can get it down here? We remember. Mayor, you're smiling. You got it. Okay.
I'm not so sure. Wait a minute.
Right.
You're talking about a discretionary fund. Do you really apply your sales tax to your discretionary fund? I think that's what he just said.
Well, in the city council in the budget process has discretion over the sales tax. And that's what I'm meaning there.
I got you.
A discretionary fund for this discussion is not intended to be a fund that's just sitting there that, well, let's pull out of arbitrarily. It just means the city council, from a policy perspective, has options.
See, the rock the hard place, Fred, you're talking about is where you have to reduce or you have to give money to a capital project, which means you don't get that new park operating stuff, right? And that's the tough part.
Okay.
Anything else, Larry?
Not for me.
Okay, we're moving the council and the mayor toward what's called the good stuff. This is the foundation material. So let's get one more closer. Susan, you want to tell us about university?
Susan, do you need setup time?
Just a minute, but I can stretch.
You need the lights out.
Yes. I look much more competent when the lights are on. Looks like I know more than I do. Kim Benden, while I do setup, is passing out historical information regarding the university project, the last update that was given to council, plus the college presentations that were given at the higher education conference we recently had. And those are for your benefit to review at your leisure. Temp drive, it's all the way down.
Are we on schedule?
Close. We'll catch
It's
up
called
through
higher.
there.
No, go back. It's called higher education, just in the main. Right there.
Here we go. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Okay. The purpose of my presentation today is just to bring everybody up to date with the status on the university project from the last presentation you had at a council meeting that was given by Kelly Dalton. And I'm starting exactly at the end of her presentation. We established at the end of her presentation the vision for the university project, which was wholeheartedly embraced by the council to talk about the values of the community, what it will do for the community, the citizens, the surrounding community, the state of Arizona, and how it correlates so strongly to the city's image. The next steps presented at the last update were more in-depth discussions with each institution. They were going to visit the city of Goodyear. We will have prepared a market analysis for you, and we were going to print an article in the Chronicle of Higher Education. And I'm pleased to report that all of those steps have been completed. I have a little bad news and good news for you tonight. As you know from the last update, which I did include in your historical packets, we had 5 universities that were considering moving to Goodyear: Notre Dame, Alma, University of the Incarnate Word, Champlain College, and the University of St. Francis. And through the wizardry of PowerPoint, the bad news is Alma College and Champlain have told us that now is not the right time to come to Goodyear. They have not ruled us out, but their time frame will be a few years from now. The good news is we've picked up a few universities from the good press surrounding the project. Franklin Pierce College read the university article in the Chronicle of Higher Education and called us. Specifically, they called Paula, who just happened to be working late one night and was the only one to answer her phone. And Paula immediately got them to the mayor's office. Midwestern University issued an RFP. They're looking for a home for their dental school, and we have responded to that RFP. They did send representatives to the city to our higher education conference. In addition, Northern Arizona University contacted the company assisting us with the project, Tri Advocates, and requested to attend the higher education conference I'm going to tell you about. They were in attendance the entire conference. Everybody in the education community is absolutely thrilled with this innovative project, and as word spreads, I think we're going to get more phone calls from more higher education institutions.
Susan?
Yes?
Wouldn't a state university have a 5- and 10-year plan? Were they here just out of curiosity, or were they really interested in this area?
We haven't gotten feedback from them yet since the higher education conference, so I don't think I can answer that with clarity. But as soon as we know, you'll know.
Knowing that they do satellite campuses all over the state, just from my experience. Well, I mean, they follow their student base, and if they already have 1,000 students west of the 101, then.
Any other questions before I release my mouse button? Okay. I was holding it there nervously. So our next step was to hold what we coined the phrase as a higher education conference. And the sole purpose of this conference was to bring everybody together. We had talks with the universities, updates to council, talks with staff, and this was specifically designed to get all the interested parties in one room and determine, great, we're all interested, what do we do now? We invited all of the colleges and universities who had expressed any kind of interest. We invited city staff, the council. A key factor for our success was inviting the development community. We also invited all of the press. We want to share our good news and our good fortune with them and have them at the table. The objectives of the conference were specifically to get to know each other better, to get more familiar with Goodyear, understand each institution's objectives in coming to Goodyear, as well as address specific location opportunities that colleges might have at the city of Goodyear. We also wanted colleges to tell us definitively, is Goodyear going to work for you? And we really hoped that they would. We did everything from the moment they landed in Goodyear, by car, by plane, to make them feel wanted and welcome. The agenda we put together over the course of the 2 days included a city tour by Corey Spiegel. She did an excellent job of showcasing all of the city of Goodyear. We presented the economic analysis, which had been completed by Sarah Murley. The presentation is in your packets. The development community was given the opportunity to present regarding their properties that they wanted to showcase. Each college was given the opportunity to present their vision of a future with the city of Goodyear. We also had a guest speaker, Mayor Peter Yao of Claremont, California. And as many of you know, Claremont is a model for higher education institutions sharing resources and having an excellent relationship with the city. So he came to tell us about all the things that can happen when you have that partnership. We also had Dr. Zaharis representing the governor's P20 plan to tell us about her plan for education for the state of Arizona. We gave a city overview, and we had breakout sessions that we colloquially called speed dating, where we put colleges together with the developers and the city staff that they wanted to talk to. We had several rooms, and they all signed each other's dance cards and had discussions they wanted to have privately. I call the college conference a higher education conference. Everybody had a different name for it. University conference. I call it our tipping point with this project. And a tipping point occurs when little things make a very large difference in a project. It's that moment when ideas that seem crazy at the start become absolute reality. This conference was that tipping point. It showed effort on the part of the city in making this happen. It was inclusive of all parties, staff, council, press, developers. Everybody was invited to the table. Nobody was turned away. It showed our love of new ideas, embracing innovations and best practices, and it solidified the relationships that we have with the colleges. From that, the outcomes, we had great outcomes from this conference. I think everybody had a good time, and we can say that we have colleges that are coming to the city of Goodyear. The University of the Incarnate Word and Franklin Pierce are taking steps, the very first steps, to make this a reality for their colleges. They want to start that dialogue, and they want a Goodyear presence. More may be on the way. St. Francis and Notre Dame College might come in the future. UIW and Franklin Pierce would like people to come and visit their campuses to see their colleges and their character. Colleges want to visit Claremont College and see how the model of shared facilities and a shared vision and a partnership with the city works. They want to see the benefits to the host community up front. They want to talk to the college presidents. They want to talk to the city manager of Claremont. Colleges are also working with Maricopa Community Colleges to forge a partnership there. They understand that we already have strong ties in our community to education, and they want to capitalize on that. They all expressed a strong desire to make health sciences part of their first vision for Goodyear. They realize Arizona needs good nurses, good pharmacy technicians. They want to do that. They want to partner with hospitals, and they want to provide excellent health sciences programs. The clarity that the colleges are asking from the city of Goodyear, it includes, they ask this question: is the city willing to take deliberative steps to integrate universities in the city center? They want you guys to talk about that. They would like to know from the council, are we going to make this a partnership? Can we come to your city center? They want us to clarify what model the city sees as the best model. Do we want to embrace a Claremont model with multiple institutions sharing facilities, sharing enrollment, sharing libraries, athletic fields? They also want to make sure that we present a united front and a united message in the press, in marketing materials, that we're all together on this journey for higher education. They specifically would like to establish what they call a coordinating council, which members of city, members of the colleges, and members of the development community meet on a regular basis to plan the future of this project. So that should bring us completely up to date with the status of the university project. And do you have any questions specifically about the conference before I turn it over to Jim Nichols, who will talk about further ramifications? Yes?
Some of these colleges indicated that they wanted to come here the fall of 2007, or the fall semester of 2007. How in the world can we accomplish that timetable in such a short time?
I think the colleges who want to come here rather quickly understand that they need to work with the development community. They need to work with current available office space and other office buildings in Goodyear to establish a presence here. I don't think they're solely depending upon the city to open up doors to them. They know that it's going to have to be a partnership if they want to land so quickly in Goodyear.
You had Midwestern up there, and you stated that was they were interested in a dental school here. That's different than anything else you had up here.
Yes.
That is not only, obviously an educational facility, but that is something that the entire state of Arizona does not offer to its people. There's no dental care. Well, there is in East Valley now. Kirksville just started a dental school. Other than that, there is no dental care in the entire state for the indigent patient. That would be a real asset to land a dental school here.
That's why we were so pleased Midwestern expressed a desire to come to the higher education conference. We are still in the RFP process as a potential site for them, and we wanted them to see how we embrace the idea of higher education, and we want this in our community. So we're right there with you with what a coup that would be to have Midwestern with a presence.
And I have a couple other questions. Incarnate, what kind of, is that a full liberal arts school? What is it?
It is full liberal arts
You
school.
had another one up there I wasn't familiar with.
St. Francis.
St. Francis. I'm
Liberal
familiar
arts
with.
as well.
I know St. Francis.
Franklin Pierce.
Franklin Pierce. What kind of school is that?
They are a traditional liberal arts college based out of New Hampshire, and they offer everything liberal arts college. They have campuses and offer innovative programs around the world.
That's good. And the other question I have is, and maybe I should have thought of this months ago, is there any problem with the city being a government agency hooking up with a Catholic university? Is that a problem? Church and state type thing?
And I'm going to toss that to my friend Rorick Massey, our city attorney. Take it, Rorick.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we certainly knew going in that there are many of these types of colleges that did have or used to have strong religious affiliations. Certainly, there are issues, potential issues, but we're very optimistic that there are ways to overcome any potential issues. That the city can offer aid or work with private developers to put together some sort of package that can assist the universities in coming to the city. So we're looking at that. We have some ideas, and we're optimistic on that.
Any other questions? Jim, you want to get on deck? I don't know, this podium is intimidating. I'm not used to speaking behind this
Did
podium.
very well.
Thank you. I'm used to
It's a good
freewheeling
thing
it
the
with
wife's
my
on.
mic.
Thank you, Susan. If I had an Oscar, I'd give it to you.
That's a difficult act for me to follow, so I'll be brief. But your agenda says staff recommendations, plural, but I think really what I'm going to give you is one single mega recommendation that wraps a lot of things together. A few weeks ago, you all heard a presentation during one of your work sessions on the 100-acre park, potential future 100-acre park. And there was a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of desire to possibly move forward and initiate that work, that master planning, et cetera. After the conference, and as Susan just gave you a lot of great details on what was discussed, there was a lot of interest in colleges, universities being a part of City Center, being involved in City Center, and even the possibility of some kind of consolidated consortium, whether it be the Claremont model or some new model that becomes known as the Goodyear model. But whatever happens out of all this, certainly the 100-acre park would be one of the ideal potential locations for the incorporation and inclusion of either a single university, multiple universities, or a consolidated campus. So the recommendation staff is making is that we hold off on that master planning effort temporarily until we really figure out where the universities want to go together. You know, it's one of those things where they want to know our feelings, we want to know theirs, and we really need to go with that last bullet that Susan presented about the consortium that they want to form with representatives from the city, from the development community, and from the colleges themselves. So we would recommend holding off on initiating the master planning of the 100-acre park until such time that we determine whether and how colleges may or may not be part of that land, part of that development. The reason that's, I mean, it may sound like a no-brainer and also no big deal, but the reason it's important that we hear your concurrence on that, and we do have time allotted in this spot for discussion. So if you all say, great, sounds good, we're going to be way ahead of schedule, but the reason it's important from a staff perspective, it's on our CIP right now. It is part of one of this year's tasks is the master planning of the 100-acre park. I hold my staff accountable to their completion of the projects noted in the CIP. If we're going to make that kind of a change, and it really needs to come from council, and then we need to make that scheduling change in the CIP, because otherwise there's a project scheduled hanging out there that we'd be in this limbo pattern on, so we want to add surety and stability to the CIP and council's perspective on utilizing that 100-acre park as a potential location for one or more or a consolidated university campus. So I'd appreciate some feedback or whatever discussion. As I said, the last part of this section is council discussion on this issue. So I guess I throw it back to you as far as your thoughts, or if you have questions for me or Susan or anyone else.
Did they talk about acreage? I mean, did you get that detailed when you say?
They did, and the best answer I can give you is it's all over the board. Some presented initial concepts of, well, we'd need no less than 30 acres. Then they'd show their campus as it stands right now at their location, and it's roughly on 50 built-out acres with a lot of other acreage that can't be used. With a say a Claremont model or a consolidated model with lots of joint use and shared facilities, we really don't know yet, and depending on how many colleges could be part of that type of model, we're not sure if you could fit multiple colleges still on 50 acres using the shared, or would you need more? That's part of the analysis that would have to happen before we could then decide how the 100-acre park would be or could be utilized. Certainly the hope would be that there's something left over for recreation, but we don't want to make that assumption because potentially you need the whole 100 acres. We really don't know until we get a concept in place. And again, it really depends on how many schools are part of that type of an effort. Susan mentioned 4 very strong, well, 2 extraordinarily strong candidates, 2 others who are very strong in their own right. So you could be looking at anything from 1 school locating there to 4, and who knows who else could come into the mix from this point forward. So certainly the 100-acre park provides an ample amount of land for whatever midterm, long-term college planning we would need to do. And until we really know some specifics through that consortium, then it would be probably some potential wasted effort if we start the planning phases now and just say we're going to block out X acres for potential schools, only to find out that they need more or they need less, or they should have been really part of the process to begin with.
But they have to tell us if they want full campuses or do they want just a visiting campus? Do they want dormitories and the whole works?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see how they can be successful without having a full campus. And you can't put too many colleges in 100 acres with full campuses.
Right, I agree with that. And in fact, many times, they don't even know they want to expand until they're ready to expand. And they end up, I've seen it in some other cases where they end up having the rest of the campus, which is really associated with their main campus. They have to have a satellite. Satellites are okay in a way because you can share some of the facilities by online, but to be more cohesive, you like to have them as close as you possibly can, and they won't know. The other thing is, I have to ask my fellow council folks here, is there a feeling about having many universities together that close to the city center? Does that pose some issue, or is that great having them right next door? Because there might be 4, there might be 5. We don't know yet. Or is it just, are we looking for, because it's only, we have limited space there. And we're talking about having a park that's close by there as well. So is there some way we can expand that area from where we are? Do we try to make satellite parks around the universities? Or, I just wondered if do we try to limit their size or what?
Stephen, isn't there an expansion that could happen?
One of the concepts that staff is currently looking at, among others, is let's talk outside the box. We got 40, we got 100, but we also have a stadium project. We also have all the land that is the sports facilities for baseball, soccer, et cetera, down below the stadium. But let's take it further and talk about working with another developer partner in this, and that's Sun MP, as it relates to the adjacent 3 corners of the city center, because the southwest corner of the city center is about housing. That's a quarter mile away from what probably are going to be the campuses. Can you put a library in between the city hall and the campuses, the campus buildings? Can you have a shared heating system, cooling system? So you have a central plant that is doing multiple buildings that could lead to an entrepreneurial way of selling heat and selling cooling. There's some efficiencies in that. And now let's take it another partner, and that is the high school. The high school has a football field. How often is it used? What about working with them for purposes of some of the football games being played on a high school football field? Because these campuses are basically less than 3,000 kids. So how many people are going to be going to the football game? Roughly the number of seats in the stands, et cetera, but you have to mathematically add some seating, et cetera. But those are all partnership potential that could suddenly blossom our city center into a mega project that now is really stimulating and pushing and sustaining retail, which is our other component piece of those four corners. So the answer is yes.
I think your question's been answered. There are too many unknowns, and to move ahead now, make any plans for this 100-acre property would be really foolish. And more input from the schools. We really don't have a definite tie to any of these schools yet, and certainly to move ahead now would be a foolish thing to do. So.
I agree. I think you need to tie all three in: the ballpark, the university, and the city center.
And I'll be going through that later on to show you how we intend to do that. Councilmember Sousa.
Thank you. I was not privy to the 3 sessions. I attended one of the university sessions. The Claremont concept, how did the council members who attended more than one meeting, how did that grab you? Is it viable here in the city of Goodyear? Is the concept what we're looking for? Do we have the ability to handle more than 1 or 2 universities at one time?
I think, I'll take a stab at that. I think if we got a space problem, we got a good problem on our hands. I'm bring them, come one, come all kind of attitude. The Claremont example and Mayor Yao coming in and talking about just the intangible benefits of the synergy that occurs with the multiple universities and the multiple campuses, all kind of blending into one central core seemed very viable, I think. And from my discussions with, and I think the others that were there would concur. Our discussions over dinner and following dinner with the universities, they seemed enthusiastic about that. Obviously, these are all private institutions. They all have goals, but I think yes, I think it'd be foolish of us to move forward with the planning of that process. But at the same time, let's not discount the current residents that we have and the current residents that have put in taxes and dollars and anticipate open space and parks and recs opportunities within the central city core. But specifically between I-10 and the Gila River, we can't lose sight of that. Give away the farm just for universities. So let's not forget about the 10, 15,000 residents we've got living in that area. But I think there's, Susan captured it in her presentation. There was a tipping point in there, and I felt that in the couple of days I was there. I ran into the mayor Saturday right after breakfast, and you felt that enthusiasm right after breakfast when everybody kind of took off on Saturday morning. So, it seemed, I think we've got the wave and it's cresting, and we need to keep riding it and see what happens.
And if I can follow up with a couple of your comments, it's not an issue of using or not using the space for any kind of recreational opportunity. It really comes down to timing.
Right.
Because we'd want to make sure it was planned as efficiently and effectively as possible the hope and desire would be that certainly there would still be recreational amenities included as part of it, but you'd hate to do that up front only to find out that half of what you planned is erased, and you have to take steps backwards to then move forward.
You can always build a park. I mean, we can always build a park. We can always, if we've got land available, which there's plenty of land available in the central city core, we can acquire land and bank it and always build a park. You're only going to have a few opportunities in which to capture a university coming to town. And so one of the things we heard, or I heard, and I think Vice Mayor and Dick, when you were there, and the mayor would concur, is space is an issue for these universities. I mean, these universities are 50 to 100 years down their path, and if we're really going to look at this, we've got to look at this in decades, in time periods, not 3 years, not 5 years. We've got to look at this as 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and we have to reserve space. What might be a field today very well might be a building for my kids when they go to college.
Don't lock us in, is what I heard.
That's
Right.
part of the expansion. I would
Right.
fully expect
and
them.
so
We want them to.
Right. So I mean, we made that 100 acres.
So it's going to become very
I think everybody was looking at that 100 acres as it might be very small. I mean, it might, but at the same time, you got great if they come into town, you got great opportunities for density. I mean, I would see. I think everything should be in play. I mean, if we're talking about the city center, the council chambers, we use it Monday night. And for emergency meetings, and we can even put emergency meetings somewhere else. I mean, why can't the council chambers in some auditorium, Avondale style, that's being used now, be used for classes 6 days a week?
hall.
Exactly.
It's
I mean,
a great lecture
it's got
hall.
great technology, it's got great, access, it's got seating, it's got, lecture space, everything. Why can't we partner with them on that? I mean, that's a huge sieve of money. It's just a money. Don't take this the wrong way. I mean, we're throwing a bunch of money into a council chambers that we meet once a weekend, on average.
Well, it would help with the operation and maintenance of it.
Well, they use
Sharing.
the Avondale Council chambers for other things, too.
But,
They
right, but
have-
why not? Why can't they?
They always have conferences and
Right,
things.
but I mean, to me, it'd be fantastic if there was lectures going on during the daytime hours or other evenings that we're not occupying the space.
I think it just reinforces what I said a few minutes ago. There are a lot of unanswered questions here, including the whole Claremont concept. I wasn't at this. I didn't hear Dr. Jones speak, but I'll tell you, I had not heard about this multi-university concept before. I not only would like to hear from him, I'd like to visit him. And I'd like to talk to the people there who are experiencing this to see how they're enjoying this.
Well, that's one of the things that I said, after my attendance at this meeting, is that I would like to take a tour and see really how it works and what type of campus that they have. That we could bring, knowledge here to help us make a decision in that area. So, I like the concept of the consortium. I really do, and I think, frankly, that it would work the way we heard it discussed among the universities themselves. Okay.
I think we ought to go as far as to take the step and be the leader and set it up. I mean, if it's a nonprofit type of thing, let's start moving down the path of getting that. I mean, I wasn't at breakfast on Saturday morning, but I think you all talked about this. I mean, the next steps, whatever they might be, I would think would include the framework of that. And
Exploration, please.
Yeah, let's.
Well, it's
start
definitely a
talking about that.
non-traditional
Let's start having that discussion.
educational
Because
system.
that framework of that nonprofit might be the partner rather than Incarnate Word. That might address some of the legal parameters and issues that might surround part of.
But some of us have had experiences with the multiple college concept, and I think the mayor might also be familiar with this, with the military background. Because if you've worked on a military base or been in the military and they're offering you an education, they don't just say you can only go to this college. They actually bring the colleges onto the base, and they say, okay, we have 5 schools here. They have these courses. They all have them at different times, and you're able to actually go to more than one school at a time. I think at one time I was enrolled in 3 colleges at Langley Air Force Base. So it all depends on how it's set up. They actually shared administrative cost.
In Claremont, any senior can audit any class they want.
There you go. It was exactly that
for
type
free.
of thing.
I mean, any class that was offered at some of the universities, and that amazed me. I thought that's fantastic. That's
It
a
works
benefit
great.
that's derived from the partnership with the city.
This European
And then you can actually, you may end up, how we normally think of a college, you matriculate at your last year. Maybe you never do on a campus like this. You don't have to because you're signed up for 3 or 4 different schools. So I see Lance laughing about this, so you must be familiar with it too.
I've never heard in a council chamber the word matriculation used.
Oh, really?
You all sound like you're excited about this.
Yes, we are.
To bring closure to the topic, since we're kind of nearing the end of this section, I'm hearing lots of positive discussion. So I'd like to, whether it be nod of heads or an affirmative yes, is there consensus on number 1, delaying the master planning of the 100-acre park, and are there any concerns about city property being used for mixed uses, including colleges? Those are the 2 questions that I'm just looking for consensus on.
Steve? Yes, yes.
Yeah.
That is the question.
I think we need to articulate that to our residents that are currently here.
Okay.
Whether that's, Mayor, through your in-focus column, or if that's, in some way we need to articulate that to our residents. There's an expectation there that we've got 140 acres of land.
There's never been an unquestioned belief that they won't pay for what they get. I don't think.
Right.
Maybe there will be a contribution, but that hasn't been asked for.
Correct.
Okay?
That's a
so
great point.
So you build something and you'll lease it to them, or you'll sell them a part
Right.
of it. You may contribute. It's all open.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we need to say that we're ready
We're
to
giving it
contribute.
away. Right.
No, that's not.
That wasn't his
I'm not
question.
asking that
No,
question.
he wasn't
Well,
asking that.
That's several steps ahead. That's part of that consortium and whatnot. And that's something for a formal council meeting at some point in the future for you all to vote on. But right now, my questions are the timing and planning of the 100-acre park, and whether the concept of mixed use on the city property to include universities and their associated functions, if there are any concerns, regardless of how it's done, whether there is contribution or whether it's all funded exclusively by the colleges. That's to be determined, but just the concept and that type of layout.
Jim, if I could extend the idea, the northwest corner of our 40 acres has on it retail uses. It has 3-story of commercial office and living spaces and lofts. So the college concept as a business coming in and purchasing rights to be there is just seems like it's a further extension of the whole logic of what the city center project was about.
Yeah, to answer what Rob was concerned about was that the loss of the park yet to the public use. But we got to remember when the Cleveland Indians come here, we're going to have a facility that's going to have some park features in it.
Well, I don't think we're going to lose the entire park area. I don't think it's going to be a bunch of buildings set all over. It's just not the way universities run it, this type of university, at least my vision of this. And so I think you might see buildings within a park-like area where there will be facilities for the community to use. So I think we're jumping our gun when we think that that land's going to be filled up with building after building. And from some of the interviews with the universities, they actually talked about students living on the other around the city center, not just on that land, but they looked at the idea of the mixed use, and they were living above the stores or living in the other quadrants. So I just think we're jumping the gun on that, and I don't think we're telling the citizens we're not going to have some kind of recreational facility for you there. It might be a different look than we had anticipated, but I think it will be something extremely usable for our citizens. And the other thing that hasn't really recognized is that high school is going to benefit so much from a university being on that land with courses and exchanges, and so I think it's a real positive.
Kind of early student enrollment. Right?
Yeah.
I think I saw several nodding heads of affirmation.
How do you want us to give you this information back? Do you want us to
This is-
nod? Or you,
I think you got it.
You're ready? Yeah.
You got it.
He already got a feel.
I'll go with yes, Jim sounds good is fine with me.
Yes,
I'm going to throw something into the mix because I got a different impression from 2 of the universities after, especially this Saturday morning after everything was over, we had quite a long session talking to several of the people from Franklin and from IUW. And
UIW.
UIW, whatever it is. Both these people are both colleges, at least those two colleges, aren't as sold on the consortium idea. They're concerned. They want their campuses. They're seeing a lot of land in Goodyear. You've got a lot of undeveloped land in Goodyear. You've got a lot of land that we could come in here and build our campus. So we want to look into this further. And I've gotten emails from them, and since then, they are very concerned about their own program. They'll go along with the exchange of ideas with colleges, each of the colleges sharing in courses, taking a course at one of the universities or college and it count at the other one, and working those kinds of things out. But I get the idea they want more independence than to be all together in one area. That's not what I heard, especially after they talked to the developers, and I don't know what the developers told them, but I got the feeling that there was a lot of openness in the development community to welcome them in, and they want to do something for them. So it's gone beyond that. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, with those two schools, they're pretty much set on. They're coming to Goodyear. And
Vice Mayor, I think your assessment is dead on, that they're not necessarily sold on the consolidated concept.
Right.
I think they're sold on coming to Goodyear, and in what form that takes is to be determined. And they do have some reservations or just some questions to be answered about the consolidation issue. Again, that's another thing to be worked out through this consortium to then determine what use, if any, the 100-acre park may have or role it may play in the colleges coming to town. In the end, maybe no schools locate there, and we go back to the original concept of a 100-acre park with other amenities, but we won't know that until we go through this process.
That's right.
So
we have to find out.
I think that, we have to talk about all these, and we're really nowhere near these discussions yet, but I would say, unless I heard from the University of Incarnate, St. Francis, and any other, and Notre Dame, and any other Catholic university, unless I heard from them that they would be willing to share campus space, I would say I don't believe it. That's kind of like a Protestant church in the Vatican. I just wouldn't believe it until I heard it from them. Anyway.
Well, and I hope I didn't give the impression. I mean, I think I said my impression was I was excited about the consortium idea. I agree. I think there was, Franklin Pierce, they sounded
pretty independent.
They're pretty independent. They sounded like they knew where they wanted to be.
Yeah, but I think what we gain from this, Jim, is that we have a council here that is open to bringing them to somewhere, and likely the city center as a part of it.
Right.
And that's really what you needed, I think.
yes, that's the consensus, and I won't push the issue further.
Can I tell you one other thing?
Please.
The next step is going to be a teleconference right after Thanksgiving. And it'll be just the colleges and us talking about they want to start to lease space. But the big issue is this consortium. There will be one. And who will be a member of it is an element of import. But it's absolutely crucial that before we start worrying about where they'll be, and we need to know that you're open to them being here, is that what are the foundational issues? What is the authority of the schools in the consortium from stopping another school from joining the consortium? What are they going to be looking at as issues? Because do they want competition? Where does St. Francis fit into this equation? They didn't come, but they want to come. They didn't come to the meeting.
Jim, why do you say it's a foregone conclusion that we'll have a consortium?
Because everybody at the Saturday thing wants it. A consortium of people, and the word is sort of consortium of higher education in Goodyear. Now, that doesn't mean that there will be any Claremont relationship. It just means that it will be a body of people who will be the coordinating influence for how this will be established over the next 5 years and will continue for 20 or 30 years.
Oh, not the establishment, but how it will be put together is what you're saying.
It's
furthering the goal of higher education in Goodyear, whether that comes in 4 different campuses, 15 miles apart, all up and down our city, or in one campus as a Claremont model, or some derivative
It
thereof.
still can be a consortium.
You still have a consortium moving the ball forward.
Yeah,
and
it's
getting the
bringing
goal.
together of the leaders to talk about
Right.
it. And any one of those
Right.
persons can say, I'm going to build a campus in the Straymont Ranch. I want to remain a member of the consortium, but I'm doing my own thing. It's so open, and everything is a function of them making the first move.
So the first thing we use is a definition of consortium that everyone agrees upon.
It's a bringing together
I don't think
of
so.
the elements interested in higher education.
I think they need to do that.
The city, I would guess the mayor would probably be the chair, okay? Because that person is bringing them together. And then each president would be a member of that, and it would meet periodically. And from them would be legs. From the mayor might be a city government leg. Another leg would be private business leg. And then they would have their own elements under them to get things done as you progress over time. And these people would be tasked to do things. But it would all funnel back to these presidents to see if, in fact, they're pleased with how it's going. Because the day they aren't is the day it fails.
That's right.
They will roll on out. So we have to keep them fully enlightened and having an influence on where we progress.
So Mayor, it sounds like you've got a vision of how this consortium might work.
I only have a vision as to who needs to be on it from our perspective. I don't understand theirs well enough. But I do believe it has to be people who can make a decision for their particular school. You know?
That's tough in academia. There's all kinds of different.
For sure.
Yeah, been there, done that kind of thing. So that consortium would probably be a good place. Jim, did you get your answer?
Yes, I did.
All right, I heard 2 reservations. I just don't want to leave. We're getting ready for lunch, or for dinner, rather. All right. I heard Rob say, let's make sure the constituents understand that this 100-acre park, this 100 acres, whereas we believe this is a ripe opportunity, something very good. Let's don't let that be a foregone conclusion that somebody doesn't have some idea about a park being there. And that's what I heard you say. The second was, I heard Frank say, let's be cautious about preconceiving how this would work. Let's make sure that we're keeping an open mind. Frank, did I get that right?
That's right.
Any other concerns you have?
Yeah, I think you also heard from a couple people that this is an integrated, the objective is to integrate the city,
That's exactly right.
the commercial, and the schools into some package.
Because that's
How
what's
big
gonna-
it is, we don't know,
That's right.
but it's the bringing together of every.
Or where they're located.
Thank you, Mayor, because
Yeah,
that's,
and I've used as an
That's
example,
another-
we need a city center which has a bench that an 18-year-old sits on next to a 65-year-old.
you're right.
You know, that you bring the people together.
Thank you for articulating that, because that's exactly right. And that's what's going to sustain this city.
And that's what they want.
Yeah.
These colleges want to be a part of our government from the standpoint their youngsters will learn from us in government. That's part of their
Vice versa.
curriculum.
And vice versa.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
And maybe some of us 65-year-old folks want to be taking some of those classes.
Okay,
Everybody's
Jim, you got
smiled
your
at
answer?
that.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, could we head off to get some dinner and come back? Now, remember, we're on time at this point, or almost. Who's going to be presenting for Cato? Cato's ill, I know.
Bob Lawson.
All right, be prepared. 5:30. I'll put the cards, and we'll go ahead and do
Yep,
that, all right?
yes, please.
All right, go ahead and do it. Council, may we begin? Mayor?
Sure.
All right, just keep eating, and the desserts look fantastic. I suppose we can have those after we're done. Bob?
Mr. Mayor, Council, Bob Lawson with Public Works, and just to let you know, I'm filling in for Cato tonight. He is out ill. What I'd like to spend just a few minutes briefly of your time presenting some information to you that we would like to reaffirm with you. It's on the rankings of municipal facilities. Over the past 6 months, we have asked for your input as well as the public input on ranking of public facilities. In June, Council established priorities, the 12 priorities, which you see up here for facility projects. And in October, Deutsche, as part of the master plan, did public information gathering, and they surveyed the public and established a list of their top 6 priorities and also some of their comments. And what I'd like to give you the opportunity tonight to give us the guidance in establishing if these priorities are still in the ranking that you would like us to move forward with. At the work session on November the 6th, Deutsche also provided you with some recommendations as well on moving forward. And so while this is a very brief presentation, the substance of it is back with you in receiving your direction on how you would like us to proceed with the rankings of the projects.
You need to back up.
It's hard to respond to that. I mean, you told us a week ago, not you, Bob, but that Public Works corporate yard is $100 million.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I integrate all that into my mind with the other objectives. The police and fire administration complex, I don't hardly know what that is. I've heard it for the last year, I don't know what it is. All the, I don't know how we begin with this. Tell me how to begin with it. If a council member knows how, sound off. I don't know how to begin with it.
The question is whether that reflects what we
That's-
desire.
I thought the second one did.
Is that scoring university, or is that?
Yes.
Two being the priority, nine being.
Looks like we need to have 2 lists. Some of that's stuff we have to have, and the other stuff is stuff that we desire, that we think that will work towards higher quality of life and things. But some of that is a requirement. I mean, we have to have that.
And we had them all mixed when we did them. We just said, well, this is important right now, and the public needs to see this.
I think that was wrong to begin with.
Maybe I can
Our
ask.
approach, Frank?
No, that's all wrong.
Maybe I can.
What would really be nice, if it's possible, is to put dollars next to
Too
each one of
confusing.
these.
Well, and this is the clarity I'd like to add as far as what we're looking for, because that's what I'm hearing from you. Irrespective of scope or dollars or anything else, because that is to be determined in the long haul. We just want to know if functionally, if these priority rankings still mirror your desires and preferences. Exactly. Well, a preference list, because this is not things that are just out in thin air. If we have your priority rankings and we know that this matches those, we will pursue these projects accordingly. Things like a Public Works corporate yard being $100 million, well, that's based on the master plan that was presented to you a few weeks ago, but that's in many, many phases over many years. So we can refine that scope, we can look at the dollars and things of that nature as the project moves forward. This ranking list is irrespective of that type of level of detail, because we don't have that on all these projects. It's merely concept, it's merely function, and we want to make sure that this still matches the priorities that you gave us, I guess, back in June.
I'd like to see how this prioritized list would compare with one that our city manager would put together.
Fair question. Of course, he's in the middle of a bite, so.
It takes 2 minutes.
And define, I mean, the difference between substation and corporate yard for Public Works, I assume substation is, something down south, for instance, a Stray Mountain
Yeah,
Range, place to drop a vehicle and that sort of
Exactly.
thing.
A substation in any
That may not be as
sense.
high on my list, looking at
Okay.
this now,
And
as
perfect.
corporate yard would be.
That's-
After seeing what I saw the other day,
Yes.
what I saw the other day for Public Works was, subpar work conditions and some things that we have to address, but substations,
I think things have changed also because I can say libraries were not high on my list, but now it sounds like we might have an opportunity. Here's one that's kind of fallen in our lap, and so therefore I would think of moving it higher up, only because it's practically in our lap.
Yeah, but we could still have the money, we could still enter into an agreement with the county and not do the library for a year or something. So that would not force our hand.
Right, but it changes the priority.
And the monetary value is not as great for the libraries as it would be for the others.
Library's number one on the citizens list.
Yeah.
I can tell you
I was
that.
gonna say, it's,
It's been there forever and it keeps coming back.
Well, that's why I said this, what we saw may change our priorities when we relook at them, especially if one has fallen in our lap. Can I use those words?
And that is why we're asking the question again right now as part of this, advance, is if things have changed, if new opportunities have arisen, or if your priorities have shifted based on any new information that's come up of late. What I've just heard, at least from one council member, is that public works substations might fall a little bit lower in the rankings, but that the corporate yard still remains where it is. Maybe libraries, from a council perspective, might be a little higher in the rankings. This is one person talking, so again, this is back to that, we'll look for consensus. But libraries, from the council's perspective, might raise a little higher in the rankings.
Well, and if Larry's earlier discussion of $1 to $10 kind of ratio, I'm going to hold you to that, Larry, by the way, no matter what the economic conditions are for the next several years. But the 1 to 10 ratio, if that was to exist, and some of the creative things that can be done in terms of advancing some of these the list, the other list, not that one that's up there, but that can advance some of the others. The Public Works yard, for instance, you got to have a library, but you got to have a work truck for the guy to fix the plug when the plug goes out. So, it's a little bit of chicken and egg going on.
And Councilmember Antoniak, your point goes exactly to why we're asking for priorities, because as dollars allow and resources allow, we will plug in the higher priorities as quickly as our capabilities will accommodate.
So assuming water and wastewater just has to happen, it's got to happen. So why put it on the list? Let's just tell me the dollar amount.
Let me just say,
from my standpoint, let me finish my comment. From my standpoint, it's great to know about it, but there's a mandatory list, and then there's this list that we always debate about. We never debate about water and wastewater. We always say it's a priority.
that's good. I want to hear
Right.
that.
We know that's a priority.
But-
We got to turn the faucet on, flush the toilet.
But they're talking about facilities. Sean in here, I want to make sure I can hide from him later, but they're talking about not hooking up water and not pipes going here and there. They're talking about the buildings. That's why it's on here. Facilities.
Okay, then be more descriptive.
So,
Wastewater and water facilities sound to me like I'm going to flush the toilet and it's not going to flush.
No.
I'm going to turn the water and it's not going to come on.
it's different.
But-
Right, Sean?
So you're talking about administrative complex or
To get all the people together, get them
Something
out
more
of
than your mobile home.
Mobile homes, yeah.
Maybe this discussion feeds into the mayor's point, kicking off this advance, is that there are certain elements that you entrust to staff, water, wastewater, utilities, et cetera, and you don't necessarily want to
That's right.
provide input on that. You're accepting that staff will implement those as needed to meet the community's overall needs. But it's the more discretionary projects or the ones that are less in tune with health, safety, welfare, et cetera, but more into the quality of life and provision of service per se. Is that what I'm hearing, and does that mirror what the mayor mentioned earlier?
I think so.
Okay. So if that's the case, then I'll ask this question. Are there any facilities that you consider more discretionary or less related to health, safety, and welfare that are not appropriately ranked in this list.
Yeah. Well, in first place, we need some definition in some of these. What is City Hall? What are you talking about at City Hall? What's in this? The offices?
City Hall would be the administrative functions for the city of Goodyear. Specifically, what offices it contains, certainly that'll be done during master planning, design, et cetera. So I can't tell you every person that'll be located there or anything like that, but generically, it'll cover the administrative services of the city and the council functions, et cetera.
Why wouldn't the police and fire administration, by that definition, be part of the city hall?
The reason that we have excluded that or not placed that in there is that the police and court functions specifically were ruled out through the city center public committee as being a part of city center. So we are respecting that guidance that was offered by the committee, and we assumed, bought into by the council in approving the area master plan. That's why we haven't even, and later on we talk about city center facilities, we specifically don't mention options for police, admin, et cetera, or courts, because that was specifically a desire to not have that by the committee.
And you don't have council chambers there?
Yes, I would. That's where I said the council functions as well, and that would include
that would
council
be in
chambers.
City Hall.
Correct.
All right. Now, looking at this from a more overall, how can this be integrated? Your municipal training center, your library, your performing arts facility, and the council chambers, all of those things could be all come together in one unit. And there's no sense in having, for instance, a performing arts center sits there vacant for day after day after day, and then it's used on a Friday night or maybe 2-3 nights a week. That is good use of city monies. But if it were also a training facility where it's being used for something other than just entertainment, I think you'd have something more usable. It could also be integrated with your city council or possibly even the justice facility. I don't know. But there's possibility of integrating some of these.
Well, sure. And my concern here is that we really don't know what is going to be in the city center. If we knew, if we saw a plan of what you anticipate is going to be in that city center, such as the city hall, such as administration for police and fire, if that's the case, or we're going to have to build a separate facility for them, and I see that might be in the offing here by what we have on the screen. But that, I think that would help me relate to where we're going in this structure of a city center.
And I'm going to reverse the question back, because part of our final discussion this evening, which it focuses on city center, will be seeking your thoughts, your vision on what you'd like to see in a city center. We can tell you everything that could potentially be included in one, but that's a pretty massive list. And so we'd like council's feedback on what you envision seeing there and the types of facilities, the types of services. With that information, then we feed that into the master plan and the design, et cetera, and then we can tell you what we can locate there. So it goes back and forth. We'd rather not dictate to you exactly what we want to see there, because if that doesn't match your vision, then we're going down the wrong path.
Yeah.
Can I make just a suggestion? Because this is bigger than this mind can handle. Be quite candid about it, all that stuff. I can't bring it into my mind and come out with a solution.
Okay.
What if, just think about it, what if we would have, break our council into threes, 2 council members for each one? Because we don't really know what they want in a police and fire admin facility. We don't necessarily know what goes into a corporate yard. But 2 of us working with them could determine that.
Good idea.
And maybe if instead of asking us the prioritization is very important anyway, really. And because
It's true.
you're going to make the decisions based on leveraging opportunities and phasing and financial availability. What if we would say 2 council members take on police and fire substations and police and fire admin and a firing range, and they get with those people over a month, couple months, just learn all about it. Then 2 other council members get with water and wastewater and public works, and those, because those go together, and learn about those.
I'll do that.
And say, this is what we'd like, this is what we think. And then another group learn about the City Hall and Justice Center and the Municipal Training Center, and learn about that. And then we bring these 6 people, all of us together, and 2 of us are going to be doggone good in every one of these categories. And we can actually say, this is what can be done, but it needs to be done in these phases. And do it with you. Say,
Can it be even done
do it
there?
with water and wastewater leaders. Do it with fire and police leaders. You want our input. You need an educated input. You don't need something that, well, I like a library. Why? Well, I like libraries. That isn't good enough. You know? And I feel unable to do this. I don't know about the rest of you.
Well, and then you have to bring in what the public has said, because you've had all of these committees and all this public input.
They can do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They need to give that information, say the city center quadrant. What did this committee meet for 2 years? You know, what they came out, what they expect, or we can't just delete that. That has to be a part of this.
In the City Hall, we're in a big building today. Those people are moving to City Center. What are we going to do with that building? Maybe fire and police admin? I don't know. But I think we need to investigate that stuff. If you want us to give you an opinion, you have to make us more knowledgeable of the opportunities and alternatives,
Mr.
I
Mayor.
think.
Mr. Mayor, many of us are involved in the various departments that we're talking about up here.
Okay.
I know that Brenda's with water and the wastewater treatment plant. I've been involved with fire and with police to a certain extent, but we know where the type of facilities that they're in right now, and they're cramped. They can't move. They're terrible.
Yeah.
They're terrible situations, and Rob's the same way with the public works. There's no question about that. We've made tours of those buildings, and they're a mess. They really don't present themselves as a good working environment, and that basically is our concern here. But your suggestion that we break off is very, very good, because now we can meet with the individuals who have in mind what they feel is necessary for them to function properly in the city and provide the safeties that follow. So, yeah, I'm for that 100%.
And I think we ought to be looking at this building. If we build a new city hall, okay, what is the best department to house in this building? Is it fire and police administration? Do we keep it? Do we keep it? Do we sell it? We own it, I know, but at the cost of real estate nowadays, might behoove us to use the structure we have here. And so what departments would meet that need for this building? I don't know.
We've already taken our first stab at exactly that information. It's in, I believe it's the last page in your books, as far as it's an inventory of both the properties and the buildings that the city owns, as well as those that potentially can be or will be vacated in the future, and what future lists or what future uses they may have. So they're only opinions, they're only options, but we have at least put some thought into that happening.
You know, Jim, that's $500 million up there, and maybe more.
At least.
More, sir.
Yeah. And we're going to prioritize right now. I can't see it.
Okay.
We need, and I don't say my idea is the right one. It probably isn't. But we need to come up with a way to attack this in which it's really broken down into something workable. It's just too big, and they're too different. Some are absolutely crucial, some aren't. It's just,
I don't know how anybody works
I
that.
think what you have up there is a list of desires. I mean, you've got a priority of what's
Desired, maybe, and that may have been the way we approached it. We didn't really approach looking at that list in a very practical, I've got $1, how am I going to split the dollar, and where's, if you gave me $1 and told me I needed to split it between the 12, I don't know that I'd come up with the same, priority. It would be an interesting exercise to know what each one of those costs and how and how much money we had over a 5-year period, and to pencil that out and see what happens. You might net a different result.
Can I make a suggestion that I hopefully will get you to where I think you want to go and where you can give us the input we're looking for? If I get consensus on this, staff will go back, get some additional information. I think what I've heard a need for is at least some short, brief definitions of what these things mean in our minds, some rough order of magnitude costs. I mean, we won't know exactly because there's no level of planning behind them, but we can use historical data from other cities and other facilities in the area, come up with something that at least relates to each other, and then eliminate facilities that are mandated needs versus those that there are more discretionary, more preferential in nature, and then we can come back to you and have more of a discussion rather than just throw a list up and say, what do you think? Is this still your priority? And maybe even look at some of the financing opportunities over the next, probably much more than 5 years, because this is not 5 years of work. This is 10, 20 years worth of work for all these different facilities. Exactly. Right.
Jim,
So-
let's take this a step further. I'm hearing that Georgia wants to be on the group, that one of the people that wants to work with the City Hall-related issues. Who would like to work with her? Okay, Brenda does. On the Public Works Corporate Yard, who wants to take that one on?
Is that what we're all, are we all heading down this path of splitting up? Hold on, before you go there, Stephen.
I was going to say, I did.
This is not,
Well, and
I
one
don't
can work
think this
on
is-
police, fire, administration.
Have them break it out.
we've got the people that know what they're doing here, and then we get the council involved in this. I just don't think this is.
Frank, if I could. You're right. This is the staff's function, probably. But they presented to us as a council to prioritize.
Yeah.
And they've transferred the responsibility, which we'll accept if they want us to decide when we're going to do those things and how we're going to do them. Now, we accept that responsibility, or we say, no, we do not accept that responsibility. You go back and you tell us precisely what should be done for all those things. But there's a big difference there. We should not be asked to prioritize things unless we become educated in the subject. If you do not want to become educated in the subject and you feel that's not our function, then we leave it with the staff. And they come back and tell us what's going to happen.
Well, we're being
Whatever you do, you got to be
How
smart
does that-
about doing it. That's the
There's
point.
a middle-of-the-road approach here. They're both making good points. The middle-of-the-road approach is, let the staff come back and tell us what they think the city hall should house, and what approximately what would it cost. And then we could start trimming what the uses would be for the city hall, or we might accept it as it is. And the same thing with every other item on there. So they come back with their wish list, their utopia, about what should be in each one of these facilities and what the dollar amount is, and we say, is that a 20-year plan or a 30-year plan? Maybe we want to work on something stretched out a little bit more, but we need more information. We don't have enough information here.
We all agree on that, I think.
Well, it's a combination. Does it justice billing? Can that go?
Fred.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If I may,
I'm sorry.
Fred earlier asked me a question, but I wanted to wait for this discussion to occur because I think it's important that this dialogue happen. The City Hall and all of its components, at a minimum, is basically everything that is in this building transferred out to that location with a city council chambers tied to it. that is one of the number one priorities from our vantage point. At the same time, Public Works Yard, phase one of probably 5 phases, has to accomplish and take care of the existing conditions and give them some growth capability. Number 3 is a police fire administrative building coupled with the court function, because it has been described as those things work together very well, and the activity levels are not, it's the best combinations you can make. The fourth one, the fourth one is, how does the library, performing arts, and the municipal training facilities link into any and all of those? So it kind of becomes independent. Those float, but they can become connected once you determine if a city center or a council chambers can be built big enough. Should it be part of a performing arts building that is next door? It should not necessarily be part of the physical building of phase one of City Hall. It should be a standalone building that has the ability to grow into, and then into these components. It also then allows you some financing options, some privatization, and some other things to participate. From our perspective, it's a matter of phasing those in, and there's not enough money to do all of them in the next 5 years at full-blown capacity. I think it's seeking your reinforcement that, staff go after it. I think the point about having some experts, it's important to have a couple of people on the council that understands a little more about that detail, so that they can help inform the rest of the council. That was the idea that was being discussed here from my perspective.
And if I can possibly wrap this up.
Good luck.
Well, I want to clarify a few points I heard and make a proposal as to where we go from here, which is very different from where I thought we'd go from here. First off, Mr. Mayor, the intention here was not asking council to take this over, take it on, or asking for the how-tos. We agree with you, all what I think I've heard from all of you. That's our job. We execute, we get it done. These are priority rankings you have already given us. This is an exercise you went through previously. We're confirming your previous data, your previous information. And maybe this was an ill-fated attempt on my part to do that. But nonetheless, we'd already gotten your feedback. And during the work session, because it was one of those that went pretty quick, there was really not a lot of opportunity for debate, for discussion. And now I see what would have happened had there been time for that. But
you've taken it well, Jim. You've taken it well.
I'm trying to roll with the punches. What I would like to suggest is that 2 parallel paths. Number one, what I was saying earlier, staff will go back, get an additional level of an appropriate additional level of detail. We don't want to write a dissertation on each facility, but we need you to understand better than we've expressed here what these all mean. We'll add some dollars, we'll add some potential scheduling or phasing or some additional level of detail, so we're giving you a more complete picture. And we'll take out the facilities that are mandatory and maybe just compress it to the facilities that are more preferential. And we're going to stick with these priorities as shown unless we hear through the city center discussion some different information that may influence how these are ranked. On a parallel path, I think the concept that's been talked about and that Stephen went into a little more detail on is creating the council member experts, or whatever word you want to use, liaisons, certainly is something we can pursue. That takes a little more time, and I'd hate to tie it to this exercise, because if one thing takes one length of time, you don't want to slow up or speed up how you're proceeding. So that probably means I'm not on the right track.
I think we're on a fine track. Rest assured, we believe the effort's honorable, and it was last time.
Mm-hmm.
But My only point was, yeah, keep it,
Okay.
but don't give it to us
Yeah, I agree.
until we know the subject matter. That's the point.
Okay.
And I hate to say, somebody come up to me and say, Kavanaugh, you made this priority. I would never want to stand up to that list, okay? Because I don't know that we can't have a library while we're building a public works corporate yard. I can't explain why we can't do that. And what you need to do, I think, if you want to do great, that's where it belongs.
Okay.
But you need to say, these are the alternatives in each one of these.
Mhm.
When you can do what phases to break it down into, and the pros and cons of all those things. If you want us to make decisions, you got to provide us a lot of material. Honestly.
I feel like
Agreed.
I'm going in a circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a circle right now. I do know there are 3 areas that are extremely important. Public Works, extremely important. Police and Fire Administration. I mean, it's really terrible in the circumstances in which they go to work. So, I mean, there's no question about that. And then I look at the City Hall. We're shipping people out of the City Hall into all sorts of buildings. So those are the 3 major structures that we need to concentrate on. And I just think we get too much to look at one time. I think those are 3 extremely high needs for the city. And the library fits in there because we've worked out a system where that's going to happen. So it's just so much you have in there that I just think we need to confine it to 3 good projects and then go with it. Excuse me.
And
I hear that.
These are all good points, but, for example, Jim, police and fire substations. Since we started talking about impact fees, we get rid of a few of them. So the plurality isn't even correct with regard to the number you would have put up there prior to our recent impact fee meeting. So having said that, and then also I'd like our fire chief to give us the number and also justify some out-of-the-box thought processes to show us that this is indeed what we really need in this day and age and moving forward. Because I'm not so sure, in my mind, and I'm not a fireman, I'm not a fire chief certainly, I'm not so sure that the fire stations that we're looking at building maybe are exactly what this community needs.
Okay. And I guess to wrap that up, a lot of that information will come to us next month from the Citizens Public Safety Advisory Committee. So those recommendations, those suggestions on the facilities and the services that this community is looking for, you'll be receiving shortly. And that'll be wrapped into a much more detailed look when we get to scoping and planning. This was intended to be very generic, and I acknowledge the error of my ways and my genericism, so I've learned my lesson, and I think unless someone says what I outlined earlier is not right, that's where I'm going to go. I'm sitting down.
I have.
We were starting to feel sorry for you.
That was the most polite shepherd hook I ever saw.
You're done, Bob.
No, I've got an observation here, and I as I'm sitting here listening to this discussion, I'm thinking to myself, I'm the consumer of the product here. I'm not the maker. You throw a tiramisu in front of me, I'll tell you if it's got enough rum, or if it doesn't have enough rum, or if it's got enough cocoa, or if it doesn't have enough cocoa. But don't ask me to put the ingredients together. I'm not the chef. You guys are the chefs. We're the consumers. We're at the dining table, and we're eating the product, okay? You guys are the ones putting it together. So when you present a list like this, it's fantastic for us to put our emotional thought into it, our desires, our wishes, and what we think we're hearing from other individuals. The reality is, you're the experts in this arena, and that's what I gathered from the conversation we just had. And, push me up to the cliff and then ask me if I'm willing to jump off of it with you when it comes to building City Hall. That's going to include an observation on my part as to whether or not I think the finances are correct, whether or not I think this is the right direction for the city, whether or not I think this is something our constituents and our taxpayers desire. Same goes for police, fire, admin. Same goes for public works yard. Same goes for a library. But get me to the cliff. if that makes sense.
You get to a cliff here.
Educate me. Get me to the point that I'm going to say yes or no. Don't ask me to put the ingredients into the pot
Give us a
and help
total
cook it for you.
You want to make sure you have a parachute, though,
But
as
Jim,
part of that
I
recipe.
don't, that was impossible to do, so don't feel bad.
Don't feel
okay?
But I do have one more question to ask you, Jeff.
You give him a hug first before you ask him.
You know, if, when you're looking at these projects, okay, we see them as projects per se, but if we can break them out, in other words, it's going to take 3 years. Tell us what you're going to do in the first year, the second year, and third year, fourth year, fifth year college, so that we know what's going to happen in that span of time. I think it's important for us to be that up with the project as they revolve, or evolve. But that is, to me, very, very important.
Mr. Sousa, is it fair to say, though, that you want to see how soon the building's going to be built? You just don't want to hear that it's
Absolutely.
a plan.
Put a goal to it.
Absolutely.
design.
Well, but
Schedule
tell me,
to it.
if it's going to be out 2 years, 3 years, tell me that. Okay?
Yeah.
But tell me what's going to occur in those 3 years and in what increments.
Yeah,
And what the
You've got to
component
start
pieces
putting.
are.
You've got to start putting, whether or not, and if we understand the dates may slip, you've got to start putting timelines
Yeah.
to this stuff. Because, and I think you have. I mean, in a lot of other materials, we've seen timelines. But when we talk about a list like this, I mean, it's just like if I say I'm going to be done doing something by the first of the year, I want to be done doing it by the first of the year. If it slips 7 days, fine. But start putting it, start living it, and start breathing it.
You heard that, Kim?
We'll consume it.
Well, and you can ask, if I could tell you the number of times I'm stopping in the street and says, when is City Center starting?
Yeah. Oh man.
I mean, 2 years the committee, and we're out of the committee, and it's all I ever hear, and I don't have any answer for them.
It's embarrassing.
And so we just need to,
Yeah, and not only that, and I think Jim got the gist here, you're going to pay for this, we're going to amortize it over a certain period of time, and then how long do you plan on using this city center, a projected number of years, before we start adding to it based on the current population growth in this community?
Remodeling.
Yeah, or, that's right, adding to it or remodeling, you're right. So those things should be, I guess, there's ways to do that.
Yeah, but your list also includes apples and oranges, and we should have, a long time ago, we should have separated that out. Because your community made a list over here, and that didn't even begin to coincide with the list that the council made. You had two different lists here. And on that's two different things. Our desires and the community's desires. That's two different lists. We have those. Now, there's also a third list. In that list, within that group, there should have been pulled out of that a third group of things that have to be. There are certain things the water, sewer, fire, police, some of those things have to be with the growing community because we have to have it out there before we do anything else. Now, we're talking about quality of life here, and all the community sees are these niceties that they want to come to, but there's those functional things in there that drive whether we can even build a community or develop it any further. So we've got really three different things here.
so
And we've got them all
your
thrown
third
into
thing
one.
is infrastructure, which we're going to discuss, I gather,
That's
in
exactly
the
right.
next section. So, okay.
Let me summarize it. You said, and I broke this down around, but you've got two lists, mandatory and optional. The one in the mandatory is the infrastructure, the stuff you don't see, it's below ground or it's on roads or whatever. Then you have optional things. The problem is some of those optional things could be incorporated into the mandatory things to get bigger bang.
There's two lists of the optional things. One, the council decided was they prioritized it one way, and one the community prioritized, and they're two different lists
And are
of
they
the same
completely
thing.
dissimilar?
Yes.
Well, you could have,
No, they're not.
Well, not completely dissimilar, but they're dissimilar. They're not the same.
Either dissimilar or not dissimilar.
well,
No,
you
wait
can
a
also have a third one, which is
I'm
staff.
sorry, I started that, Frank. All right, I'll take my apology.
Let it go.
Money's part of it says money's part of the planning process. I kept hearing you say, listen, we can't decide and prioritize
Money?
until we know how much it's going to cost, right? Priorities change depending on other factors. And
Right.
It comes down to leverage. I heard you say that. If some things fall in our lap, things are going to change. All of a sudden, you get this university, and it needs a library. You find different plans. All of a sudden, now you got a library. It comes up on your priorities because you got a chance to
really
do
get
something. Yeah. The comment was, how about the council split up the list and become experts? And in the end, what I heard you say was, and I heard Stephen say, it sure would be nice to have some kind of expertise on each one of these projects, but it's not the council's job to figure this all out, all right? Because what you wanted to do was to, and I've got it down here, to have you bring alternatives and bring information, and then have you see if what they're bringing you fits with your mind. All right, it's the staff's job to bring you that stuff. Brenda, you're an expert in water and wastewater now, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. And so, you see, what you got there is some expertise. You got to build that council capacity. I heard you say, how do we integrate the public into this discussion? That was something I heard Rob say, I heard Frank say. How do we integrate the public into this discussion? If you want an informed opinion, we need to be educated. I heard the mayor say that. What will you do with the current city hall when you move? And staff is saying, we've started to think about that. We've got some things that's in the book, right? What do the departments need, and how can we best accommodate those needs? All right, so one of the questions was, should we all go out and find a department, kind of adopt them and find out what they need? And of course, I also heard you say that their needs probably are on a continuum of absolute wishes, all right, down to bare minimums. Staff is to get the info on each of the projects and use historical data, then divide into categories of mandatory, optional, and in terms of mandatory, I guess the infrastructure would be another piece of that. Either council gets educated and makes the decisions, or, let's see, staff brings an analysis with recommendations and defines the money and the details. One of the two. And I'm hearing you say, gee, no, there's really a middle ground. We can do a little of both. All right, look at the financing opportunities. Look at co-location. I heard that, by the way, over and over again. Co-location, joint use, resource sharing, things like that. I heard that. Create council member experts. Be point sources of information, I heard you say. Be point sources of information. Give us an alternative, give us a plan, tell us staff priority, and make it simple. Did I get that right? And things keep changing, and we need to anticipate those future changes. We can't keep building fire stations like they were built in 1985 when the needs are going to change. And in 2020, we need to anticipate those changes. Did I hear that? Now, what did I miss? Stephen.
I just want to pose a question to staff. Staff's expectation, is it true, as you earlier described, that in January or February you're going to bring back the answers and the recommendations with a timeline and with costs associated for council's consideration? Just say yes.
I don't know that I can lie like that.
You don't think you have enough time to do that?
No. February, the intention is to bring back the update of the CIP, which will include some of those items, but not all of them. And many of them will extend far beyond the 5-year horizon of the CIP. That's why, so I can't hit every one of them. But shortly after February, we can come back with the full list, including things that aren't in the CIP for council to look at with our recommendations, and certainly with some additional level of detail that will help you get your arms around what we're looking at.
Well, some of them will be addressed when you bring the CIP to us.
Correct.
Because some of those things are on that list. Some have already begun.
Exactly,
So,
yes.
we've got a lot of different stages.
Right.
And my question to the council is Jim's response satisfactory to you as a council?
I think it's a real answer.
Okay.
I heard it very clear that when Dick said, I want to know when things are going to happen, even if it's delayed, that's okay. We just want to know when things are going to happen, when to expect things, and how it plays out. Ken, remember our discussion in planning this session? I said you have the electronic technology to do what I think the council wants. Remember we talked about that? I'm hearing Dick say very clearly, that's the kind of stuff he wants, to be able to go in there and say, this project, here's where it's scheduled, here's what else funded, here's what we need, here's what we don't, right? Dick?
You got it.
Okay. Anything else on the priorities for city facilities? All right, we got a couple things going here real quickly, but I wanted to show you something that might be helpful to you in understanding what's going on. Because fact is, as I was planning this, or as I was working with the staff to plan this, I kept saying, "Well, wait a minute. What are your criteria for making selection of CIP? You know, how do you prioritize things? You know, let's give the council a heads up on this. Let's let them understand what your calculations are and how that spells forward." So let's take a look at these. I just put these on a slide so you could get some idea of how that works. All right, first of all, one of the things is the available funding and regulations and guidelines dictate the allowable uses of various funding sources and therefore limit what projects the monies can be funded for. So you have the money, and is it in the right category? That's one question on whether or not you're going to get it done. All right, then we got public health and safety projects. All right, that's another criteria, a variable, that would either bounce it up or keep it down in the priority listing. All right. Another one is council priorities. You know, what is the council saying about it? Is this important to them? Is it not? I know that, for instance, I know to Frank, I know that a symphony and a performing arts center is real important. And I think to Georgia, is that not right, Frank?
That's right.
All right. I know Georgia mentioned infrastructure. She says, listen, we can't do anything in terms of economic development or anything else unless we got the pipes in the ground and the sewers and things like that. So each one of you have a different priority on what you might do. So what are those priorities from the council? That's another variable they use in putting out their priorities. The technical and operating needs. Now, by the way, these are in your books. I won't tell you where they are right now, but just these are all in your books, actually. The technical operating needs of the project. How technical is it, you know? Are there schedules? Are there priorities? Are there internal priorities? Are there dependencies? Will the project go through? You have to have this before you can get that. So how are other projects dependent on this? And then we got contractual obligations. Do you have things that you agreed to do, developers and so forth, or the community expectations, and you need to meet those priorities, agreements with other entities and so forth. Now, we've got partnering opportunities. Are there opportunities that come up, for instance, at library, if you get a bunch of universities in here? Is there an opportunity to help pay for some of these things and to partner, to share, to co-locate, things like that? And dependencies. Again, projects may need to be scheduled so that they can support other things. So these are all factors by which staff starts to prioritize their capital improvement programs. Are the resources available? You know, is the money there? Does the project itself coincide with the money being available? Does it come due? Is there anything you can do about that? You know, or can you move things around? So we got a number of topics we're going to deal with tomorrow, but I wanted to show you just those items and say this is the calculus the staff goes through in creating their priorities. Any thoughts or comments on those? Rob, you look like you got something on your mind. I see those wheels turning.
Not right now.
Okay. Any comments or thoughts on what I just showed you?
Wheels are always turning.
Yeah?
You know,
Dick?
Georgia hit on something that I've been concerned about, and that's infrastructure. And talked to Stephen on several occasions now on how we can get this type of a project going. And before we get commercial or industrial properties, which really is going to bring in the tax dollars that we're going to need to put these projects to the forefront, we're going to have this type of development in this community. I think one of these work sessions, I'd like to see the city manager come up with what he feels we can do in this area of special districts that can accommodate putting infrastructure in necessary acreage in the city so that we can move and be ready for people that want to come in here and build. And they're not going to build unless we have underground in place.
And specifically, you want to look at special districts to pay for that?
That's right.
Jim, did you have a comment?
I was just going to say that part of tomorrow's discussion will include a presentation on
You have homework on it tonight?
I already Part of tomorrow's discussion will be to include economic development, infrastructure, and projects that can accommodate those. It won't be the funding sources, but at least it will be the start of the infrastructure needed to support those types of projects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any comments on the variables before we proceed? Jim's up next. I thought I'd give him a little respite. Yeah.
It's a good thing
Mayor?
it worked.
One of the problems with the variables, for example, excellent example is that the agreement between West Valley Arts Council and Homero is falling apart. Okay, so do we want to encourage them, West Valley, and their 2.9 million, or whatever they have, to come to our city center and we'll leverage with them and colleges to build a huge performing arts center. So how do we, okay.
And lecture hall.
When we find out about that, one of the problems is because of open meeting law issues, how do you bring the council in to be at the front end of the discussion of that? Because West Valley Arts Council is really struggling, I think. And we might have an option for them. I don't know if we do or not. I just know that that's only one example of leveraging opportunities that arise frequently, that we have to find a way. The council wants to be responsive.
Yeah.
It's hard to be responsive in a regulated arena, which we're in. But how do you do that? And you don't want the whole world to know that there's a difficulty between Homero and,
just told them.
you know, so.
Well, the press is here, so maybe they'll put that out.
I think that just happened.
And maybe it's time for that to happen.
Well, why don't we ask Rourke to pursue that?
Mr. Cleveland or council?
Staff is looking into that right now.
But how do we? See,
But
the
how
thing
do
is,
we
you
do
don't
it?
know that
just an
this
example.
group of people wants you to do that, right?
Exactly
Yeah,
is the
that's right.
problem.
Yeah, and how do you bring us into it?
And how do we get the newspaper, who's sitting here in the room, Sarah, and others to respect the fact that we need to have those quiet conversations before it becomes public knowledge? We can talk to you about the privacy. Good. Let's talk.
But I agree, this is a great opportunity,
Yep.
Mayor. I heard it
We've
a
all
couple
heard it.
weeks
I think
ago.
we need to add something else to it, and that's the private-public partnership. Because there are private enterprises out there that would like to come in here with that.
I know, that we both
We've
had
got
that.
one sitting
both
there.
been with-
Well, even more than that, the developer too.
This is a really interesting discussion, because we've gone around in a big circle here.
Yeah, we have.
I think I
We
said the
started
minute.
with the Fine Arts Council, when I was on the board, can we work something out with the city? And all of a sudden, that negotiation dropped, it was gone. And then this ongoing thing with Homero started and went through one director and now through another director. And I think it's time that we just bring the discussions back
It was
where
meant
they
to
were
be.
initially.
It's
Yeah.
meant to be
It's not gonna
back
happen.
home.
There are a lot of hurdles.
We have so much to gain, and they have so much to gain
Yes.
by us going
A
with
lot of
it.
hurdles.
And it fits in with everything
Perfect.
that we're looking at bringing in
Yeah.
Goodyear. It's a
You better act quickly now that you're on the record.
Pardon me?
I said you better act quickly now that you're
Well, I've
recorded.
already
and-
talked to Lisa, I've talked to Julie.
Good idea.
And I've talked to Julie.
I've talked to Dustin,
Yep.
and hey, it's a good idea, and that's all I hear about it.
Getting off on a tangent, and maybe we don't want to go now, Jim, but when you had these
Do it.
discussions, what is the opportunity with regard to the property that was given by Suncor for a specific purpose? Can they liquidate that and come over to us?
Yeah, I think, no, we don't know they can,
That's what
because
I'm asking. I don't
those people who donated the 2.9 million, you
Right.
did,
Yeah.
Frank did, others of it, I have, others of us have, those people have to be asked if they're willing for their money to go to Goodyear versus where it was planned. So there is that obstacle. But why wouldn't they be
I
willing?
don't know why they wouldn't be.
Well, if there's that strained relationship between the two entities, you'd think that they wouldn't want to move into the area that they were considering to build their structure on.
Is that what? I'm sorry, you know what you said about moving.
Close proximity to the college and where they're going to put the fine arts
The
building.
problem you're going to have here, and Jim alluded to it, the problem you're going to have here is this is supposed to be a regional arts council. You're going to have a little bit of pushback from some of the other communities. Just like we had pushback from some of the other communities when at one time we were seriously talking about putting this in Litchfield Park.
Yeah. Well, my point is this, that it's always been a point of frustration with me, is that, we keep dumping money into this project, and we've constantly, been asked to increase contributions to it. And this we shouldn't really be discussing this at this meeting, but if we did something like that, this would be our facility, and we would be using money that we're contributing, okay, at the present time, and bringing that money back into the city of Goodyear, and having a facility to accommodate what we're demanding, what the city.
You're right on target, Dick, and actually talk to the Fine Arts, or the Arts Council about being an operational mechanism for a facility that the city owns. We could contract to them. There are all sorts of ways we can do this, but this might be the salvation for the Arts Council.
Would this be a conversation you'd want to have during tomorrow's session when we talk about new projects or unfunded projects?
Yeah.
CIP? No, this is something that needs to occur here.
This is related to the city center. Yeah, but the reason I brought it up was to try to accelerate one. No, I wanted to emphasize one of your points about leveraging. When you have an opportunity, how do you bring the body together to consider the opportunity? So you move on it like that.
Mayor, I think
that's the point.
I think you continue to have the conversations, move the ball in a positive direction. Let's see where it goes. Get us back together. If there's, all things aside, there'll be a legal agreement that has to be formed or something. We can have a discussion about it at that point. But you get my tacit endorsement. Move forward with it. Let's see what happens.
It was sort of a good example of one of your points. I
The
thought.
ever-changing.
Right.
Always something coming.
And this is a biggie.
It's how the process is
That's
done.
what we have to do. We have to be ready for that.
talk about this
But
idea all
the
night.
biggest thing is we have to be ready to react.
Yeah.
And this is what, we need to build that type of infrastructure around the seven of us, that we can react quickly to these things so
It's
that
a
we
pro-
don't lose that
it's
missed
a-
opportunity.
It's a process issue
Yeah.
that we keep having to deal with.
Yes.
So,
The list, by the way, I think is in the back of section 1 of your book. It's just a listing of variables. So if you ever want to look for it, it's in the back of section 1. Jim, are you ready to carry us into the city center?
Excuse me for laughing.
Jim, it was a good thing you wore a red shirt tonight,
Carry you
huh?
into city center.
The bloodstains won't show up.
I'm excited about what lies ahead for this presentation.
He said he was
Don't
excited to be
so we
here
can see a
tonight.
blush.
No, please. I'd rather suffer silently. Thank you. First part of this discussion is just an overview of the process revolving around the coordination of everything that goes into City Center, because we want to make sure to convey to council our intentions. I've heard different comments over time about maybe what the vision is of how City Center will be designed, how it'll be constructed, and I wanted to offer my 2 cents on where I think and how I think that the process will carry forward. You've seen this all many, many times. This is City Center. Specifically, here is the northwest quadrant that the city has rights to, that we will be developing, working on. Up above that is the 100-acre park. Down below is the future stadium. Lots of options, lots of opportunities. This is not solely intended for government complexes. As was noted earlier, it'll also include retail possibilities, things of that nature. But what's going to be very important is how do we process all these different opportunities together? Well, you can't see that bottom circle. It's supposed to be green. But what I wanted this to represent is what I believe will be the concerted effort to address the different city amenities in City Center. As I said a minute ago, we've got the 40-acre northwest quadrant. We've got the 100-acre park. We have the stadium, and now there is possibility of universities. There could be the temptation to say, let's just throw it all together and we got ourselves one really neat, big, massive mega project. But really that is not what I would personally recommend or as being in our best interest, because each of these different elements has different nuances, different areas of specialization, different focus by your design consultants, by your contractors, et cetera. And so what I tried to represent here is that we're going to have 4 distinct projects, and potentially if you put universities in the 100-acre park, that merges into one. But all of them overlap together and require coordination. And so even if you handle them distinctly and separately, they're not unique, they're not unassociated with each other. And so this is just supposed to represent that we would handle them requiring all the project managers, requiring the different teams that execute them to really work together, and there'd be some person or people on city staff to ensure that coordination occurs. But it would be really important that the 100-acre is done as one unit versus the 40-acre, and then we not try to make it one, because the specifics of those different elements is so different from each other that it's really tough to find one team with all that expertise, so that you're not hurting one element and helping another because strengths and weaknesses carry across. So that, I mean, this is a half-hour section, but that's really what I wanted to get across, and then get any feedback as far as questions or if you have a different desire. But my hope is that you'll go back to your theory earlier that we're the experts and you want us to just move forward as we believe is in the best interest of the city. But I certainly want to answer any questions that you may have, if any. Do you pity me that much that you just don't want to dare ask a question?
When he smiles, I get worried.
That was a great briefing, Jim.
And that's a good concept. I mean, that whole idea is great.
All right, I'll take 1 out of 7 today, though. My one shining moment. I thank you.
You're one of our favorites.
Jim, in baseball, that's a good hitting average.
What are you talking about? That's a 140. That's horrible. You got to get up to at least 2. That's a 280.
I guess I missed my math class on that one.
I'm sorry, Jim.
That's okay. I'm shooting for the low 2s. Don't worry. Okay. So if I'm not going to even ask. We're going to move on. And really, I'm just going to go back to this, but really the focus of the rest of the hour plus that we have left is the projects listed in your book in section 2 under City Center. I think this is what I've heard from all of you is one of the big focuses you want us paying attention to, and you really wanted time to discuss it here. Our hope was that tonight we work on City Center with you, discuss the projects, discuss the opportunities and staff's suggested or potential recommended ratings, get your feedback on them, and this sets the tone for tomorrow, because the format we use tonight, the approach we use tonight is what we've done for the entire CIP tomorrow, which will be a much bigger discussion, a much more massive level of review.
Can we pencil in university by the 100-acre community park?
Well, I've got university separately.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I am on page 1.
Oh, sorry.
Of the that's okay. Of the potential city center projects.
Okay.
This is a brief summary of new projects that are nowhere in the current CIP and projects that are currently unfunded. And I want to clarify that. In reality, I believe all of them but the Multi-Gen Center have some level of funding and execution in the first 5 years of the CIP, but there's a significant portion that also falls in the out years. So calling them unfunded is a misnomer. It's that they're not completely funded for their totality. So just want to make sure I was clear on
So
that.
my own clarification, where did the money come from to purchase this building? And the reason I ask the question is, was this money dedicated to being spent to purchase this building? And if we liquidate this building, do we have to put these dollars back into another city hall?
I'll ask Brian for feedback on that one.
This building was funded by our excise tax revenue revenues, sales tax, if you will. So we got the revenues generated from that, so our debt service is on those revenue bonds that are associated with that.
So we got bonds. We bought this with bond money.
Through our revenue, excise revenues, not through general obligation, no. Public Improvement Corporation
So
is
we
the
don't- we're
term
not-
de jure.
The money's not tied to this building.
Yes, it is.
It is. So if we sell this building, what do we do with it? Can we put that money into anything, or it has to be into another city office?
No, we can use those funds, the revenues from the sale of this facility, we can use them at our discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Once we satisfy, the
Or
bond.
mortgage it and go on, to use the monies to
all sorts
build
of
the other. I mean, let's
Who's the
not.
equity?
Sell it to street people.
And I believe, Larry, it's about, what, $600,000+ a year?
So
Is our debt service on this?
No.
We've not paid this building off yet.
No, it's a 10-year bond.
Right.
10-year bond, we're into the
How many
fourth year,
What are we into? How many years?
4 years in.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
One suggestion or one comment for you to consider, and I've been with other jurisdictions that have wrestled with that same concept of do we liquidate and then fund other things or not. One thing that I've always advised folks in these situations, as a city, land and facilities are always at a premium, and so my philosophy has always been you hang on to what you've got, because I guarantee you sooner than your projections say you'll need it, and all the money you might make on selling an asset like this will not even begin to cover the cost of just a piece of land that as prices go up,
You can afford to do that.
exactly. Well, true, and it does come with a balance, but at some point you run out of space and you need more, and then you potentially could look back saying, gee, I wish I had that X square feet that we got rid of.
So we could lease it out, say, and then.
For some period of time, yes.
When we needed it.
Yep.
Okay.
As I pointed to earlier in the back, I think all the way in the back of the book does show this facility some potential uses for it, but selling, leasing, all those types of things are also on the table anytime down the road for any of our land, any of our facility, well, any of them that we're not using and actively occupying. But
Yeah, see, that's what I thought. Justice, facility, public safety.
if we've clarified that issue, I'll get back to the project list. We've got 4 new projects at the top: spring training facility, performing arts complex, performing arts amphitheater, and universities, or one or more, who knows. The spring training facility and universities, we've left those dollars to be determined because we really don't know. As the mayor was saying earlier, we're not sure if there's a cost to the city or for the universities, if it's just a partnership where we agree to facilitate or whatnot. So we're not really sure what our role will be or what the cost will be to the city. Spring training facility is another unique one because it's a joint partnership with the landowner, with the developer, and with the city, and so that and the university project are a little bit, they're kind of anomalies in the CIP world. We'd previously even left spring training out of the CIP because it was more of a joint venture, but because it's become a reality and it's something we're pursuing actively, we didn't think it was prudent to leave it off this list. And we've rated it and the universities as high. Number one, we've got an agreement with the Indians, so a spring training facility, based on where we're headed and everything that's going on, that's looking like a potential reality, and we need to pursue it as one of our high priorities. Same with the universities, though we don't have maybe an agreement in hand. The conference we had, the commitments we've made, or the fact that we've tried to draw the universities to us has given an indication to them that we truly do support them being here and we're trying to recruit them here. So we believe from council support of that endeavor and the conference that you would want that to be a high priority. Performing arts complex and performing arts amphitheater. We rated those low. That does not mean they don't pop up on the radar, but In the public ratings from the facilities table that Bob provided to you earlier, those two were some of the lower rated facilities from the community. They had libraries number one and some other facilities higher, so certainly Performing Arts Complex and Amphitheater would be in the mix, but they would not be inserted as quickly or as aggressively as some of the high-rated ones. And these are only staff recommendations, so I'm throwing that out for feedback when we go through the entire list. I also want to clarify that the estimated budget dollars shown in the far right column, that is only for the out years. If a project is underway or is shown in the first 5 years of our current CIP, those dollars are allotted. That funding is in place, and that's noted under the project description column. If there are current dollars allotted, the estimated budget is only for the remaining out-year elements as you phase it in and whatnot. Now, going to the unfunded projects.
Now, Jim, before you go any further,
Sure.
when you talked about that Performing Arts Complex, that was high on the City Center and
Okay.
on the Charette. That was very high.
Okay.
So I don't know where the other one came from, but before that was high on the list. And so if a private partnership came in, then, pardon me?
If I could.
Please.
The reason that the recommendation currently sits in a low position is that we found in the legislative process that performing arts cannot be a development fee
Right.
related issue. So that moved it to a lesser level. It does not reduce its importance within the ultimate build-out of City Center.
Okay.
When you're looking at what can we do in the next 5 years with the universities coming into our discussions, et cetera, it may now move to a medium level, or it may,
Okay.
and when they make a commitment, then it could move to a high level.
Right.
So this
Okay.
is just where it was based upon data and knowledge at the time that these were put together.
All right.
What
And-
kind of a theater was it that we're talking, performing arts, and how large was it?
There was the big Frank Cavalier monument.
The arts.
It's going to have his head, a sculpture of his head, as we come in the entryway.
Carrying on my...
And
Archway will be his mouth. We'll walk through it.
He said it, I didn't.
First performance will be Circus Soleil.
No, what was it? Was it 1,000? Was it 1,000 or 2,000 seats? 2,000.
No, no.
1,000 seats or something?
That's what he
Well, it should be at least 3,000, but
Oh, okay.
whatever.
All right.
he keeps increasing.
It keeps getting larger.
It's 2,000 last time I talked to him.
and
It's all in jest, Frank.
Yes, go ahead, excuse us.
it's okay. No, keep it among yourselves.
May I also add, the other piece of the concept here is that part of these are leverage based on known data, and secondly, on known need. In other words, we need space for people, staff,
True.
et cetera. So those get a higher measure in this discussion, going back to the variables that Lance went through. So we picked from those to arrive through that criteria to get to this arrangement.
You got to keep in mind, too, that we have thousands and thousands of dollars out there for leasing money. And as soon as these are completed, that outpouring of money comes right back into the general fund. They can be used elsewhere. So.
Right. And just to echo what Stephen mentioned, as it's ranked right now, or as these are assembled right now, purely they were looked at as city-sponsored projects. As partnerships, as opportunities come up, the rankings can certainly change, but we went with what do we know is in place right now. Spring training, universities, those are certain partnerships that have developed and been cultivated, but we don't have anything on the horizon that we know of for Performing Arts Center partnership per se. And that's why it goes to a low priority, not an elimination from the CIP at all.
I was asking
Yes, sir.
if we could take a 10-minute break. All right.
I'd like to suggest we take a 10-minute break.
In other words, you get a reprieve.
Thank you.
Group to 201.
More like round 15.
Let me ask you, let me see if I can get the group set. Let me ask you a question. At the end of this period, now we got about what, an hour left? About maybe 45 minutes, 40 minutes?
Yeah.
At the end of this period, what are you going to tell these people, and what do you want in terms of information from them? What are you going to give, and what do you want to get?
I'm going to finish the review of the projects for the city center, including our proposed prioritization, ask for concurrence, or where there are differences, ask preferences, and again, ask that be on a consensus level, not one person, but the group of you, and then ask for limited abuse to be heaped upon me as the speaker up here.
Okay, so you're going to tell them about the projects and the priorities that you've recommended, and then you're going to ask for their comments in terms of both the projects and the recommendations, the priorities, right?
Not so much the projects, just the priorities. I mean,
And
they are what they
sounds
are.
good.
Yeah.
And you're really looking for their comments individually about the plan you're proposing, and then trying to get a consensus from the council
Yes.
and the mayor on direction to proceed. All right?
Yes.
So we got 40 minutes to do that. Let's see what we can get done.
Okay, we're going to continue with the unfunded projects, and again, I want to clarify what that means. Some portion is unfunded, but some is, in most cases. We've got the city center. That is a portion of that project is already in the CIP, as is noted here. In the 05, fiscal years 05 to 10, there's already $9.8 million committed, and that is funded, meaning we have the dollars that we project to get is committed to that project.
When I look at that, does that mean that you're going to actually have a building out of the ground by fiscal year 10?
So, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the beginning.
When I look at that, does that mean I look at that and I say and construct in fiscal year 05 through 10, and I think you're going to have a city hall out of the ground by 2010.
I'm going to have at least phase 1 of City Hall out of the ground and constructed by 10. You are correct.
Okay.
And in fact, recently, I forget which report it was, but we did provide you with some information showing that for City Hall, depending on which method we use for construction, we could have, if we had started November 1st, we could have something up and occupied in late 08 or 09? Late 09. Now, granted, November 1st has come and gone, but still that gives you a frame of reference that as we move forward in the very near future, because it is that a component of City Hall is scheduled this fiscal year that we're in the middle of. So we will have something up in late 09, early 10.
So that's our answer to the question. I mean, when we're talking about city center and folks are asking us, our answer to the question as representatives is, hey, first phase happens in the next couple of years.
Well, that's assuming we start construction within a year.
No, that assumes we start the design process this fiscal year, which is when it's scheduled.
Right.
But we don't have to start construction within this year because we won't. But that's not how the schedule is laid out. We have the schedule showing. Actually, you know what? If you can hang on to that on my next item I'll be going over, you'll see the current schedule in the CIP. Okay. Councilmember Antoniak, to finish off your thought, what I can't tell you yet and what you can't relay to a constituent yet is what's included in phase 1. Right. Not yet been determined, but will be. And that's rated as a high priority as far as we can tell, and it's currently high. We don't envision in the future you'd want it to go to a lower priority. Next is a library. This also is a project that has some design and construction funds in fiscal years 06 to 010, and then $2.3 million in the out years, in the unfunded years, and what I've neglected to say was almost $12 million in the out years for City Hall. So you can see it's a multi-phase. I mean, $10 million from now through 010, and then another 12 in the out years. It's obviously going to be a multi-phased, pretty large-scale project. And before you can ask the question, one thing we looked up quickly, the dollars currently budgeted and currently scheduled would lead to roughly an 85,000 square foot City Hall at build-out. That includes the out-year dollars. So that's not phase 1. Correct. Rough approximation.
about that
As
library?
compared to, what's this building again?
This building is
35.
35?
35,000.
How
So
about that library? How big is that?
I knew you'd ask, and that's why I'm going to look back to Ken.
15,000.
Roughly 15,000.
And the city,
Thank you.
and the city hall would be what?
85 at build-out. So that's to house the ultimate city staff and city functions, many years out.
Pretty large library to start out.
Well, again, that's ultimate as well, because those are some dollars in the out years, some dollars in current years.
Oh, I
So,
see. Okay, I got you.
follow me? That's the ultimate size.
Jim, you may want to back up just a moment to the project description identifies dollars in them. That is in the 05-10 period. The estimated budget reference, as he said earlier, was the out years. If you take the 9.8 million plus 11.9 million, it's $22 million needed to construct an 85,000 square foot building.
Correct. And now that's using current construction dollars. We all
Yeah,
know
no
those
inflation.
inflation and whatnot, so we refine these numbers as we get closer to construction and things like that, but we at least wanted to give you a decent idea of what order of magnitude dollars we'd be looking at. Next, we've got the 100-acre community park. We've had a pretty good extensive discussion on that in the university talk earlier. Currently, we've got $3.7 million for master plan design and construction from 06 through 010, and another $13.5 million in the out years. What I heard earlier, consensus of the council, is that we won't initiate that master planning phase until we resolve the university issue, but nonetheless, that'll remain a high priority, especially with the infusion of universities potentially there.
And the money would be on hold?
Correct. Money is not going to go away, and we're not proposing to direct it anywhere else, because it'll be necessary at one point or another. And then last, on the new and or unfunded projects, we've got the multi-generational center. It's to be constructed on a 10-acre parcel, including indoor-outdoor aquatic center, kitchens, classrooms, sports areas, and offices, et cetera. That's just a real general feel for you of what could be included in a multi-gen center. We've rated it as a lower priority. Just again, it goes back to what we have the capacity to do and how does it relate to all the other immediate needs. We're proposing that it remain a low priority, but it is shown in the out years, and we would bring it in as allowed, but only after all the higher and mid-level priority projects are addressed. Mayor?
What is a multi-generation?
All ages.
Yeah, I know, but
It's a new
for what
word.
reason? I mean,
It's a
why-
community
if it's
center.
all ages, why do we call it multi-generational? It's just,
Want to call it all ages?
no, I just want, it's just a place with a pool.
Just a
basically.
community
Well, it's
You know, like
intended
they use the
also.
word synergy, they use multi the same way.
I'm not an expert on the subject, but it's a little different than a community center or than an aquatic center, because it does have senior center options. It does have the recreational elements for the kids and everything in between, all ages in between. So that's where the multi-gen element comes from. Is
They
that
might be separated out.
right? Exactly,
Yeah.
but partnered up or into a single complex or on a single site, but intended to address the needs of all ages.
Traditional, I think the name came out of traditionally in municipalities, they separated the two. And then there was a trend to move the two together. Mesa's got a great example of one out in the East Valley that they've got. But there was, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was, there used to be the senior center and then there was the daycare center. And it was young and old. And then there was this movement to bring the two together, and that's just where the name comes from.
Just like you and I, you sit next to old
Just like I sit next to
More
the old
than
lady
that,
to the
though.
left of me. I mean,
Even
it's-
more than that.
As she said in her own words, and I just articulated louder.
We're kind of multi.
Right, I'll get hit when I sit next.
Jim, is this the right time to ask about the recharge facility and what happens to that?
About the recharge facility?
Yeah.
The SAT site.
You can ask the question. I'll look to staff to see if we have an answer, but at this point, what I would tell you is that we're aware of the need to address that, and we're looking into options of whether we make it a water feature on the site or what other opportunities there are. But we are aware. I'll look to Sean and see, do we know yet specifically, and if not, then...
Yeah, what are we going to do with it? I mean, we're going to build a city hall. Don't we need to know what we're going to do with the major facility on that piece of property today? We can't leave it the way it is.
Correct, right. No, you're right, and that would be incorporated as part of the design process for City Hall.
And we're going to use the resources of the water for some of the water features within the city center.
Well, that's a good idea, but, you know, you're getting 3,000, gallons a day. How many of those we're going to need? How many we're going to transfer to some other place, and what is that other place?
And David Iwanski sat down with me one day and sort of explained that to me, that they'd be moving that.
Yes.
Okay, so go
we
ahead.
currently recharge about 3 million gallons a day at the SAT site. We have we've identified capital funding projects. One of the things that we're looking at is incorporating the SAT site into an injection well, where you could build a city center and make it a water feature, and then have a deep well injection right there on site. And then what we also have at the 157th is a discharge permit to the river, so we could take the remaining effluent and put it into the river and recharge it that way. So we do have options. We essentially need to get a tailpipe on the end of the plant so that we can discharge it when needed. We'll reuse what we can through a reclaim system, recharge some. It's kind of our vision to recharge some at the city center. So it's going to be a combination, but we've got capital projects.
Oh, you do have a capital project?
Yes, we have two phases, and it's been identified in impact fees as well.
And
So we have funding for it.
so are we going to eliminate this current
Yes.
recharge facility before we start building the city hall?
Correct. What we could do is we'd first look to convert the SAT site to an injection well
Which you
on
can do
site.
when?
We could do that whenever we want to move up the funding. I mean, it's just a matter of prioritizing it. We'll get it ahead of the city center.
How much is that?
We've identified $13 million
For an injection well?
for the first phase of the SAT site, and then we have a second phase of another $13 million. Because at full build-out, we'll need to recharge and reuse approximately 8 million gallons a day of effluent from the central planning area. We'd like to try to put it to as much beneficial use, either recharge the aquifer and then put it into a reuse system. If we have to, if you have excess left over, we can discharge it to the river or put it into the Ag Canal. So we have 4 options, essentially, to discharge all of the effluent.
One of the other options is to ship it across the river into Estrella Mountain Ranch and recharge it down there as well.
You could do it there. Yes. We're looking at possibly the land where the 801 I-10 reliever would go. That parcel of land kind of gets split in two, and there's a possibility to have a SAT site there as well. It's been very beneficial to the city. We've developed a well on Estrella Parkway that's hydraulically connected to the SAT site, and we get great water quality out of that. So it's definitely something that we want to continue to do, even if it's on a limited basis.
So you inject into a deep well.
You essentially turn a well and you run it in reverse.
Okay, right. So therefore, what water are you going to be using for the amenity?
We have effluent lines in place on Estrella Parkway, so we would take the reclaimed water that we treat at the wastewater treatment plant, pump it up to the city center. We could water all of the water features. If there was a lake at the community park, one of the renderings we saw, we could have all of that as effluent. That could recharge and percolate into the ground. And then we can also have, it's our goal, envision to have a injection well on site where you could highlight that and let the citizens know that there's also an injection well here where we re-inject effluent into the aquifer to improve its water quality and to keep a robust system for the city.
You got enough water to do all that?
Yeah, we'll have 8 million gallons a day of effluent. So
What would that well look like? I mean, would it be something that could be put into the structure of the landscaping?
yeah,
something
an
so that
injection well would essentially be just a piece of pipe that goes into the ground. It looks just like a well. It just,
All right.
except the water's going in instead of coming out. You're pushing it in instead of pulling it out. But you could note that, you could build a feature around it, and then you could also have anywhere you want to have water features, ponds, pools. You can use effluent for that too.
Very good.
Thank you.
And it wouldn't stink.
No, it's good water.
No, I know.
Almost good water.
Yes. Daily. Mayor, does that answer your question adequately?
Well, yeah, just more. How deep is it injected?
That hasn't been designed yet.
That would have to be designed. We couldn't tell you off the top of our heads.
I would think 1,000.
Well, you're talking hundreds, if not thousands of feet, right?
Yeah,
Typically?
well, I would think 1,000 to 1,500
Yeah.
feet.
Yeah.
A typical well.
And, okay, so this whole project is going to cost $26 million approximately.
As budgeted currently, yes.
That's budgeted into the water.
Yes, in the utility CIP.
Yeah, okay.
And I apologize, we didn't incorporate it as a city center project. We look at it more as a utility project, but we do understand the relationship that you're indicating, and so it probably would belong here on this list. If I can continue, on the next page, we have the current CIP, and this will answer some of the questions that came up earlier. What I first wanted to show you is that we have on the city center, we've grayed out 05, 06, and 06, 07 because those years are either done or underway, and so we're not really looking at or focusing at those. And we've also grayed out the outlying years because that's what we're discussing as part of the new and the unfunded projects. What I wanted to really highlight was the 07 through 010 years and let you know what's coming up. We've got the 100-acre community park. Again, what the schedule shows is dollars this year for the master planning effort, as well as design dollars in 08-09 and construction dollars in 09-10. In addition, for the City Hall, we had master planning dollars last year. That was the work undertaken by the committee. We have design dollars for this year, and then we have construction dollars starting, this year and next year, and then we have construction dollars starting in 08-09, and then carrying for several years there on out. And then finally, the library, we have this year design concept report money already dedicated. We have design dollars for next year, and then construction set 08-09 and beyond. Those are currently in the CIP. The dollars in white that you see in the white columns are budgeted. It's funded moving forward, other than the community park that we're going to hold on. But these are all city center related projects, and what I was hoping is that we could ask Councilmember Lord if there's any perspective she can lend to us from the city center committee as far as prioritization rankings or any of the any specific details that might lend themselves to this discussion.
Well, I can only kind of give you an overview of the emotional side of it with the people. The City Hall was, they were all for the City Hall. They realized the need of it. A library was number one on the list. You know, this quadrant is I call it the people's quadrant. They've all taken really ownership of this quadrant. So that's why it's so important. Library was on the big list. They talked about realizing that you can't build all the buildings at one time. So people are looking at our City Hall example is a building that also could be used by the public. Otherwise, large entryways where if you, walls where they could put artwork, that if somebody wanted to have a private function there, they could do that in the City Hall. That maybe a community room could be put in that City Hall until we can eventually build a community center for people that do not have them in their developments. A multi-generational type. And then they talked about also the library. Okay, so we build the library. So we build this like an art museum as well as a library. And then we bring the bookstore element in, like the commercial bookstores. We put a coffee house in there, a sandwich place in there. So they're looking that you utilize the first building you build in many ways until then you can construct the next building. So everybody was really realistic that we're not going to do this overnight.
Where did they get the dynamics for the library? How did they decide on how big this library ought to be?
Well, they actually didn't. We didn't discuss size.
Where did the number come from?
15,000 square feet.
Yeah, where did it come from?
Well, Mario?
What's the square footage standard per population?
Regional libraries, 25 to 30,000.
it's half a square foot per person. So if you have 80,000 people, you need a 40,000 square foot library.
Yeah, but see, that's an old formula, because libraries are changing dynamically now. So they're really coming out smaller, a lot smaller than they were 10 years ago.
Except if you decide to use a community room and you have a large computer room, because now, where you took space up for books, now you're taking them up for computers.
And meetings.
And reading. So it's space-wise, it's probably the same. It's just utilized in a different form than the old libraries.
It's become like a community center.
It's a center. It's a meeting center. And you know, the people. This is what they visualized. They wanted to be able to come to that city quadrant. Okay, I've got something to do at the city hall. I'll pay a bill. My kids can play out in the yard area there. Okay, we'll go to the library and we'll spend some time. So they actually, in their minds, that they were going to be able to spend time in this civic quadrant, and they eventually wanted entertainment in there. They wanted the cultural center. They wanted the performing arts. So they felt like we have an entertainment quadrant, but it's not ownership for them. The government quadrant meant that's theirs. That's their taxpayer. That's their money is going to it, and they feel like they can enjoy that, and that's for them to use. Does that help?
Yes, very much so. And to answer the question about the square footage, it was purely developed for estimating purposes, looking at some standard and having some reasonable level of service that we could provide, so we can at least develop a cost estimate. The design concept report shown in here in the CIP would really refine the size and some of those programming elements that it may turn out that it needs to be a little bigger or a little smaller, but we at least have dollars programmed for some level of library, and then that gets refined through the process.
Thank you, Jim.
Sure. Thank you.
Question to Georgia. The private enterprise, the enterprise that you're talking about, private enterprises, you're going to bring in outsources to perform those functions?
I'm sorry.
For the facilities you were talking about,
You mean example, like in the library that you would have private contract. You contract that out. Yeah. And the other thing I didn't bring up, if you'll notice, we forget, because we're talking about buildings. We got to have this many buildings for that. But there's a lot of green space in this area. There's a lot of area for people to walk around, sit outside to enjoy. I don't know if you remember the sketches of all the shade areas. They're designed to show shading and sunlight in a very artistic way on the sidewalk areas. So there's a lot more to this quadrant than just the buildings, and we have to keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. Yes. What I'd like to mention next, maybe I'll demonstrate that I learned from history. And so you have a list that I provided you in your packets on city center facility options, all the different things that could potentially be included in the city center. I am not asking you for your input or your rankings on those items. I have learned my lesson. However, this is just intended to give you an idea of the many different facilities that can be woven into a city center, and my commitment to you is that we as staff will work on integrating those, and as the plan is refined, as designs are carried forward, these are some of the elements you'll see woven into the city center. Certainly if you have a strong desire or a strong objection to something, it'd be good to know that, but I don't want rankings, and I don't want to try and go through and figure out what each of these means at this generic level. But what I am looking, that concludes the overview of the city center CIP. So we'll get back to where Lance started us off, which is I'm asking for consensus on the proposed ratings for the new and the unfunded portions of projects. Most of them are high with a couple lows in there. Want to make sure that we've hit the mark as far as where you see the projects heading. We've got a number of, City Hall, library, et cetera, are currently in the CIP, are moving forward. or are in various stages of moving forward. And so that we're doing in conjunction with what you approved in June. And we're not here to try and change the CIP per se, the one you've already approved or the projects that are already in there. We're looking at how we add to it, how we enhance it, and how we develop a city center to meet your future vision of this quadrant. So with that, is there anything I've missed, or are there any elements you want to talk about further? Or
I just have a question concerning the city center itself. Are these buildings, the design of these buildings, and I guess Georgia would know better than anybody else, are these buildings designed in there now for specific purposes? The way each building is laid out in there?
No.
They're designed for specific purposes?
No, that was just for a specific plan, area plan. That is not exactly where your building is going to go.
Right. Those are just the.
Those are just an example, and giving you the number, the type of buildings it could put in, the placement that they could be put in. But we still.
Well, wait a minute. Why were they put in? But
Wasn't it meant to depict the elements that would be contained? So there's open space contained. There's
That's right.
residential, but
That's right.
The arroyo may not end up exactly as it's shown up there. It may, but it's going to be a portion of it. So
I'll give you
look
an
at those as all
example.
pieces of the puzzle.
When we showed that at the council meeting, some people got upset on the committee because they said, "Where's the library?" They said, "Okay, where's that library?" And so she went away thinking, they took our library away from us. You see, we sit on a committee for 2 years, and what do? They take the library away.
So you drew it back in.
So then I had to call her and tell her, no, the library will be there. It's just that they wanted to put placements so that you could look at this rather than somebody verbalize it to a space.
It's not
They
a
need to-
plan, it's a concept.
Right. And how this is utilized by staff in the next level, when we actually go into the design process, we take this area master plan, we then boil it down to a more specific level of detail, and then we design from that. So as Councilmember Lord was saying, nowhere on here does it say library, but it does say civic, 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 and civic. It has a number of civic buildings, any of which could house a library or could be a library in and of itself. But this plan and its intention were not based on exactly where everything sits and how they sit by function, just by grouping or maybe by category is how it's been done. But it serves as a template, so it's not unusable. It's the starting point.
So, Jim, you want a consensus for us that you're on the right track? Is that what you're after?
Correct. Yes. In particular on the new and unfunded projects, because the CIP priorities, you gave us those already. That was approved by you in June. And so that's information that you have already bought off on as a group. But the new and unfunded portions you have not. That's something we're giving you as staff, and we're looking for feedback that you're in consensus. And also, if we've missed something, if there's an element like the SAT site or something that you see needs to be part of City Center and you don't see it on the list, I'd like to hear that as well.
I don't know, isn't this what we just talked about an hour or so ago? You're gonna come back to us with the dollar amounts, with some more specifics on each of these entities.
Well,
and then we're gonna decide.
That's on the global all city facilities. Yes, I'm going to come back to you.
But some of these unfunded were in that list.
Yes, but some weren't. The ones you have on the list in front of you do include dollars. So we've given you a little more detail because those. The reason we need your consensus is that what Ken does next with this information, he weaves those projects into the next update of the CIP. We've got 2 years to add to it, plus more out years. And so if something's a high priority, it goes in a certain spot. If it's a lower priority, it maybe gets a little further out and doesn't eat up dollars for the higher ranked projects. So I'm refining down to just the city center projects as you see before you, and not the global all city facility projects that I will be coming back to you with in an overall list.
But you're assuming that those that you have here listed as unfunded will be on the top of our list.
I'm asking if it's on the top of your list, because I believe it is, or I believe they are.
Okay. Good. Oh, you're right.
And maybe I'll take that one step further. Projects that are scheduled in the CIP to be underway now or in this next few years, I'm assuming that you want to continue those, and so if it was started now, you're not going to change a high to a low, so we stop a project midway because we ended that horizon of the CIP. Right.
So you're looking for a consensus.
Yes, I still am.
Jim,
Spade in the ground.
Somebody going to nod their head?
Jim, if we're going to be building the city center in sections, wouldn't we move up the parking structure a little closer to City Hall, library?
And that was you're correct. The inclusion of these other details, these other types of facilities, that's something that staff will take back and include those as part of a package, because otherwise what we could do is end up where we were a couple hours ago, where I tried to get you to prioritize them or asked about priorities and took you in places you didn't want to go. So I'm just showing you all the different types of facilities that can be included. A parking structure may not necessarily be a high priority, because you may not need to accommodate as many cars in phase 1 of your city hall as you will by the time you get to phase 3. So maybe you go with surface parking for 5 years, and then at that point a parking structure is triggered in year 6, and so you start building it in year 5.
But certainly parking is going to have to be in your primary consideration, because where you're putting the city center, people are going to be driving to
Most
City
definitely.
Hall.
Parking is, maybe I shouldn't have made it an assumed, but either surface parking and or future parking facilities are yes, they will be factored in. My point was just that you may not need a parking garage day one when it opens up.
All right.
You'll phase that in when the need arises.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you want, I mean,
I would just like to hear, yes, Jim, you're on the right track.
Yes, Jim, you're on the
It
right
seems very
track.
logical, and you're on the right track. I mean, it's, you threw out some options on city center facility on that options page of things, and I circled aquatic center because I kind of question that. That doesn't need to be a huge. When I read aquatic center, I think of pool, indoor, outdoor pool.
Yes.
I think of, kind of like a sailboat. You're throwing a bunch of money into it, and it's going nowhere. So,
But that's actually park.
I mean, it's if aquatic center is park, aquatics, like water features, that's one thing. Aquatic center to me says pool, lanes,
And you'll notice
laps,
water
all that.
feature is a separate item
Right.
on here, so it's the first
So I wouldn't
version.
I don't know about anybody else, but I wouldn't put aquatic center high on the list if you're looking in terms
Especially
of
since we don't know about the university and the
Yeah,
park and all of that. So I
That's
agree
exactly
with you.
what I want to hear.
Yeah, I
That's
think
why I
you need
made
to take that
list
out.
the first.
all-inclusive.
Today's the first I've heard of a central plant. I kind of like that idea. It sounds like if we're going to be moving down this path, we ought to talk to all the other private partners around the city center and think about locating a central plant early in the game rather than later in the game. Because
Yes.
if you do it later in the game, you're tearing up the streets. You're putting in all kinds of lines that you don't, and you're disrupting a lot of stuff. But that may be something to think about an improvement district for and talk.
certainly
Yeah,
And that's also the kind of thing that you work on partnerships with
Right.
others that will benefit from it. So it's no one group or no one entity shoulders the burden themselves.
We've been talking to private partners on that.
Right. All these other things seem very logical. I mean, there's nothing illogical in there. Aquatic Center was the only one that really kind of stood out to me as something that wouldn't logically be in the top of the list, but may come later in the game.
Can I just throw out what I'm hearing, at least from Councilmember Antoniak, is there's no interest in an aquatic center as part of city center, at least nowhere in the
First 5
in
years.
the near future. Is that an overall council opinion?
You're talking about aquatic center, you're talking about multi-generational center.
We heard it in the park. We heard it originally in the
Maybe
park.
in the park, but not
I'm-
necessarily in that quadrant.
I'm talking 40 acres,
just
not,
this quadrant,
yes, correct,
okay.
I'm sorry, I need to
I
clarify.
can't see it in the
No,
same,
it-
at least this point.
I
can't
agree.
see it there.
I agree.
I can see it as Parks and Rec later on.
Yeah.
but not the multi-generational center. That's what
Well, I mean, multi-generational center may or may not be even in the, I mean, it's
Well,
on
that's where your
here.
aquatics is, so.
Well, no, that's what is, that's what is labeled in here.
Right. And those are just examples of the types of functions you could see in a multi-gen center. It doesn't
I could see the
mean they...
multi-gen center up to 100 acres.
Potentially,
Without
yes.
a university.
Yes,
Would you
exactly.
agree we need one?
Sure, yeah.
I'm really glad to hear that from council.
Would you agree that we need the aquatic center?
Yeah, eventually, we're going to.
I think it depends
That
on
40
what
acres, no.
happens in the park area with the university. I think that's all stems on that development and how far we take that.
Jim, explain central plan.
Very, very basically, what a central plant is a single facility that handles the, depending on how you design it, the heating, the cooling,
Okay, all right.
whatever,
I
for
got you. Okay.
multiple facilities.
Very good, okay.
Mr. Mayor, do you have any comments on pro, con, anything you're seeing here?
No, I like what you're doing.
Okay.
I do have a comment before are we near finished?
I am completely done, and I'm going to go with, I've heard a consensus, whether I heard it or not. So tell me if I haven't, otherwise I'm done.
I wanted to make a comment, I wanted to pose a thought on the city center, but only if it's appropriate within your context.
I have covered everything I needed to today, and I've heard everything I was hoping to hear from you, so yes, we're fine, whatever you have to add.
Okay, and George, maybe your folks thought about this, but a little background. I think the biggest drawback to our city center, the Four Corners, is transportation, is the movement of people and vehicles. And you're going to have probably an 8-lane road called Estrella Parkway, 3 lanes and turn lanes. You're going to have Yuma, I don't know if that's 4 lanes or 6 lanes. But those 2 roads, even though you're going to slow traffic down. Now, in the Four Corners, do we have a picture of that? The Four Corners other than that one below it?
Yes.
But, I mean, it could be on the screen.
I've got a screen version of that, yes. Well, you got to put more.
I'll get it back. All right.
There you go.
No,
No, he wants all 4 corners, all
Yeah,
4
the previous
quadrants.
slide.
There you go.
Make it the full screen.
I think that's right.
Full screen?
Yeah.
Mayor, I think they've got a red spot, if you, whatever you call it.
A pointer.
Pointer.
Jim, you got the pointer?
P-O-I-N-T-E-R, pointer. Like finger?
All I could think was the red spot.
On the side.
Just don't look right into the
Oh,
center.
okay. Okay, so here's what we have. We have youngsters going to school here, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But we expect that Sun MP is going to build them quarters somewhere here, condos, whatever. So they're going to be rolling from school to living. We've got the stadium down here. We're going to want people to park there or park up here because we want them to go to the stadium and eat over here. We've got these people who are going to live here. They're going to work here. And we got these folks who are working here that'll be living here and here. And then we got the resort. So the fact is, the whole thing about this Four Corners is it's bringing together, it's the interaction, it's the integration of those 4 corners. People, okay, so tens of thousands are going to be here daily. Tens, and that may be low. Because when we're built out, it's going to be 50,000 people working and other things here, and then of course there's more people over here. This is the element.
I'm laughing because I know where you're going.
Oh,
It's
okay.
very-
And I mentioned this to Stephen Cleveland, but he isn't in here.
He took a phone call just now.
But what I would just, is this so foolish, this thought, that we would build a bridge here, an aesthetic bridge, where when you're driving down here, you see this beautiful bridge, sort of like what you see in Scottsdale along the freeways. Glass on the sides, so that people in it can see the mountains here, the mountains there. And it has within it, it has these, say, 8 feet pathways coming from everywhere. And one of those pathways is a motorized walkway. So they take care of the handicap.
A people mover.
A people mover
Does that make a difference?
from each corner, and then it comes up into this area, which instead of being a continuation of the 8 feet, opens up into a huge area. Something like where you would have a restaurant. And you would lease space to the restaurant. A restaurant a la Coffee Plantation, Wildflower, where people want to gather, sit down, have coffee, or have a lunch, and mix with each other right there.
Yeah, you see in California all the time, that kind of a
But
thing.
it would have to be an attractive, it would be an expensive
Right.
bridge, but you cannot, I don't think this will ever be successful if we're having people cross here on the street.
You're absolutely right, and that's the element that the consultants left out.
Because it was,
We had
because it was
talked
expensive.
we had talked about it,
Yeah.
because we said we can't move traffic, and our people are going to want to take that chance. If you go, I haven't been there since they finished it, but at the Fashion Square, they have, on one side of where Camelback is, they have put underground, where you go,
That's
under,
a
and also at the
pedestrian bridge.
Biltmore,
Yes.
underground, so people can get out of the
Onto
street
West,
That's
area.
moving people, they're moving the people under the ground. at the
That's right, and what the mayor's saying, let's make this, let's just make this a showpiece. We're gonna move people, but let's make it an art form of how you move
And
people.
make it so that people want to move between that it is in fact a center,
You're right.
and not four corners, but it is one huge enterprise.
You wanna join them, you wanna bring them together.
No one gets hurt, no one crosses the street, they're
That's a good.
Well, I think Paula brought this up before, that when we have public affairs things, and we have any coming together of people, how are we going to get them there? You brought this up before, Paula. You were very concerned about that.
Well, having redeveloped the downtown, knowing that people didn't even want to cross Glendale Avenue, which is only 3 lanes. They feared it because of the amount of traffic.
Right.
Sure, they're not gonna want to cross this.
Now you want them to cross.
That's right.
It's such a divider. Downtown Mesa had 6 lanes, they just took it and moved it. Because they couldn't make it successful downtown.
So let me pull that together. Mayor, you're saying that over that intersection, there would be a people place. A people place.
yes, right.
It would be raised. You could ADA accessible, so you could get up into the facility. There would be a facility. It would be a meeting facility. Wouldn't have to be a 5-star restaurant, but it could be a place where people want to go to view the mountains, to view the project, to rest. It would be enclosed, I'm hearing you say.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be open.
No.
Well, it'd be
Okay.
both, actually. It'd be
Because
both,
you're-
really.
You're talking about a bridge,
Right.
and it's going to be covered. And it's going to have these 4 spirals.
Have to be covered.
And most people are going to go from one corner to the next corner. But if they want to, they can stop and have a donut,
In the middle.
a coffee, whatever Wildflower offers, the whole thing.
Starbucks.
Just whatever.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be that. But we need something up there that brings people together, that they like to gather, and that pays rent for the bridge.
Well, they actually have those in Europe over the Autobahn.
I hear
They
Paul.
have the, oh yeah, absolutely. You'll go down the Autobahn and you'll see these big restaurants above the Autobahn with all glass.
Oh,
overlooking
yeah.
the
They got one
highway.
in Nebraska like
Yeah,
that.
so, I mean, that's, they have
You know
that
the one
kind
I'm talking about. Yeah, it's where the Corn Palace is. They've got one there.
I hear
Yeah.
Paula whispering over here, and she's having the same thought I am. You're talking about Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard with a solid structure over the top of it. I mean, if you've ever crossed any of those 4 corners, you've got an escalator with, being able to walk across the street, and you can avoid the traffic. But I, Mayor, take it a step further. Not just that intersection, that whole area. We have to be cognizant of how we're going to move people and traffic and how they don't interact together. I think you're going to have times where, when growing up, when I got off Caltrans coming down south on the peninsula, I got off the train and I walked literally underneath the tunnel that went underneath the El Camino Real, which is up and down the peninsula, and back out the other side, and I avoided the traffic. And I avoided the train, and I could,
You don't want a tunnel.
but I'm saying, a variety of circumstances. I think your idea in the intersection is great, but we've got to think
we
about.
have over on the sides, too.
We've got 4 other intersections in that area. Plus, we've got 50,000 or 60,000 or 80,000 cars a day. They're going to go through probably 100,000 cars a day. They'll go through that major intersection right there. That we ought to be thinking about options
there if we're going to make this truly a successful, transportation infrastructure.
It's going to cost us money. Do we want to spend it? Is it worthwhile?
And can you get the investment back? Jim
better
Nichols,
to do
did
it
you
now.
Yes.
did you get what you needed from this group? Now, how are you going to? Who's responsible for taking that idea the mayor just gave you and giving it some kind of at least an opportunity to get considered? You do? Okay. Just wondered.
And you'll have that done by February, right?
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the session, Jim, could you catch the lights? At the end of the session tomorrow, we're going to be asking you about an action plan. We're going to take all this material and make sure that we've captured everything that you want from this. Let me ask you a couple questions before we get out of here. One, what were the key points that came from Jim's presentation on the City Center that you want to remember? What were some of the key points you want to remember about that discussion?
We like the direction he's going.
Say what?
I said we like the direction he's going.
We like the direction, yeah, he's going. So he has permission to continue on. All right, what else? What else do you need to
You brought
remember?
up a lot of good points that we hadn't even thought about.
Yeah.
Maybe a little more detail.
Yeah, and Jim, I like the way you drew in and discussed with Georgia, because I know she was, you were pretty intense on this stuff when you were taking that committee through this, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm glad you were able to bring her into it, because you probably have pretty much a ton of experience and understanding of this project.
2 years.
2 years? Oh, well, what's 2 years, right? Second question, what project elements need to be explored further and decided by the council? On City Center, what other things are kind of left hanging that you want to tell Jim, hey, you got to bring this back to us, you got to think about this?
Transportation.
Transportation issues. Okay,
yeah.
what else?
I'm glad somebody brought that up. It's been one long and long.
Transportation. We got the mayor's question about a meeting place in the middle,
But the preference
intersection.
is the movement of people.
Movement of people. Anything
That
else?
makes it more enjoyable.
Well, this never addressed the pedestrian thing at all.
I think they addressed it.
Yeah, we're talking about that. There are
People
other
are fearful of
areas that
price.
really need some of that underground, and we actually talked about that in the City Center committee meetings, but the consultant just chose to leave that out each time, but it was hanging all the time.
It was a nugget. That was,
It
it's a
Brought
big
up by
nugget.
the general population.
Yeah, and so it's there.
Okay.
So,
Well, even in that discussion, some of it was about having sky bridges between buildings.
right,
As another variation of that, but it didn't get any traction in the process.
yeah. But
So
that would
we
really...
can bring that back.
Yes.
Okay, and is there any action you want Jim and the staff to take to capitalize on this discussion? And I think we heard proceed.
I think we've done
Okay?
that.
Yeah.
Good. Well, that's the way I'd like to move tomorrow. At each juncture, at each point where we have a discussion, I want to bring those three questions back to you. I want to ask you, what key points do you want to remember? What elements need further discussion or further explore those? And then finally, what action do you want to see them take? Now, two more questions before we leave for today. One is, we're going to be doing this with the project, the CIP as a whole tomorrow. It was a little awkward tonight. We were kind of moving forward in a little jerks and fits because sometimes you weren't real clear about what people wanted from you. And that's okay because that's what we wanted to do tonight. We wanted to give you an impression of how this could go. Do you have any suggestions on how we might do this better tomorrow as we proceed with the broader, the more inclusive CIP for the city?
I think we've all vetted, it'll go smoother.
It'll go smoother tomorrow. Jim took the heat here. Thanks, pal. All right. What else? Any other thoughts? Yeah.
Well, I just
Brenda?
think it's, maybe it's awkward for, in this case, it was having to be Jim up there, but I think it's awkward for him and awkward for us because we're not sure what form, you want a consensus? What do you want me to just say? I personally think it's a great idea. What do you think, Georgia or Rob? I mean, we're not real sure what you're after when you ask us that. And so if you want us to all agree, we haven't really like discussed whether we can all move in that direction. So what you're really getting is an opinion here and maybe an opinion there. So you have to be very specific when you ask us for something.
Well, in deference to Jim on this one, you already have a CIP that's been approved. So I guess what I heard Jim asking you over and over again was, is there anything really that you have concerns about?
Yeah, are we going in the right
Are
direction?
we going in the right direction? And as long as your head's going like this, we know, yeah, we're okay. But please, if you don't agree, shake your head, and that's when we stop and talk, right, Dick? Right. You know how this works.
It's just that it's a painful process because I
It
haven't
is.
discussed it with anybody else, so that's where we're coming from.
And it is. It's going to be tedious tomorrow a little bit because they're going to ask you a number of questions about this. But once you get through it, we'll be fine. By the way, tomorrow, let's talk about tomorrow's agenda. We're going to be doing an economic development discussion of the corridors. Now, some of you, when I talked to you on the phone, brought up the idea of how do we prepare for economic development in these corridors? How do we make sure that we've got the right mix in sustainability? Sustainability came up in a number of our conversations. How do we make our CIP, how do we promote sustainability in Goodyear based on the infrastructure? And as my wife used to tell me when I was putting in copper plumbing and I was putting in heating equipment in our house, she would say, "How much was that? And you can't even see it."
That's true.
So this infrastructure you're going to talk about doesn't get you much traction with the voters because you can't see it. But it's really, really necessary. Then we're going to have a presentation of the entire CIP and discussion of the highest capital. Jim will give us that initial piece on the CIP, and then we'll take you through by the numbers, okay? And we'll have a good discussion on that. We'll talk about what your thoughts are, and then we'll go watch the Michigan-Ohio State game, right? Any Ohio State Buckeyes here? How about Michiganders? Any Michigan State people? Oh dear.
No, excuse me. Yes, Michigan State.
No, not Michigan.
Not Michigan State.
It's
Michigan.
University of Michigan.
Yeah, University of Michigan. Ohio, go Bucks. All right, so before we leave, Jim, anything else? All right. Mr. Cleveland, anything else? Mr. Mayor, Mayor Kavanaugh, any comments before we leave for tonight?
He's trying to take the mic home, though.
Try to take the mic home with you, okay? So we'll see you bright and early. Breakfast is at 7:30, and 8 o'clock we start.
People can leave their things here. It'll be locked up, so
All
you
right.
don't have to carry all your stuff.
You ready? Jeff? Ready? All right, am I on?
I know.
Is that what he said?
That's very good.
Careful, I say that.
That was all Brian.
Taste out of my mouth.
Democracy. It is a prime example of it. Are we on?
Oh, baby. All right. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Before we start, let's find out if there's anybody new in the observers gallery here who we need to introduce. Let's start back here. Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. Let everybody know who you are.
Oh.
You're new. You weren't here yesterday, right?
Yeah, Joe Brazell, budget manager.
Okay. Who else over here? Let's go around. Anybody wasn't here yesterday? Yes, sir. Adam, welcome. All right, who else? Anybody else? Sir.
Otis Cross. I'm just an observer. I live in Pebble Creek.
Good. Otis, are you the founder and owner of Cross Pens?
Cross Pens and Otis Elevators.
And Otis Elevators. There you go. You know,
That's very good.
Otis Elevator has one of the most interesting strategic planning mission statements of any company that I've studied. And their mission statement is to move materials and people vertically and horizontally over short distances. Isn't that a sweet?
Isn't that what the mayor's planning for the city with our center?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
That's right.
That's right.
So you're going to get with Otis Elevator. Who else back here? Anybody else new? Anybody else new who wasn't here yesterday? Okay. Let's go ahead and get started for today. I've got just a few slides. There you are, the policy team. You're an important part of what makes happen out here in Goodyear. One of the things that was interesting after 15 years in this business is how all it takes is one addition to your policy team and you have a whole new team. The dynamics all shift.
Culture change.
Yeah, it is. It is. How one in 7 people can make such a big difference in terms of direction. All right, so let's take a look at the objectives for this session. We're going to discuss city facilities. We did that last night. Thank you. We're going to, by the way, they'll probably come back in over and over in terms of how these facilities integrate into the other CIP over time. We're going to identify desired facilities and amenities to be included in the city center site. We talked about that last night. And develop the council agreement on the key corridors to support economic development. Holly's going to present some materials to us today, and we're going to talk about those economic development corridors. In my conversations with each of you, many of you had this on their mind. How do we build the infrastructure necessary? How can we afford this? How do we build this to be able to be ready when these businesses come and that will shape our future? And then we have developed council staff concurrence on capital priorities. That's kind of an overall thing. And I've asked staff, listen hard, because you're going to pick up nuances from the mayor and council today that are going to help you develop that next round of capital improvements. And going to provide staff with appropriate feedback. All right? So those are our objectives for today. Let's see what... Oh, wait a minute. How'd that get in there? Whoa, wait a minute. There we go. The driving questions for our sessions, remember I told you I'd write these down and I'd show them to you later? Keep these in mind. There are 2 slides. One is, are you comfortable with the ratings as presented by staff? Now, yesterday you said yes, you were comfortable, keep going, stay the course kind of thing. We made these decisions earlier. We've given you our priorities. Bring us something now we can react to. Bring us some detail that we can react to. I heard you say that. Second question is, do you need additional discussion on or information about specific projects? And if you do, let us know. All right? If there's specific projects you say, wait a minute, I don't understand. Dick, for instance, had I not been working in the business as long as I have, I would not know what a central plant is. I think a central plant, well, that must be like a tree or something. But
No, I know what a central plant is. I just wanted to know where it applied to the project.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know until a few years ago, working out at Williams, the old Williams Air Force Base, they're talking about doing a central plant for that campus. So that there's one place where you get heating, cooling, power, and actually going into the utility business so that they can have an ongoing income stream. So it's an interesting concept, but I wouldn't know what it is. So I might ask for more information.
No, I'm sorry you asked the question.
Are there any lingering questions about projects? Right, you may have some. I know, Georgia, like your committee, when they didn't see something labeled library, they thought it was cut out. No? So if there are any lingering questions, please raise them. We got, are you comfortable with the approach presented? Now, the approach means here's how we're going to get the information to you. And Jim showed you 4 steps of the CIP process that's coming up. And he showed you how those Venn diagrams intersect in the middle. It's not one big project, but it's 4 projects that intersect in the middle. That was a point he made. So that's the approach. And are you comfortable with the process we're using to update that CIP? CIP is really a vital part of a growing city. You've got to pay attention to it, getting you the information you need to understand it and to be able to get with your constituents and tell them, here's where we are on a project. Being able to call up Ken or Jim or Elaine or somebody and say, where are we on this project? I have a question from a constituent. And do you have questions about the next steps? So those are the things I want you to keep in mind as we go through this next piece. All right, so how'd that get in there? Wait a minute, hold it. CIP topics.
You're going to have to get up and do a cheer to mess this up.
We have an overview of current CIP. We did that last night. We did the CIP funding sources and restrictions. Larry did that for us. University discussion. We talked about that. By the way, I was really excited about the way you got pumped about the possibilities, and that is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for your town. Municipal facilities, we had Bob present on that, and we talked about city center. Now, today, wait a minute. Today, I'm starting with reflections. And I'm interested in finding out, what did you learn, what did you find out yesterday that you can share with the group right now that will help us in today's session? Anybody?
You're talking about the process, Lance?
The process, the information, anything you learned yesterday, last night, in talking at lunch and at dinner and so forth. What did you learn? You learn anything that you want to share with the group that will help us move forward?
Well, I found the information that was presented was very good, and so I got a lot out of that. The only issue that I had was when you come back to us and you ask us for that consensus. And we kind of say, well, wait a minute. It looked like we thought you were on the right track, and we thought things were moving, and it looked like it was okay. But when you come back and ask us that, then I'm not really sure where you want. Do you want me to critique it right then?
Yeah.
Do you want me to discuss it with my peers? Do we come back as a consensus group, or you just want to hear one viewpoint after the other? So I thought that was a little bit difficult for me to grasp.
Or did you think we already had consensus?
I
on
thought it
some
was
of them
over.
before we walked in the door.
Yeah.
You know, there's 2 points about that.
Yeah.
First of all, you gave Jim information that he's going to use today to make sure that he's giving you what you need. All right. Second of all, what you're looking at when you see that is a staff member who's trying to do what's called completed staff work. Completed staff work is making sure that you have everything you need to be comfortable moving forward. And I'm hearing you say, yes, you do. You have that. All right. Fred.
I think that's interesting, because I think we all walked in here with the same idea and walked out with a different idea, that the prioritization had already been done before we started our meeting yesterday, only to find out that we probably were not in agreement with this. Interesting thing to see now will be, after we spent hours and hours of staff time and collect all this information that we asked them to collect, how their next list compares to the first list.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see if we spun our wheels in vain or if we have accomplished something.
Okay. Other observations about what we did yesterday, things that we need to kind of reflect on this morning. All right. Good. I want to just review these variables with you one more time, so you keep those in mind as we go. Let's see. The topics for today is discussion of economic development corridors and a city CIP presentation of highest capital priorities, discussion of capital project priorities, and focus on the unfunded new projects. So those are the topics we're going to be looking at. The variables we talked about last night were available funding. This is how staff looks at these. Public health and safety, council priorities, technical and operational needs, all right, support, contractual obligations with the community and with builders, with other partners, and partnering opportunities. So, with that in mind, and we have dependencies, I'm sorry. The dependencies are also part of that. What goes first and what goes last? All right. I'm sorry, available resources is in there too. I missed that one. Project meeting, yeah, okay. So those are the variables. Now, that's the last you'll hear. It better be. Yes,
Can you do me a
Brad?
favor and put one more game slide up there, the final score about 4:30 today?
You Michigan person?
Of course.
Go blue? It's quick. See how quickly consultants can change their colors. All right, Holly, you ready? Let me get you set up here. I think this is yours.
Yeah.
There you go, kiddo.
You want to be out of here by noon.
No, I think 1:15 will be fine.
Well, that's good, because I'm not going to talk past noon.
Somebody's got to get there.
Joe Pizzillo wanted me to sing a little song whenever I got up here. He said, come together, or money would be appropriate, but I think you probably don't want to hear me do that. So, no, sorry. Not that I'm a Ohio State fan, though, just to make that clear. I think Lance spent a good bit of time talking about how he wanted you to become comfortable and make sure that you're comfortable with this and that. My objective is to make you uncomfortable, because I think we need to be uncomfortable whenever it comes to our infrastructure and our product development. We're not ready for economic development, and we've had this conversation, I know, a number of times offline and briefly whenever we last met with the council and did the economic development, the 2010 presentation. I think we need to work on our product development, and a big part of that for economic development is the need for infrastructure. We have a lot of great projects going on here in the city, the university, the stadium, city center development. We've talked about all of these great things that we have. What we don't have is a lot of the things that you don't see but that really make a difference, which are those pipes, those economic development infrastructure commitments that we need to make. This is, and I think you've seen this a few times, the employment corridor map, the colored squares representing the 4,000 acres contiguous to the airport, with kind of the airport as the centerpiece of that whole area that we are looking to develop for jobs and new capital investment in Goodyear. I'm not going to spend any time on the retail development, and I only have about 20 minutes or so, I think, before Jim is up. So I basically want to talk about, and I made you copies of 2 of the slides that were in our previous presentation. I think it's best, because Jim is going to talk about the hard numbers and the capital improvement projects and what those numbers are attached to the projects. I think it's best for me to spend just a few minutes talking about the kinds of projects and the opportunities that we may miss if we don't have this infrastructure in place. There are basically 2 areas that I want to focus on. The 85, and we covered these last time in the council work session as well, the 85-801 corridor, so south of the airport. Within that area, we have Loth Development having the Goodyear Point site, just here. And then we have Cotton Crossing and the Rubbermaid facility there on the western side of that. But that whole area, thank you. There we go. So Loth, and then this was Voight Development. Now Duke Realty recently purchased the site, Cotton Lane Crossing, both very important industrial properties for the city.
Holly,
Yes. Duke Realty. Duke Realty. And they're moving forward. We've been meeting with them very regularly, and Harvey can attest to that fact. We've been meeting with Duke Realty a lot on trying to move that forward on their infrastructure. But there's a lot of need there, and we can talk about specific sites at another time, but I just really want to talk about the corridors and the areas where we need to invest.
Holly, would you go back a sec and just define the key roads that are the parameters of this, the river?
Oh, okay, the roads that are the parameters.
Cotton, Litchfield.
85, Lower Buckeye, this area here, south on Litchfield, this area is Loth Development, and then this is Cotton Lane Crossing, Duke Realty's property. And I promised Jim that I wouldn't get into the specifics of the numbers and which streets, because that was going to be his gig. So I don't want to do that specifically, but just tell you the areas and the projects, and then he's going to focus on what we need in terms of dollars and streets. Airport Gateway, this area is really the core area for the employment corridor, the first area to develop. As we get the traffic interchange, which will start construction in March, out to bid next month, I understand, we will have this Bullard, this new gateway to the city. And as part of that, we really need to focus on development, particularly this Bullard area, to look at employment corridor infrastructure development. And that's another thing that Jim is going to talk about. I would like to talk about just briefly these couple of slides, these projects. 3647, these are GPEC numbers, and of course they're e-tracks. They're the tracks that we get from GPEC electronically, and we send in information about the projects. Centaur is a biotech-related project. Small numbers of jobs at first, but great jobs, and expanding up to 195 jobs. 160,000 square foot building, $120 million, so substantial capital investment. Looking at 13 municipalities in Metro Phoenix. I mean, these are the kinds of instances where the competition is fierce, even among other Phoenix area cities. So we need to really look at how can we excel? How can we make this happen? This project specifically looked at EJM's site, which I mentioned is here. The site right off the Bullard interchange, going to be right across from, there's Snyder's of Hanover, right across the street here. On the corner is where they were looking. Dr. Scott went out with me that day to meet with them, and Jim's going to talk about that Bullard Airport Gateway and about a $5 million price tag that he's going to elaborate on for improving that area, which I think is really important, key area for us. Project Hope, I actually added since last time, and it's something that we've been working on, but it really came to the forefront this week. They were just in town yesterday. They have 400 jobs to offer with their project in medical services biotech. Again, a great project, would be a great asset to the city. $62,000 to $150,000 job range, so certainly not bad jobs, well over the median household income Goodyear numbers, so really good jobs that we would benefit from, as well as the prestige for attracting a facility of this caliber. So I think very important in our overall advanced recruitment. On the second page, Triple Crown, also in town yesterday, so it's been a busy week. Triple Crown, 600 jobs and 520,000 square foot facility. They're going up to 850, 900,000 square feet. We've heard as much as 1.2 million square feet. And they are looking at a number of sites as well. They looked at initially about 15 to 20 sites in the Phoenix metro area, narrowed that down to 5, 4 of which were in Goodyear. And I think that says a lot about the other initiatives that we have going on, about the city center, about the university, about the stadium, all of the press that we're getting, and all of the great things that the council is doing as far as building the city. What we need now, though, are to make sure that whenever we get them here, that we keep them here because we have the sites that are ready for them to stay. They have expressed interest, particularly, there were 2 sites that Suncor had. One of those, which was out of our control, Arizona American Water site, and was not going to be ready, in the time frame. So it looks like they're concentrating primarily, again, on a Suncor site north of Camelback. So it's not in our region of influence as far as infrastructure goes. But the key element is that the reason they're concentrating on that site is because the infrastructure is in place. There's a 24-inch water line already there. That infrastructure is in place. And I think we would have a lot more instances where companies would be able to concentrate, particularly on the center part of our city, the employment corridor, if the infrastructure the investment was made. They also have been looking at that Cotton Crossing property, the Duke Realty property that I mentioned right here. But as Jim's going to tell you, there are a lot of infrastructure costs associated with that property. And I think, again, while we're looking at some different methods of how to finance that, improvement districts or what have you, I think we need to be proactive in partnering with the developers on these key sites. The last project, F50, it's also known around the office as Project Echo. It was another GPEC lead, 1,500 jobs. This is a tech support center, a Fortune 50 company, 150,000 square feet, 15 acres. They are looking at, keep kind of flipping back and forth, they are looking at the city center air park area. They're concentrating on that as well as Cross Point across the street. They've looked in this area. Project's still moving forward, very much alive for us. They had asked for, you'll see that reduced cost building and land prefer free. They've come off that free. Everybody wants free to start, I think. But the city has been very creative, and I want to commend Stephen on his leadership and working with Brian and Paula. All of us kind of came together and put our heads together on what we could offer as a city, what kinds of things we needed to offer to be competitive. And while we're creative in trying to offer our incentives, we also know the final decision not only, of course, rests with the council, and we want to be responsible and make incentives as we move forward. Really focus on what the city gets for that, what the city gets for assisting these companies. So they're primarily training related and jobs creation related incentives. I think the main thing again to point out here is partnership with the developers, Sun MP and Cornwall Corporation, and looking at what can we do to kind of offset some of their costs in terms of infrastructure to make this a viable site for that project. So I'm going to turn it over to Jim, and he's going to talk about specifics. I think we have a lot of great we have a lot of opportunities with all the things that are going on here. We really just need your help on investing some of the money, and we're going to talk about those numbers and how some of these funds might be allocated toward infrastructure.
Can we ask some questions now before? Yeah. I'd like somebody to comment on the Bullard interchange. My concern is that if we proceed with this Bullard interchange prior to the widening of I-10, we're going to markedly increase the traffic on our surface streets. We're going to increase the hazardous situation with regard to egress off of I-10 and entering I-10 also. I just think it's going to cause a real safety problem in our community. Yet it's probably the way to go because of the regional shopping center and a lot of other reasons. But has anybody thought out the safety part of this? This could be a real monster.
It's a good point, but one that, yes, has been considered. I don't have the projects off the top of my head, but the Bullard TI project will be looked at in conjunction with other road improvements in the area to ensure that we don't get rid of one problem and create a new one. So that's something we are aware of. Stephen?
Bullard interchange is scheduled to go to construction in March. It'll take a year to be constructed. What we believe is that the improvements from Bullard's, we know that Bullard North and along McDowell Road is going to be under construction very quickly. Thus, it's going to carry the load into the mall area and solve those problems. As it relates to the area south, you already have a 2-lane road that's going to go down to Van Buren. Van Buren is in construction right now. They're moving the power poles. They're relocating utilities, all the necessary steps before they actually get into construction, pavement, all the things you're going to see. You're going to see a 3 lane on the south side being constructed before they tear up the existing 2 lanes, and they'll replace the 2 lanes on the north side. So you have 2 outbound and 2 inbound lanes to carry a lot of that construction traffic. So that should be done by next October in time for the widening process. The widening process, oh, by the way, the Bullard interchange is going to be constructed at the ultimate condition, so it's not a throwaway. So that as the widening comes through, the widening is going to be built within the with the 2 inside lanes on the medians, those going under construction about November of next year, and it's roughly a 2.5-year process to widen the inside, fill in the inside, and then add a lane on the outside. Existing pavement all will be torn up. It will be reconstructed, and it will become asphalt. And then they will pour, they'll do concrete, and then they'll pour asphalt on the top of it for sound reasons. So all those things are going to be happening over the next 3 years, with 2010, the completion of that out, and hopefully in 2009. Out to Saraville, immediately following that is Cotton Lane construction, meaning that from Saraville out to Citrus, we're going to realign the existing roadway 250 feet north of center line for a cost of about $66 million. That improvement then will help in terms of the ultimate stack that's going to be there in 2013. But all these things it's a perfect storm, as you're describing, Fred. I don't know that we can necessarily avoid all that. But at the end of the day, what we would like to do in the discussion here is to go ahead and widen Bullard Avenue further on south with the necessary infrastructure so that it does carry that traffic. And there will be a traffic signal at Bullard and Van Buren as a part of the construction of the Van Buren project. So we're taking care of those things that are going to end up slowing up traffic, but it's going to create better safety, because we're not going to have people having to rush out into traffic. They will have a traffic signal to help them get in across streets and get onto major arterials.
Is the plan then to make sure that all these arterial streets are all completed before the I-10 widening starts, so we have some places? Because people will start getting off of there and onto our secondary roads. So.
You will basically have a condition in the year 2007 of McDowell Road being widened and being completed in 2008, several months after we start the widening of the I-10. Now, the widening of the I-10 will start with the bridges. It will start clear back at 101, and it will fill in the medians first. So by the time it gets to us, hopefully we have already got our surface streets taken care of on Van Buren and on McDowell Road. So I would say that probably 50 to 75% of all of our work will have already been completed before before you really see major impact on the freeway. Where you'll see it is it'll start backing up from the 101 back out to us. So it is just going to, it's like an accordion. It'll just start.
It is, Stephen. If you're coming
Yes.
west to east on I-10, regardless of the time of day, time of night,
Yes.
traffic goes from 75, 80 miles an hour to 0 when you hit Goodyear. So it's already
Yeah. And one of the discussions we're now going to suggest, we're talking with ADOT, we're going to see if they will make an adjustment, and if need be, we'll come back and ask council. We may want to make a recommendation to lower the traffic speed on this particular portion of the corridor and start that back out west of Perryville Road, so that people will already be dropping their speed limits.
That's a really good idea.
Because of that very thing, that people are rushing in at 65 miles an hour into a 25 mile an hour zone when you are.
You're talking, yeah, I mean, it's 65 from down, isn't it 65 from, not downtown, but from.
Coming
75th
from
Avenue?
west to east, it's 75.
I mean, you're talking,
Yeah,
that's-
yeah. Well, that's why we want to have a discussion with them about how to improve the safety factor until these things are improved.
Well, we're already feeling the impact of the backup on I-10. When it goes back to Pebble Creek Parkway, we're getting that traffic moving into McDowell Road and coming through
Right.
From west to east at the present time. And there is a backup on McDowell at times as well.
Agreed. And while Bullard Interchange may, in fact, create some problems, as Fred was suggesting, I would also say that from a public safety perspective, because we do not have a Bullard Interchange, we have a worst-case situation whenever we have an accident that occurs and shuts down Estrella Parkway interchange, as we had several months ago with fire and police and everybody out there, where we had multiple accidents and they were shoving them clear off at Cotton Lane onto those surface streets. So we need to have that added flexibility.
I just wanted to make one final comment, too, before Jim comes up. He's going to talk about some of the numbers, but and I know you can do the math, but those 4 projects represent over 2,500 jobs and $400 million in investment. So just to kind of put in context, when Jim talks about $10 or $15 million or whatever is needed to try to do some of these infrastructure upgrades, I think, $400 million in investment and $2,500 new jobs, I think, it's a pretty sound investment. So I think that's just something to kind of keep in mind, that contextually, certainly a good investment for the city's future.
Can I just add a question about, on Project Hope, we see the salary range, but Triple Crown and F-50, what kind of job are you talking about?
Triple Crown is a warehouse distribution project that we met, and actually, Mayor, you had lunch with those folks just a week or so ago. They didn't call them Triple Crown. It's again, kind of the nature of the game. But yes, the warehouse distribution, large New York Stock Exchange company, $20 billion annual sales. It would be an order fulfillment center for textile-related goods. And then the other one you asked about
Is F-50?
F-50 Project Echo. That is a technology company, high-tech company that we've been working with for quite some time. And it's a tech support center. So again, relatively high-paying jobs, certainly not hourly jobs. And I would argue that, project as far as wages go, I would say Triple Crown is probably on the lower end of those 4. Certainly on the lower end of those 4. While it's a great number of jobs, the other 3 of those though are still infrastructure-related issues. So Triple Crown is going to be able to find a site in Suncor that is already developed, but for future development to occur, we need to have these other sites ready.
Jim, will you be talking about various ways to incentivize this? Is that what you're going to be talking about? So I don't ask
No, my
question.
discussion isn't on incentives per se. It is on the infrastructure needs for the projects, the costs, and then staff's strategy on how we'll address that.
Okay, so you're going to talk about sources of revenue to address that, is that correct?
Not that specifically. I won't get into specific funding
That's
sources.
really the issue here, I think.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. And at this point in time, the city manager and I have had conversation of establishing districts that will basically pay for itself. And I'd like to have Stephen give us an example of his thoughts on how this can be constructed.
The point of this discussion came out of our one-on-one 2 days ago. And basically, it is the improvements that are being discussed today by Jim, et cetera, are the dollar costs. The conversation you had yesterday, Larry was saying we need to find some additional funding sources. And we will be coming back to you in December, we'll be coming back to you in February with a much better picture of how to make those things happen. a third element or another element of that funding as a funding mechanism are special districts or improvement districts. You have just gone through an exercise over the last few months with Brian Dahlke and others working on the mall project of an improvement district that has taken almost a year to put together, that involves all the landowners, involves everybody agreeing to the cost sharing, and basically a special assessment being applied to their properties. And through this process, they are paying for the cost of the infrastructure, and that infrastructure is, have I lost it? Okay. How far back do I need to go? Just continue.
Keep going.
The construction costs are being borne by the adjacent property owners. What we're talking about here today is only building the, what we call the city's portion of the infrastructure, and enabling the property owners to come and build their frontage at the time they're ready to build their projects as one option. We do have, in one instance, a group of about 5 different property owners, that happens to be the Bullard Corridor, that are aggressively looking at whether or not they want to go into an improvement district and have all the improvements done simultaneously on a 2-mile stretch of road, as opposed to just a scallop streets approach. Their willingness to do that is a function of knowing that the water is there, the sewer is there, and the basic road is there. Today, you cannot drive from Van Buren to Yuma on paved surface. All we have out there right now is the millings off of other road construction, so it's basically a dust control measure on our part. We hope over the next several months that they will be at a point. 4 months ago, they weren't even talking to each other. They're now talking to each other, and they're aggressively moving forward. It's a question of how quickly they can move. We cannot necessarily wait for them. We can move forward with ours. If they want to get very aggressive and join us, we can expand our project into a full-blown project, but we cannot delay it so much that we're missing opportunities with the industries that are coming in, the new employers. Does that get at your point, Dick?
I have a question for Holly. And these companies, what is the time frame they wanted to be up and in the building?
Time frame is pretty scary for us right now because of the infrastructure constraints. March 2007 is what we've heard on breaking ground for Triple Crown. And July 2007 for Project Hope. So I think, and Project Hope actually, when we met yesterday, said they are, again, looking at that EJM site, just near the Bullard Interchange. They said that they would be willing to sign a conditional letter of intent, but the condition of the conditional letter of intent is that we're able to provide the city with the developer the infrastructure that they need, and they know that that's coming. It's going to be an 18-month construction process for them. So again, we have 18 to 24 months, but that's not a lot of time whenever you think about some of the things that we need to do, and we need to definitely get on this.
If I can expand on her point just for a moment, on that particular project, their ability to be in the ground starting in March is a function of the fact that the water, the sewer, and the street on Camelback is already there.
Well, Holly and I were at GPEC this week at several meetings, and they elaborated that the companies are now coming this way, the outlining areas, because there's not enough land and affordable land. And even though our people here say our land is not affordable sometimes, the builders, but in fact it is compared to overall the valley. So it is extremely important for us at this time to take action and solve this delay that we have here in Goodyear.
I think we're finding two things that they're really looking for. One is the affordability and the availability of land, but certainly that means land with infrastructure. That's their expectation. And secondly is the availability of a workforce, a qualified workforce, which we have, 70% of whom are leaving every day to go somewhere else and jam up the I-10 to try to get to work. So I think, that is a big plus for us to have that kind of captive workforce, and they're looking at that too as, how do we take advantage of this workforce that's already here.
Well, and they also found out, excuse me.
That very thing right there, that's my concern with Triple Crown. This is a warehouse. Their pay level is not high enough that these people can live, and they can't be the breadwinner and buy a house in the city of Goodyear.
When we've talked about that, we have not only interested, particularly in the northern part of the city, because the Air Force Base, community college, there are just a lot of resources that they can tap. We have well over 1 million people that are in that particular strata as far as workforce availability in this market. So, I think we showed them very detailed workforce information. I'd be happy to share that with the council, what we shared with them to show them that workforce was available. Certainly Rubbermaid didn't have any problem getting that type of workforce. Snyder's, McLean's, they're all getting more applications for
Well, I was
those
at McLean's the
positions.
other day for their whatever they had. We had so many things going on, but I asked everyone in the audience, how many of you live in Goodyear? And it was a small number. It was about a third of the plant personnel that lived there, that worked there, that were there. And then in speaking to the CEO, they're way above base pay. No one at McLean makes less than $12 or $14 an hour, and even that is not enough to qualify if they're the breadwinner for a home in Goodyear. So those people were second incomes. And in a thing like Triple Crown, if we're inviting a warehouse distribution center to come to Goodyear, we better be thinking about how that's going to happen, because it's an amazing turnover in warehouse jobs. It's amazing. The turnover is tremendous. Go out to the warehouse in Buckeye, Walmart's warehouse. That turnover is amazing. Every morning, the foreman goes around to see who the new people are, and the people that didn't show up the day before, and they might come for a week or 2 weeks or a couple of days, and they're gone. It's just a constant turnover. This is causing more traffic on our highways. So I'm concerned about this kind of an industry in the center of a city where the average home is $400,000.
Well, I think for the warehouse distribution, first of all, are kind of going to be at the limits of the city, at least our city limits as we know them now. I think they're going to be south within that Loth and Cotton Lane Business Park. Those two areas are more warehouse distribution oriented near the Rubbermaid. So we're going to have that industrial area along MC 85, which is going to be another route. And that was really, you had people coming in from Avondale and Buckeye, which not necessarily a bad thing to be the center of employment. So I think we've got that, as well as up on Camelback, looking at Suncor and some of the distribution. We're going to have distribution folks come to call because we're logistically in an excellent place for that kind of operation. And that's really the use we want in particular areas of the city, in the APZ area, for instance. And that's really, another appealing thing about the Suncor site is that it's a low people density sort of use for that area. So I think, the key is really diversity.
No, just getting the workforce to be stable, because not having a stable workforce just puts more cars on the freeway.
And we actually did, not with Triple Crown, but with another, the Fortune 50 company that's looking at 2 projects in Goodyear. One of those is a warehouse distribution order fulfillment center. And with that, we did interviews with their HR people at McLean's and at Snyder's. And while I can't speak for Buckeye and the Walmart facility, but I can say that both McLean's and Snyder's have had very good experiences with the workforce and low turnover, particularly for that industry.
Yeah, McLean is. It's in good shape, and I think most of the people that work there, though it's a second income, that live in Goodyear, that group of people that I saw their hands come up and talking to each of them, yeah, their husband or their wife works somewhere else because they live in Goodyear, that's the only way they can live in Goodyear. So,
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just put the emphasis on, I think that we discovered this last week too, that, we talk about the transportation, how long it takes us to get someplace. These companies are looking at from here, Goodyear to the airport as a piece of cake compared to other parts in the valley. They really think that's an attribute as opposed to other parts of this. To the Phoenix Airport, and that surprised me. Downtown. Sky Harbor, thank you. And so where we think it's a negative because of the traffic, they think it's a positive. They found it was very easy to get to. Isn't that right, Holly?
Well, particularly in the off hours, they found it was a reverse commute, which is, what they were seeing in terms of bringing in people, that their patients, particularly for the biotech facility, that it would be a great location for them. Dr. Scott?
Project Hope wants to get their shovel in the ground by July 1st.
Yes.
Have you talked to them at all or inferred that it might be a lot easier if they would be willing to offset some of the costs of this infrastructure for some sort of tax break incentive-wise of one sort or another?
We've talked about some different partnership opportunities, not specifics because we haven't talked about specific numbers of what, and again, we're going to talk about that a little bit more with Jim's presentation, but about specific numbers for what's needed there. We don't have a good feel for what specific infrastructure needs are, their water demands, those kinds of things. They like the location, they like the workforce, they like West Valley Hospital and some of those other things that they see as real community resources. I've talked with Fred Stiles at EJM about partnering with them on trying to do what we can to make that property more affordable and more appealing to the project so it can be cost competitive. And a big reason we're seeing these price escalations is because the developers are they're making sure that they're covered in terms of this infrastructure investment.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Let me just add to the Vice Mayor's point. And I was going to ask Council how you feel about it. Tolleson is the center for warehousing and distribution, and there's no reason to expect that won't move west to us. And I don't want that, personally. I think some distribution is good. I think this Triple Crown is good, not because they're distribution, but because they're a company that might bring us something worthwhile for our mall. But I don't want our economic development folks to think that we support a lot of warehouses in our city. That incentivizing, we need to incentivize companies with high-paid jobs. And warehouses are not. And I don't want to be known as a Tolleson West, frankly. I hope that isn't quoted in the paper.
Whoops.
Holly, let me see if I can summarize this.
Okay.
All right. I heard you say.
Well, that's the last interview she'll ever get.
I hear you saying that you want to make sure that tax incentives and locational incentives are part of a future discussion. I heard you say that the balance, the mix between warehouse and other higher paid types of businesses is what would be required or requested and desired. All right. And what was the other?
Workforce
The workforce housing. Yeah, being able to have people who can afford to live in Goodyear, even if they are not making a high-end wage, they can still afford to live here, and that reduces traffic and transportation congestion and so forth and so on. Is that correct?
Well,
what else did I miss?
I didn't agree with that. I'm not seeking a mix.
You're not.
I'm seeking a precedence to high-income jobs, not a mix. Diversity is not my goal. I think there are places in which we can have warehousing, but that's not a mix I'm seeking.
Then that's good clarification for staff.
Is there not a harsh reality, though, with some of those areas that are in the APZ and some of those areas that warehousing is going to be appropriate?
I think.
Do you disagree with that?
No. In the APZ, but along I-10, I disagree and with it. And I think a developer, by zoning, they're allowed to be there.
Right.
So it's a matter of incentivizing by us and that sort of thing. And I'm not in favor of incentivizing or even providing infrastructure for that.
Warehousing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not that, I didn't think we were that kind of a city. I didn't want to be another Tolleson. And it's good for Tolleson because that's their income level. And that's not saying anything derogative about Tolleson. But that's not our income, level. And I am concerned because if we continue on this path with warehouses and that kind of industry, or if we encourage them, let's put it this way, if we encourage that kind of industry, it's going to come down on us, and there will be regulations put on us where we'll be forced by state and federal government to put in workforce housing. So if you want to keep the bedroom communities the way they are and hope that they continue upward, we've got to be looking at something further than warehousing. And that's my concern with when I saw this, because I saw those income levels and I saw what McLean was doing and how they're surviving in Goodyear. And it's a problem if we get overloaded with warehouses.
I think we need a mix. I think we're going down the wrong path on this, in my personal view. All cities survive on the mix of what we have in the city, and
This sounds like a discussion.
It does.
We have,
It does.
A policy discussion.
Right.
Because it sounds like there's quite a gap between your understandings and your visions.
Well, I can understand location and off I-10. Why would you take a piece of property that is so visible and easy accessible and put it into that category? But there are other areas in the Goodyear, and affordable housing will come to every city. If you're going to design your city around not having affordable housing, that's not going to happen, because as time goes on, you're going to have it, and workforce housing.
Affordable housing, don't use that term.
I
That's
know.
not-
I just corrected myself. I looked at you when I did.
Workforce housing is something else. But you've got another freeway coming through south on Route 801. Now what happens? That becomes the warehouse district. And see, I'm not sure that that's what we want there either when that comes through. So that's just my opinion.
We each have a vision. I guess to state where I keep seeing things, I always envision a high-tech performing type city that people want to come to and bring all their software engineering, their aerospace, et cetera. And I guess you have a lot of other elements that come with that, and some of that is our warehouses. I expect it. I would never have even thought that they wouldn't be here. You also get different levels of income. That's good. That's healthy. And that's what we keep trying to encourage this. So I guess I'm kind of supportive of bringing in those warehouses. And to Councilmember Lord's comment, a mix isn't bad. It's very good, and it's very healthy for us. And if we have a say-so about where they're located, that's even better. And we do. We have an option. And I guess one other thing, I know we have rail south of our city. Right now it's south. Is there any likelihood that companies would be drawn in because of that? I mean, it just seems like it's ideal, and we haven't talked about it at all.
Right. We haven't talked about it recently, and I think that was because of the turnover again in ownership. But this Cotton Lane Business Park, that is, it still says Voight Development on the map, but is now, as I said, Duke Realty within the last 30 days or so. That is the vision for that property, that would be a rail-served industrial site. Certainly makes sense for the city. There isn't a lot of that in Phoenix where you have that kind of that opportunity. So I think, yeah, it is a good fit. And, and I appreciate your comments, and certainly would like to see a broader policy discussion to direct, with what the council wants and what your vision is, particularly, as it relates to incentives. And, I think we get that on these large, high-profile sort of projects. I mean, as the mayor said, that bring us something else to the table. But whenever these projects come down the pike, we need to really know from the council what direction you want us to take. And only you can tell us that. So.
Well, just one more comment on this. We were looking at Corey made a presentation and showed us the airport in Scottsdale, and then showed us our airport and how that all worked around the two of them. They don't have those kinds of things around the Scottsdale airport. So what Corey is showing us then is different than what we're seeing today as a future for what's around our city center and our airport. And I think that's the concern I have. I thought we wanted to be more upgrade than warehouses around that area. And again, that was shown to us by Corey, which I agreed with, the way that airport area and city center should be developed. We do have an example in Scottsdale, and I think we need to follow that.
And I think we are, and we do have a tremendous opportunity around the airport. And Scottsdale Air Park is a mix within itself. I mean, it has a lot of different sizes and a lot of different types of companies in there. And there are lower end jobs in the Scottsdale Air Park. I mean, it is a community. Scottsdale is a city that is, obviously it's much more mature in its life cycle than our city. Our city is, and it is a great model to follow, but it is a very diverse model and certainly a mix of different types of companies and income levels around that airport area.
How many warehouses do they have around that airport?
I would say they don't have any, and again, that's what we were talking about for this area, and I don't think we're going to have large warehousing there. They don't have, 500,000 square foot warehousing that I'm aware of in the Scottsdale Air Park area, and that's just because it doesn't make sense from a financial standpoint. It won't make any sense here either. You're not going to see along the interstate and along this northern part of the airport, that area on a square foot basis doesn't make any sense to put 500,000 square feet, buy 50 acres there. People are going to buy 50 acres south and north in the APZ, where it's more affordable. So that's not our objective, to put warehousing right in the middle of the city.
Yeah, because the transit, in transit, they're talking about heavy rail being used possibly on Union Pacific's tracks down the road. Well, if this is all heavy industrial down there and it's warehouses, there's no need for heavy rail to even come into Goodyear.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure. Is there a question?
Heavy rail coming to Goodyear because the tracks are already here on Union Pacific.
Right.
Well, if this is all industrial down here, this would be bringing in the people just to work in those warehouses, right? That's all.
You're talking on a transit base.
On the transit, yeah. My concern is getting people to and from their jobs, and because of the kind of work of housing there is in Goodyear, and the need for some workforce housing, which so far at this point I don't see anybody being in favor of, but it's.
Well, you want workforce housing, but you don't want a $14 an hour job. I hate to point out the juxtapose there, but it just there's a juxtapose in your
well, I understand that. This is a problem we've got to solve.
I think the intent is, do we want to be top drawer? And to quote the mayor, using top drawer all the time, we want to be top drawer. I think there's a certain rational thought process that goes into warehousing or goes into industrial property or, pardon me, I've got one congested, but I think there's a certain rationale that goes into all this. Am I going to incentivize, a warehouse that wants to go on to the city center air park and Sun MP's property? No, I don't think any of us want to see us do that. Is there a rational basis for doing it in the APZ or along the rail corridor that that exists? I've got one of those that exists already. Yeah, there's a certain rationale to that, but
I'd like to see us explore other opportunities first.
I think we're going to see that there's no doubt in my mind that just based on take Scottsdale Air Park and overlay it around our airport, and you've got almost identical things occurring. And and I work up in the Scottsdale Air Park every day, and there's a multitude of different levels of income of folks that come in and out of there.
In any industry, you've got the lower level income people that work there. I mean, because it's required. But I'm wondering how many warehouses you see around the Scottsdale Airport.
Not many. And I don't think that's what we're hearing this morning. Right. We're not talking about that in the sense are there certain areas of our city that there's going to be warehousing or that it's appropriate to have warehousing? Sure. I think that definitely there is. I mean, APZ is a great example of it. The corridor, some of the corridor
down along MC-85 and the rail makes sense to have it there. Does it make sense to have it at the corner of Bullard and Yuma or Bullard and Van Buren? No, absolutely not. And I don't think any of us are advocating for that. Does it make sense to have it at Estrella and Yuma? No, probably not. I mean, it's, obviously we have certain areas that are identified, but have some rationale to the comments. I mean, I've got two folks that live right next door to me, husband and wife. They work at a warehouse in Tolleson, right on the border.
Mm-hmm.
They can afford a house in Goodyear.
Because they're both working.
Right.
But that's common.
The heir of the breadwinner is few and far between, my friend. Sorry to bring the reality
It is.
home, but it's
Both partners
few and
work
far
these
between.
days.
Well,
And I think he's talking about a balance. I think anytime you
Well,
develop a
it
city, I
may-
think you have to keep the balance, and that's part of the balance, and keeping it diversified.
And community development has done a good job up to this point, too. So and with the involvement of economic development and community development, I think we could come to a consensus that we're comfortable with what's occurring in Goodyear at the present time and what our future is with these two divisions.
I think community development and economic development are working hand in hand, and I really appreciate, and you should, I think, as the council, really be mindful of what a great job community development has done in their land use planning, and really, you have a great plan to work off from the city, and it certainly does not show big box distribution in the middle of the city. I think we have a great outline, a great framework to work from, and we have a great working relationship with community development and trying to move the city forward.
Which, as it should be.
I don't think we're in any way in disagreement with what you're doing here or what the plan is. I'm not sure how we got off on this big tangent here, but I don't think there's any room for discussion. So
I'd like
maybe
to
we can
discuss
move
it a little
on.
more. I think Frank is trying to make a good point, and it's difficult to do that. But, and the word mix worries me. Unless you agree that there's a precedence to one or the other. And I don't hear that. I think it's important that, and we're hearing vision here, and we have a different vision on this council, which is probably good. But I really think we have to emphasize and we have to let the folks and staff know that the priority is to good jobs. It's to quality jobs and it's to quality living. And just saying we want to mix worries me. So, but the subject of workforce housing is related to this, but it's not related to, because it sort of flows from things unless you get so many low-paying jobs that the government insists on that type of housing. And that's what we do not want. We don't want government telling us how we're going to, what kind of developments we're going to have. But we are so prime on that corridor, and Frank brought up a good point. We have 3 corridors. We are so prime to be a target for warehousing. Mm-hmm. And I just think we have to send a message, and we obviously don't agree on that, but I think we need to send a message that our priority is good jobs, and that's what economic development needs to leave here with, that if you want us to incentivize, if you want us to build infrastructure, bring us to jobs that makes this community stand out, so that when I go and brief people about a stadium or schools, I can say that because I know everybody agrees that we want a community that is upscale. We want a community that appreciates, values education, that wants things above. Wants a community in which those who work in a warehouse want to move up to a higher job in the next generation of their family. And so, I just feel like Frank had a decent point. So.
And I don't disagree. I just think there's a fine line between preference and discriminating. And I think discriminatory practices are different than preferences. And so if we've got a preference to be top drawer and we've got a preference to be high end, fine. I mean, I think every day you ought to be, and that goes for everybody in this city. Every day you ought to be asking yourself the question of, you ought to reflect on what you did the hour before and say, how could I have done it better? And I think we ought to ask that question every single time economic development, something comes in. It's before we put this down on this place of land or before we bring it to council, is there something better that we have? Is there something better in the offing? We ought to be asking ourselves that every single day. But there's a fine line.
Also be looking at what are we doing about these jobs, because I don't want federal government, state government stepping in
and telling us what we need to do on, especially in workforce housing. I don't want that. I want us to make our own decisions.
And the reverse can occur. We can be so discriminatory that they step in and tell us that you have to put in X housing.
We don't want to have.
But you're saying if we create jobs, they're going to step in. If we don't create jobs and if we don't create housing, they're going to step in. And so there is a balance of mix. I mean, we have to.
That's not what I'm saying.
I don't think we disagree with what the mayor has said.
No, I don't disagree with the mayor said. I just think it's the process in which we do it. And why would you take a prime piece of property that you know we can benefit from and then give it to somebody that's in that, and that makes sense. I mean, that's real estate. You want to take your prime property and you want to, put the highest paying business you can in there. I mean, that.
Well, wait a minute. Whoa. You got to be careful because these properties are zoned for certain businesses, and then we're going to say zone for it, but you can't put it there. That gets a little hairy too.
That's
why we have the economic development, and that's why they can take care of that.
And that's why we are working closely with community development. And again, I want to kind of stress that our certainly our charge is for development of the employment corridor, which is the office and the higher end jobs. We are going to have distribution interest. Again, I think, there is, what we're looking at is highest and best use of properties. And if the highest and best use in the APZ, for instance, is warehousing and distribution, then I think, again, if it makes sense. But it sounds like we need to have a much more in-depth discussion on what the council's policy and direction is, and I would certainly appreciate that.
I think our goal is very similar. I don't think our goals are any really much different. Our approach and our the way we articulate things are sometimes polar opposites.
Well, that's very true. And, I think if Tolleson had this discussion 15 years ago, every last square foot would not be a distribution plant right now. And that's, every time you put a distribution plant in, that's so many acres that can be used for nothing else for the next 30 years. So it's important that we be careful about that. Tolleson has nothing left. Every space is taken. So
I think the other issue too, as we grow as a city, Tolleson is 6-8 square miles, and we're going to 250 square miles. It's we need an overall plan and strategy, I think, and that's part of it as well. So, but I want to work with the council on what that looks like and what direction you see.
Thank you all.
So, thank you.
Sally.
You didn't wear that red shirt,
Are you afraid to say anything?
How do I follow that?
You left your challenge at home today.
No, I didn't. Mayor and Council, first I want to start by thanking you for that discussion, because that's exactly what this two-day advance was designed for, is to give you the opportunity to discuss those things. And I don't know that we expected that level of discussion, but this is the opportunity. So we appreciate it, and if it helps bring you together on either an issue that you share different opinions on, or brings you to a consensus on something, that helps us in the end. So please continue doing that, and there's lots more time later on for more discussion that we've allotted today. Now that I've offered you my thanks, I'll offer my condolences, because you're stuck with me the rest of the morning. And so I think the mayor used the term the gym show yesterday, and unfortunately that's the road we're now heading down. So I'll do my best to make this brief. Holly laid out the game plan as far as opportunities and for employment growth, economic development, et cetera. And as she said, she set the stage for the infrastructure needs to accommodate that. I'm here to provide you with some of the details on what those infrastructure needs are. I didn't prepare a slide that shows each street or each sewer pipe, because I heard yesterday, you are entrusting us as the technical experts, but I want to give you the bottom line, and that's what's really important here. I also want to be clear that we're not looking to create a competition. We're not saying, do I do this infrastructure work in lieu of something else already in the CIP or in lieu of another priority. We're proposing this as how we can infuse it into the CIP, looking for other funds through creative means, and that was brought up by several of you earlier this morning. So we're on point with you. We realize that we need to look at the funding opportunities available to us, but we don't want to put you in the position of what trumps what, and that's not what we're here for. So first, to start with the 85-801 corridor, and you have the I guess details in your book, but basically to provide the infrastructure here. At Goodyear Point, we'd roughly need $925,000. Now, what that entails is sewer lines and fiber optic conduit. We're looking at the streets and water elements are adequate, or excuse me, the street element would be addressed by the developer, and the water system is adequate as is over there, but we would need to address the sewer and the fiber. I want to point out that we've added fiber into this mix because we realize that technology and high-tech communications is a big issue, and especially in business development and encouraging businesses to come, that's another piece of the puzzle that they look at now. So we wanted to make sure we accounted for some funding to address that. As far as work on Broadway from Bullard to Australia Parkway, the sewer is adequate as is, but there would be street, water, and fiber work totaling a little over $3 million. The grand total for this particular portion of the corridor is almost $4 million. And this information is just past the diagram in your books in section 3.
Right here, tab 3.
Yes, yes, I'm sorry, I should have identified that. This is all in tab 3. Staff has also come up with a rough schedule for how quickly we could accomplish this infrastructure. You heard Holly giving some deadlines of when certain businesses would be interested in breaking ground, and so we need to be able to meet those timelines. Roughly, it would take 500 days from the minute we initiate advertising for design construction services to when projects are complete. So you're talking roughly a year and a half, give or take. That does meet with the timeline that Holly suggested, where businesses would be looking, or operations be looking to open in roughly 18 to 24 months. So potentially we could meet those schedules. Following up on that, on Elwood between Australia and Cotton, this project requires significant street and water work, totaling almost $5 million. And again, that is the sewer is under construction right now. That'll be completed this beginning of '07, and we do have some fiber work included in there as well. But we're talking almost $5 million for that portion, and again, roughly another 500-day time frame. So together, we're talking almost $9 million for the 85-801 corridor in full to address the infrastructure needs that would accommodate and maybe accelerate business opportunities and potentially employment growth, because that's the theme we've heard from you, and we understand that as well, that we want to continue developing the employment opportunities in the city.
Do we have that figure in our book here?
You do. It's in section 3.
Combination of the three.
Behind tab 3. And it's right behind the picture of the corridor.
It's a combo of the two pages right there. That page plus the next page.
Here's the total.
Did you find it, Vice Mayor?
I found it.
Okay.
Jim, am I jumping the gun on this, but have we looked at Bullard south of Van Buren all the way to the city center and the stadium and, the dirt road?
I don't know that we looked at it as part of this. This is purely the employment growth, economic development corridor section. So I don't know that we looked at it as part of this.
That has some employment around.
Okay. But, I can't say for sure.
Remember we talked about continuing Bullard south of Van Buren, connecting it to the stadium or Elwood and I don't think we have that down, but you and I talked about that at one time. About the
Bullard I-10 to Van Buren, and followed by Bullard Van Buren to Yuma.
That's on my
Yes,
next
yes,
slide.
okay,
Sorry
that's the
about
one.
that.
I'm sorry, I didn't have the key word, Yuma, sorry.
No problem.
Okay, sorry, Jim, I just didn't.
No, you didn't jump the gun.
Okay, all right.
But we'll now segue to this. This is the airport gateway, and this leads to the question you just asked. Bullard, I-10 to Van Buren, we would require the addition of a single lane on Bullard. Water is adequate as it stands. We would require sewer work and, again, the fiber for approximately $1.5 million. And then Bullard from Van Buren to Yuma, again, adding a lane for street work. Water is adequate as is, and then a new sewer line and some fiber work, again, roughly a little over $1.5 million. Finally, Bullard from Yuma to Australia. That requires street water and sewer as well as fiber. Total of, again, almost $1.5 million. The grand total for this corridor, just under or just over $4.5 million, and another 500-day schedule from start of advertisement to completion of construction. These are all very doable, and that's the message I want to make sure I convey. We're not here saying there's a problem. We're not here to say there's an impossibility. We're telling you about the infrastructure that would be needed, the rough planning level estimates that we've developed, and I really want to credit Ken and Regis for, on a very short timeline, developing these infrastructure needs, coming up with the schedules, and coming up with these estimates with not a lot of information at hand. So they really deserve a lot of credit for what you have in front of you. I also am not going to say that these are to the penny, but they're not intended to be. It's order of magnitude estimates to let you know what we could potentially be talking about. Staff's intention with these two projects, or these two corridors and all the infrastructure noted within, is to look at how we, again, bring them into the CIP without disrupting what you've already approved, without disrupting what's already underway, but how we look for other funding opportunities, either through new sources of money, through districts, partnerships, et cetera, but to look at what we can do to ensure that we're ready for these opportunities that are on the horizon. Holly and her department have done a great job in finding these opportunities, and now it's our role to help ensure that we're ready as a city to take them on.
Jim, we might also add that in this instance, not only is the employment corridor improved, but there's a side benefit, which is the stadium traffic in the year 2009 is going to be supported by this new corridor.
That completes the economic development section, much longer than was scheduled, but again, it was due to some very healthy, positive dialogue amongst you, so we really appreciate that. Before I go on to CIP, we were technically scheduled for, I think, a 9:30 break, or around this time, so before I suggest we do that now, and I'll finish the full CIP afterwards, can I answer any questions, Holly, or anybody else on what we just presented regarding economic development, employment growth, et cetera?
Well, you've established the need, okay, for infrastructure.
Yes.
Now let's determine how we can get the money to pay for them now, so that we can get the infrastructure in and be ready for what comes our way as far as development is concerned.
Correct, and the way we're going to do that is the next part of the discussion. I'll give you a sneak preview. We'll be going through the prioritizations of the new and unfunded projects as we did yesterday for City Center, same model. We've ranked these projects I just went through, we've ranked them high because we believe what we've heard from you is that employment growth and economic development are important and high priorities for the city. Back to the consensus model where we'll look for a better way to do it this afternoon or later on this morning, but we're going to want to hear from you that what we have prioritized them as, what we're proposing, meets your needs and your expectations. I believe what I'm hearing is yes, they do, but we'll formalize that later. And then once we know that we're on the right path with these being high priority projects, we will look for those funding opportunities and we will bring that work, that additional work, into our work plan for the CIP.
Okay,
so we're going down the path you'd like us to.
All right, thank you.
Can I answer any other questions? Or any other members of staff? Okay, if not, can we take a quick 10-minute break?
The same question. The question is, yeah, I know, stand out away from there. What do you hope to get from this next section of the program? And what do you need from the council to get you where you need to go?
I am looking for input and feedback on the priorities are being proposed by staff to make sure that they're in alignment with your needs and expectations.
So let me restate that, see if I got this right. You're going to take them through what is currently the priorities. And what you're looking for is them to comment on an exception basis.
Yeah, yes. Maybe that's the way to do it, is going back to your point from earlier. Do you take exception to anything? And if you don't, then we'll assume we're on
And then
target.
we will proceed. Push on.
Correct.
All right? All right.
Okay. Good morning again. I'm going to jump into CIP projects. My presentation will actually be pretty brief because you gave a lot of good feedback yesterday on what you do want to hear and don't want to hear or don't need to hear. So I'm skipping to the real meat of the issue. First, I just wanted to review the city's 5 goals that we are using as a measuring stick for the projects we're presenting. There's a board over on the side, and you do have information in your packets that identifies or assimilates the various projects to the 5 different goals. Those goals are financial wellness, human resources, addressing growth and infrastructure, maximizing efficiency, and developing and nurturing partnerships within the community. The projects that we have on tap feed into each of those goals one way or another. And again, we've provided you that information. The reason we did that is to help demonstrate that there's a method to the madness, that we don't just dream up projects randomly, but that we try to make sure that each and every one of them somehow furthers the city in one sense or another. Now, in your packages, I'll tell you what I'm not going to cover so we can get to the bottom line. We start off in this, we're now in section 4, behind tab 4, which is just the overall list of all the CIP projects. Again, you have the utility and non-utility current CIP list. We've, again, shaded out the first 2 years and the out years because we're showing you in the white columns the projects and the expenditures coming up in the next 3 years. But that's all been approved. That's the document you approved in June of this year. The projects shaded in this year are either underway or preparing to get them underway. So those are in some semblance of being done, and we haven't heard anything that would want to change the CIP in any way, shape, or form other than adding to it. So I'm not going to go through the CIP. You just saw it a few months ago. You just approved it a few months ago. So going beyond that, what I'd like to cover is just after the CIP are the new projects to be considered in the capital improvement program. And then I'll follow that with the unfunded projects. I'll tell you globally, the economic development or the employment growth related projects that I reviewed with you a couple minutes ago, those have been rated, yes.
Talking about this, just, yeah, if you can just refer to the document that you are talking to, because everybody's kind of flipping pages.
Gotcha. It's called Master List of New and Unfunded Projects. That's the title of the top page. And it's behind the facilities prioritization. I'll wait for you to find those pages. No, it's okay. No, I'm glad you pointed it out.
Sure, because we still haven't found it.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going. Keep going, Frank. Next one.
Keep going. Next one.
What section?
Frank.
Okay.
Next
It's in
one.
section 4, middle of section 4.
No, next page.
You know, we need
And-
tabs in these.
All the projects that I outlined for you earlier related to employment growth and development, we're proposing those be rated high. So I won't go through and rehash them. They're shown in your tables here. Continuing on, though, we also have a Pebble Creek Parkway project, which is the addition of 2 lanes south of McDowell to Virginia. That is at an estimated cost of almost $400,000. We're proposing that be rated high, prioritized highly. McDowell Road, adding 2 lanes east of Pebble Creek Parkway to the 303. Bullard Avenue, adding 4 lanes from I-10 right-of-way to McDowell Road. And then Indian School Road, adding 2 lanes from Saraville to 303 and from 303 to Cotton Lane. All these projects we're proposing as being rated high, and they're to address the infrastructure or the transportation needs in the city as all the other growth and development is occurring, stadium, city center, I-10 widening, et cetera. We're trying to address other transportation needs so that our network can handle that new capacity. So we're proposing that these be highly rated projects.
This one titled just McDowell Road, it's the second from the bottom, new, and it's addressing strategic goal 3. Is that between Litchfield and Dysart? The one that's 1.71 million?
I will ask let's see.
When you say McDowell Road widening and
Right.
landscaping, which ones?
I'm looking for...
All of them, all the others have descriptions, that's why I asked.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. Ken, do we have that information? Okay, so
I didn't hear that.
the person who has the information is not here right now, so as soon as he's back, I'll answer that. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Jim, if you repeat that, I'll go ahead and make the card on it so we can get it down.
The question is, on McDowell Road widening and landscaping project, what are the limits of that project?
Right.
Okay.
Jim, just to kind of help me here. Since this is the new and unfunded projects, any improvement projects that are not necessarily related to new growth are not mentioned here?
Could you repeat that?
Just
New projects?
improvement, yeah, just improvement. These are new and unfunded.
Right. These right here that I'm mentioning are purely new. I'll get to the unfunded in a minute. I believe that's a fair statement, yes. They're growth or maintaining current service levels. I mean, maybe that's how I would state it. Because as other projects and developments are occurring around the city, we're trying to maintain service levels and or improve them. So I don't want to tie them exclusively to growth, but I think overall growth and service maintenance would be the bottom line for the purpose of the projects.
Okay, and not just, I was just concerned about some of the projects that we have that would be improvements.
Understood.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's not what these are looked upon as.
Okay.
I'm going to now skip over to the next page because the first batch of utility projects are all related to economic development that I reviewed a few minutes ago. Going down, again, these are all the high priorities. I'm going to start with Site 11 improvements. That's actually covered as an unfunded. It's not new, so you can scratch that out. I cover it in my next discussion. It's on page 2 of the master list of new and unfunded projects.
I don't want to derail your conversation. I have a question as it relates to some of the infrastructure. Just a little bit back
Please.
to our previous conversation. What's the reality of being able to, are all of these things designed? Is it assumed these are all designed already?
No. Thank you for the good question.
So maybe, can we get it to a point that we have it designed such that if a economic development project comes in, that we have a fairly certain sense of that we're fairly confident we can say to somebody that wants to develop, say a high-tech, biotech employment thing that, yeah, we've got it designed. We can have it out of the ground in 6 months.
Mm-hmm. That's
versus saying we have to go through a whole design process. It's going to take 18 months.
No, and the 18-month. Let me clarify because that's a good point. If I wasn't clear, no, it's good. The 18 months I mentioned earlier is the full boat from design through construction. The schedule that I showed you in section 3 on the economic development projects has roughly, I think it's 130 days for the design process from start to finish to then be going straight into construction. So we do have the window identified. It's not an exact science, but at least some approximate deadlines for how long it would take to design it, how long it'll take to construct it. As we weave these into the CIP, we can initiate the design as soon as the funding sources are identified, approved by council, et cetera, and get to the point where they're ready for that construction, where we can tell potential developers we're ready to go, or here's the horizon. So we'll have the information that you're wanting us to have for those potential opportunities.
So all the unfunded projects would be within a 5-year or less range, then, is that correct?
Any of the ones that we identify as high and that you concur with us on, those would most probably be in the 5-year range, because it's our intention as a high priority to get it in as soon as possible. That's the purpose of it being rated high.
So he's got a good point then. It would be greatly to our advantage to break this budgeted amount out into design separate from construction.
Oh, and we have that level of detail at a staff level. We didn't provide it here. We just figured you would want gross numbers more than individual subsections and phases.
Jim, Rob, is your point about having plans on the shelf ready to go so that when somebody walks in the door, we can say we can go to construction tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if somebody walks in on the Goodyear Air Park area or the employment corridor today, we have to say we've got to design it, and construct it. I'd rather be able to say, we just have to construct it.
Right.
I agree.
Okay.
So, I mean, if there's, and that may be more digestible for us to bite off that amount of money, which is probably 20% of a total, or whatever the number is.
Yeah.
Just throwing numbers out of thin air here, but assuming design is 25% of a project, you tell me I have to spend a quarter today, and then 75 cents will come along later.
Well, as part of the design process, we'll refine cost estimates, obviously based on the reality of what the design is. These are all conceptual, using industry standards and our historical information on cost of project construction. We'll know more when we actually have a design. I think part of what we also heard from Holly earlier is it's not just having a set of plans and being construction ready. In some cases, it's having the infrastructure there so we can tell the potential operation, we're ready for you. Come on in, because our road is done or almost done, or we're about to kick off construction. So in some instances, it's not necessarily just doing the design and being ready, though strategically we could do that if we don't see anything on the horizon. But where we do, it might just be a seamless process, design, construct, and be done.
Jim, would it be feasible, if we're going to if we're talking about projects within the next 5 years, to get the design done now, 25% of the construction cost, take it out of another fund and replace it when the money is budgeted for that project?
When you say another fund, I'm not quite sure.
I may be getting ahead of these guys here.
It's possible, certainly.
Yeah.
Okay, so continuing on, I'm going to skip over the two water projects, because what I heard yesterday is utility work, water, you guys know it, you do it, just get it done as it needs to be done. We've rated water conservation and Phase 2 of the SCADA project as high priorities, and we're assuming we have your faith that we're rating them high appropriately.
Question before we go on and leave these other projects. I know that Bullard Avenue from I-10 North to McDowell will be part of this high priority that's in here.
Yes.
What about are we doing anything with from I-10 on Bullard, I-10 down to Van Buren? Since the Van Buren will be completed, do we have a decent connection from I-10 on Bullard to Van Buren? And if not, why isn't that part of, because that's not in here, right?
It's the first one, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
The first one.
Apparently, yes, it is.
Oh, first one, okay.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there it is. No, okay.
And I'm sorry, I didn't. That was one of the ones I covered earlier. So
well, does that mean that wait a minute, infrastructure build out Add one lane to support, okay. So that will give us what, 4 lanes? 3 lanes?
The word build-out may be a problem here. What we're talking about, as a part of that project, we would add one additional lane, work with the adjacent properties in terms of them building their frontage property.
Right. As
So-
part, sorry, Steve, go ahead.
So that could be part of an improvement district. What we're doing is bringing this money to the table to help incentivize the fronting properties to participate in advancing their frontage, meaning their construction.
Because I saw the 400,000, I didn't think that was for the street build-out, because I thought that was such a small number for that.
Right.
It's just one lane, it's not curb and gutter.
Stephen's point is well taken, that as part of the economic development initiatives that have been described in here, it's not our intention to provide the ultimate. It's our intention to at least establish a framework that then, it doesn't take all responsibility off developers along the corridor, but it shows a cooperative process on the part of the city, gives them something to start with, and then they expand as their opportunities require. But at least we've got the framework in place. And again, while we're establishing that road network, it only makes sense to install the utilities as well, because you don't want to have to dig those up later on. So Stephen's right. The word build-out may be misleading. It's really the establishment of the base or the foundation.
Okay, but since there are already projects on the west side of the Bullard, isn't it their responsibility to build that out with curbs and drive-ins and everything?
Yes.
That's our point.
Yes,
That
that's
will
our
be their
point.
responsibility to go to the
But
ultimate.
I mean, that will be done, we're going to require that, since their business is operating and in place.
Right.
That they do that or furnish the
Well,
funds.
ultimately, you're talking about a 5-lane roadway. It has 2. We're adding a third in this proposal. Then the property owners would add one additional on either side.
Right, the
Okay.
fourth
And then when the property on the east side is developed, then that other lane will come in and we'll
Yes.
have a full 6 lanes.
Exactly.
Is that it? Okay.
Right.
So I understand that.
Okay.
5th lane.
Is that clear, though, now?
Yeah.
Okay. The remainder of the wastewater projects are also tied to economic development, so again, I'm not going to rehash those. And my intention was only to cover the high priorities. It doesn't mean we can't discuss mediums and lows, and in fact, I'll encourage that later during the few hours of discussion time we've allotted for you. If there, as you go through this information, if you see something that you think should be high or a high that should be knocked down, we want to hear from you. We hope we've given you enough information to understand what the projects are about. I'm going to move forward to page 6 of that master list. And I'm going to cover this in one broad discussion, similar to what I presented yesterday regarding City Center. These are out-year projects, meaning they're beyond the 09-010 horizon, currently in the CIP, already approved by council. You've already approved and established the priorities, so that's information that you just went through in June, and we haven't heard or seen anything to require that anything change in here. And instead of looking to reaffirm your previous prioritizations or anything like that, I learned my lesson yesterday. I'm just presenting this information as saying it exists. Many of these projects have dollars already budgeted in the current 5-year horizon, and as we discussed yesterday, and as I think I heard agreement on, you wouldn't want to take a project, have it under construction in the 5-year horizon, and then suddenly change the priority and stop it in the out years. So the expectation is if it's a high now and it's going to be underway in the next few years, we'll continue it as a high priority and continue the work, because you don't want to end a project midstream or suddenly stop it when we've already accepted it as being a necessity for the city. So this is more presented for your information than anything else. We've also incorporated the city center projects that we discussed yesterday. I'm not going to rehash those, but I don't want you to think It's different information. It's just showing you the full picture because the city center is part of the CIP. We just covered it yesterday as its own distinct element because that required really its own level of discussion.
Jim, is it fair to say that this identifies the money to complete the projects? We have 3 years of funding. We need 2 more years of funding, and these are the additional dollars to accomplish the projects as originally envisioned.
In many cases, yes. Not necessarily all the projects have already been started, but many of them have, and in some cases, they're purely funded and proposed in the out years, and it's staff's job to bring them in based on their prioritization, based on need, based on dependency, based on all the things that Lance outlined for you earlier as far as the variables that staff takes into account in developing the CIP. So again, I'm just presenting this to you as information, and don't expect you to go through this entire list. Really the focus was the higher priorities, mediums and lows. Those are things that we bring in as resources allow, or we change the priority as circumstances may change. But that pretty much summarizes what I wanted to present on the CIP. And right now, I guess I'd like to open up. Is there anything I haven't covered that you'd like me to go into in more detail? Projects you want to discuss? Anything like that?
Are you going to put a total here with high priority? What is the total, and what is the potential for funding, or what are the ideas for funding?
No.
That'll be in the 5-year plan.
Okay.
And that's a good point. We specifically, and this was one of my opening slides yesterday of what this is not. We didn't intend to give you funding sources today because, especially if you said, well, no, Jim, that prioritization doesn't match our needs. Knock that one down to a medium. We potentially could have wasted a lot of time on funding things.
Gotcha.
If I don't hear any exceptions to what you see before you, that'll be the new consensus mode we'll take today, then our next step as staff is to take your high priorities, bring them into the CIP as resources and funding allow, and obviously work on the higher priorities first. Larry gave a great talk yesterday about the different sources and how certain monies have to go to certain places or can't go to others. That's the balance that we have to strike, and that's much more complex than I can present to you here at a meeting. Last fiscal year, when staff worked on the CIP, they had a big think tank war room with charts everywhere trying to figure out, these dollars can only go to these projects, and these dollars can only go to this one, but some can be shared, and it's a very complicated exercise that with your prioritizations, we'll go through that and then come back to you in February with a draft CIP. I may have mentioned this yesterday, but I want to reiterate. The reason we're going with priorities, high, medium, low, rather than 1, 2, 3, is we need some flexibility because a project may not be able to be done as quickly as another based on funding limitations. So if you tell us here's our number 1, but those dollars aren't available till a year after, do we skip your number 2 and just wait till number 1 goes into place? No, that wouldn't be the smartest way to work. But if you tell us what are your highest priorities, we fit them in as quickly and expeditiously as possible with all the factors that we have to take into account. So that's the reasoning behind this model, and that's why we're approaching it the way we have.
Jim, presuming consensus at this point, I need to throw the rock in the placid pool because I heard yesterday that the mayor, council members, et cetera, raised the issue about the importance of the Public Works corporate yard and the Public Safety Administrative Office. And if you look at page 10, you have those. We have those listed as medium projects. Based on that, those would not be funded, accelerated funding under this strategy unless they're moved to a high status, where they now compete equally with everything else. In other words, we'd fund everything else on pages 6 through 9. And if we had any money left over, then we would try to address the $9 million need and the $30 million need of those two projects.
The only clarification I want to make, and Stephen is correct, and thank you for pointing that out. For the Public Works corporate yard, it does note that there's a little over $3 million already established in the CIP that doesn't go away for master planning and land acquisition. So that there is already money dedicated, and that would be moving forward. But Stephen is right. Based on a medium priority, the phasing and the actual construction work would not occur as quickly as the higher ranked projects. But I'll ask for that clarification, that what I heard yesterday is those two in particular are high, would be considered high by the council rather than medium.
On page 10, and these are medium, but I'm just wondering if we shouldn't take another look at this Estrella Mountain Community Park. The expectations down there are that this is going through phases, and that this thing will begin some kind of construction in the very near future.
And that is correct. That is scheduled. This medium is for future phases, but it notes that there's $15.59 million for land acquisition, design, and construction in 05 to 10. So that project will be underway shortly. That phase of it. The remainder.
What do you mean by shortly when we put a medium by it? What does that mean?
The project description of $15 million is already committed over the next 3 years.
Okay.
Right.
So there will be physical facilities there, and the report that staff gave me yesterday indicated that that will be going out to bid early spring for construction.
Right.
First phase.
First phase.
The medium only applies to the other $3 million in the future.
Which might be phase 3 or might be phase 2 of the process.
Okay.
The other point I wanted to make on the Public Safety Administration Office is that some of the preliminary information coming out of the Public Safety Committee is a very high priority in their mind to build public safety offices. So, that coupled with your discussions yesterday, you may want to move that into a high priority listing or change the M to H. And the same with the corporate yard if you so choose.
I'm sure we've discussed this at some time in the past, but refresh my memory. Why is the fire station at King Ranch not a developer's responsibility?
I'm not sure. Deputy Chief Teal, do you have information on that?
Well, in fact, my understanding is there is a development agreement for some portion.
Harvey, you have the answer on the development agreement?
They're responsible for building the first one, dedicating the land on both sides, but building the first one, but not the second.
So this is the...
This is the second one.
then.
This is the second.
Right. Okay, good point. And that's why it's in the out years as opposed to being in the current CIP, other than the land acquisition cost. Thank you, Harvey.
There was an earlier question about the $1.7 million McDowell Road description, and the requester of that information just left the room. That was Rob. The description is 145th Avenue to Litchfield Road is the project distance.
We'll repeat that when Councilmember Antoniak returns.
Well, do you want a question, an answer to the question you put forth on the Public Safety Administration Office and also Public Works?
Please. Yes, sir.
What's the consensus of the council on moving those two to a high priority?
It depends on what it interferes with if we were to do that, because we only have so much staff. And
What are you going to bump?
yeah. So it would be...
Well, at what point in time does the council say that we should start considering that?
Well, I think we need to see spend more time studying our highs and mediums, so we'll know where it fits.
In theory, you will not have enough money to fund in the next 5 years these two projects if they are left in the medium list. If you tell us that you want them high, then we will do everything possible to try to put funding in. Otherwise, we will wait till the year 2012
and beyond
before we start funding that project.
I think the question that I have is, what will be affected if we were to do that?
That's what we would be able to bring back. Otherwise, we would not even, basically, it would sit outside of our discussion at a staff level because we would burn up all of our money in the high priorities. And we'd just come back and say it's sitting in 2012. But if you put it in the highs, then we will consider it equally with everything else and try to accommodate at least the beginning parts of that process.
So what you're really doing is you're just taking the money from the medium area.
We don't think there is any median money.
Okay.
We're saying all the money's in the
It's in the
high,
high.
and it's
Got it.
how we stretch the highs.
But my concern still is,
Yeah.
what will go? Is there anything?
We'll come back and offer up what might
That's what I
go.
wanna get.
Yes.
Good. Thank
We
you.
will
But
give
to-
you options.
To do that,
I don't wanna make a decision.
we need to know that it becomes a high priority to then come back to you with the give and take.
So you're saying we need to make that decision now?
Yes.
It's a high proportion?
Right. We're not going to just cut things randomly and not tell you. We would come back.
Yes.
If there's a competing high priority that maybe doesn't appear as immediate or has some flexibility, we would look to those opportunities to shift one out, move a competing high priority in.
That's what we're looking for.
Exactly, because you all recall the rules of the CIP, which are you put one in, what do we take out of an equal funding source, equal time frame, et cetera. That's the exercise we'd go through, and that's what the information we'd come back to you with.
So we need to do this in order for that process to take place. Well, then I think we should do it.
But if we were, and you come back and tell us that something gets dropped out, and we weigh it, because we're going to put a priority on them, even if we just do it in our minds.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Right.
No, we'll offer you choices, and you tell us if you want to make that in the final report.
Okay.
Because we're
Then we
coming
have
back
nothing
in
to lose.
February.
No, you have
We have
nothing
nothing to
to
lose by saying we would like to see it a high priority.
Correct.
Okay.
You have more to gain than you
More to
have.
gain, yeah.
When
Sure,
this,
let's do it then.
when this comes back to us, will we have a proposed source of revenue next year
Yes.
to the budgeted amount?
All of them will.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it eases my position here with the discomfort that the employees in those areas are experiencing at the present time. If you're saying that we're going to carry this through for funding to the year 2012, that means for the next 5 years, these people are going to be working under the same conditions that they're working under today.
No, sir, that is not what we mean. What we
Well,
mean.
explain to me what you mean then.
What we mean is, these projects, as they're currently listed, the potential is that they would be in the 2013 and after as a median project. If they're in the high list, then we will do everything we can to accommodate those projects so that we can move them up forward into the 5-year, and then you can then say that you in fact want to move it up into the first 3 years of the 5-year plan. But currently, they're out, they're not even in the 5-year plan, other than some preliminary studies. So we got to get it into the plan, and then you can argue and discuss where you want it in that sequence, and we'll give you the expedited process as much as possible, but it may be 2 years out before we're in construction.
But by putting them a high priority, that will mean that you're going to consider these then?
Yes.
Okay.
And Councilmember Sousa, to let you know the other piece of the puzzle, the other side of the coin, is that in addition to constructing new facilities, there are other tremendous opportunities on the horizon as staff moves from one facility to another, as a city hall is completed, certain existing spaces are freed up that can possibly take over or be replaced as one of these types of facilities. So there's other options to bridge the gap in the meantime. It's
Well,
not
just so they have some hope that we're progressing
Yes.
to take the pressure off of them.
Understand completely.
And to clarify the point, in January, the police and the fire administration staff will have been physically moved to the Veneta facility, which is west of here on Van Buren. So we will have already accomplished a piece of the puzzle, but that's a temporary facility that will handle the next 3 to 5 years until we get the building built. Well, at the moment, we don't have any money programmed to build a building, and thus, if we continued the logic, we'd have to leave them in the Veneta building for up to 5 to 7 years under this, the way CIPs are structured.
Well, I'd like to move them up to the high list.
Yeah. And when what was brought up last evening is the use of this facility once the city center is built.
And that'll be considered in the process.
Sure, some shifting will take place. So.
Okay.
So
Fred,
I'm going to throw on the...
Would you hand this to Rob?
Throw on the table that if I don't hear anyone taking exception to the following, that we will proceed with moving the Public Works corporate yard and the public safety admin offices from a medium to a high. If I hear no exceptions being taken, that's the direction I hear. So, okay. And that's a change we'll make, and that goes into the CIP process, and that's exactly what this meeting is all about. So thank you.
Now we've looked at that. Are there any other mediums that we should look at and make sure that they're...
Conversely.
Yeah, correct.
Jim, I got a question with the bottom of page 9.
Which one?
Couple 9, bottom page 9. A couple years ago, I brought up this firing range, and no one was interested in having anything to do with. Is this a firing range that would be open to the public along with training?
We haven't gotten to the... Let me answer several parts of your question different ways. Yes, a firing range is part of this element. We're not to the stage of knowing operationally will it be open to the public or anything like that. But obviously for this dollar amount, this is much more than a firing range, and it's much more than a classroom.
I was going to say, this looks like...
This is a all-inclusive, full-service training facility. It would have elements for public safety training, both police and fire, driver training, public works training, all kinds of field training for water resources, et cetera. So it's more than just either a firing range or a classroom. It's all-inclusive, all-encompassing.
An outdoor facility.
Some outdoor, some indoor. I mean, I don't know that we're to the point of being able to tell you how much of which, but it would encompass all of our training needs for the city.
Well, see, this is my concern. We talk about this these fine arts, performing arts facilities, and I think my feeling is that we can incorporate some of our training into some of our entertainment facilities so that they're used more efficiently, and maybe some of this, we can change some of this around so that we don't have this this amount. There's $12 million in this firing range.
Vice Mayor, I don't disagree with you, and what you're suggesting is more of an operational level issue, because if you have a performing arts center or any building, whatever it may be, and you have multiple uses for it, or the discussion yesterday was a council chambers and what else can it be used for, it's still a council chamber or it's still a performing arts center, but being used in different ways. The training facility, though, because it encompasses both the field side of things and the classroom side, there might be potential scale back and value engineering we could do if there's classroom elements that we can address in other city facilities. But I would suggest that the reduction would be probably minimal, and even if we didn't reduce it a bit, we would still look for those kinds of opportunities of shared usage and joint use throughout the city. I mean, that's always going to be something on our minds as part of our maximizing efficiency.
I wonder if included with something like that, and maybe I'm asking for too much detail, but if we build a training facility that's all inclusive, we're obviously going to save a certain amount of dollars with regard to salaries. People will be taking training while they're in service. Is there some way to give us an idea of how much the savings? This may significantly offset the cost of doing something like this. I don't know if we can come up with a number.
We can. I can't answer definitively, but certainly if that's your desire, we can look into that. And I'll even throw one further element down that same path. What savings or revenue can be generated from regional training opportunities if we allow other cities to train with us and they pay some nominal fee.
As long as we don't have to go to other cities.
Right, exactly. No, the point would be using our facility as a regional
I thought
hub.
that was a basis of conversation quite some time
Sure,
ago
it
when
was.
they
We
presented
did.
it. Remember,
Right.
and they said, we're not going to go in with someone else, we're going to build our own.
Right.
And then we'll generate revenue from that, offering other cities.
But what I'm hearing as far as the information you'd like is some kind of financial breakdown as far as cost savings to us through having our staff do training in the city rather than going other places.
Yeah, because you're going to save X number of dollars a year, and then we look at that number and we figure, well, in 10 years we paid for this thing.
I would suspect it's not that great a savings, so it'll be a
I don't
10-year
know. I'm
return,
making up numbers.
but we'll certainly do our best to come up with an estimate and present that to you at a future opportunity.
And to Councilmember Cavalier's comment on public access to the firing range, we might even consider something like that if it's possible, because we could at least get some return on our investment there.
Sure.
And, but we would be competing with Buckeye. I don't know if you guys have been out to Buckeye before. They have a firing range out there, but I don't think it's the best. And ours would be the best.
And what we can
From
do,
a safety point of view.
I'll take that as another piece of direction that information council would like to see, and I'll mix that conversation in with risk management, because I'm sure that will be an issue too of any liability we accept by allowing public to use. It's beyond using a city facility. It's something a little more dangerous, and so we'll look into that as well and let you know what that could offer the city.
Okay.
And what I'm going to suggest is all that information you're requesting will come back as part of the draft CIP in February, if that's okay, unless you need it sooner.
No, that's good, Jim.
Okay. And police chief has a comment, I think, based on the flailing arm in the back.
Regarding the shooting range, we have already been in dialogue with Arizona Game and Fish, who can provide dollars towards a shooting range, provided we have it open to the public for their use. Now, what does that mean? We don't know about the time. Certainly those things will all have to be determined, but it does give citizens an opportunity to go to a shooting range, learn how to shoot safely. We'd much rather have them in a controlled environment than we would going out in the desert and destroying our desert and maybe not acting safely. So those conversations are already in place, and there are some opportunities, and now faced with another annexation, there are some state lands and adjacent Bureau of Land Management lands that we could construct maybe more of a public type outdoor shooting range, but certainly the training facility would be an option for that. So.
In your mind, this was more of an outdoor facility than, or does this encompass also
Like Ben
indoor
Avery or-
training?
Well, we have right now, we have a statement of qualifications out on the street looking for someone to help us with a master plan. And our desire is to do indoor and outdoor ranges because there is a need to have both. The indoor could do low light shooting. It's a lot more flexible, but you still need the outdoor range for things like shotguns and rifles. So
The indoor range would strictly be training, you wouldn't want to.
well, you potentially could open that up too, certainly.
With proper supervision.
Absolutely. Well, and part of the partnership is you can go with some established shooting clubs or gun clubs, and they can help you through agreements run and manage those when they're open to the public.
Would Game and Fish be willing to pay for the range masters like they do out at Black Canyon or whatever it's called?
Ben Avery.
Yeah, well, what they do also is they partner with gun clubs, and they use those folks to do that for them. So it is a nice way to do that.
There's grant money out there.
Well, it's not necessarily grant money, it's money from the state to help us do that. And they manage a certain amount of ranges already.
And certainly this could be part of that system.
Now, in the construction of it, is there monies available from like Game and Fish and other places?
There is money available, not only for land acquisition, but for engineering of the land and making berms and those kinds of things too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chase.
Again, I was done several minutes ago, so I'm answering questions now. And this is all great discussion. I don't mean to keep kind of beating that into your heads, but I want you to know we appreciate what we're hearing, and this is exactly what this was supposed to do. So can I answer anything else? And again, you've probably noticed I'm not the expert on all the projects. I'm not an expert on any of them. We've got the experts in the back of the room. If you have specific questions, I just remind you that in some cases they're not really scoped to the point of being able to get too specific yet, but we'll do our best and let you know whatever we can about whatever questions you may have. Councilor Sousa?
Just a question. On the monument entry signs, you've got those real low priority, but that's underway, isn't it? I mean,
I couldn't hear the first part.
I say the monument entry signs, that project's underway.
12.
On page 12, yeah.
That project is underway, you are correct, but this is again for the outlying years, and so we were looking at additional signs as new entryways are created, as new thoroughfares exist.
Got it.
We also have to remember it's a low dollar project, so if we don't have enough money for a high priority, but you can fit in one of these low level ones, we certainly will do it. That they don't have to. Low doesn't mean it never happens. Low just means it's not our highest priority to get it established in the CIP.
All right.
But the monument signs, have we already approved monument signs for the city limits at this point?
Yes, you have.
These are additional.
Correct. That's why these are in the out years.
When we say additional, does that mean new land that we'd be annexing, or I mean, the boundaries are bounded?
It doesn't have to be. It can be a new or a street that goes from being something pretty low level to something widened and improved that you feel, boy, this really is deserving of a monument sign. As it notes. Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Harvey, how many signs are in the current package? Isn't it about 10 of them? 10 entrances?
Yeah, 10 or 11 major signs, and then we have 16 sculptures that are going.
So 10 major entry signs plus 16 additional sculptures in the median, et cetera. So this is for all the other roadways, and when you figure that we are 20 miles north-south and 7 miles east-west, you can take up half of them on the north and just on the north-south. That would be 14 if you just did those. So.
When will those that we've approved already, when will that happen? When will we see signs? I know.
What's the scheduled date to actually start installing those?
We've awarded the bid, waiting for the contractor to get his insurance.
So in the next 90 days, you'll see construction of those.
Thank you.
Just a quick one, Jim. When I'm looking through here, even down to the low priorities, I see where we're actually, I knew that the wastewater and the water treatment areas were concerned about the pipes down in the historic Goodyear area. But also, we've talked before about the Litchfield Quarter study and what we were going to do there, and how do we improve the streetscapes down in that area. And yet I don't see any of that as even on our unfunded low priority list. So does that mean it's dropped off the radar screen, or is it still out there and we just don't know what to do with it? Or
We know that at the current time that the underground work is being done in historic Goodyear.
Correct. It is.
And it has to be carried through, I believe, for the next 3 years
Right.
To completion. But
Litchfield Road.
You can't talk about the Litchfield Road part.
Well, I can't talk about it all because we've already made some significant suggestions on what we would like, and Brenda's point is well taken. There's nothing in here about funding for it.
even low, even on low priority. So I was concerned about it. So
Yeah.
Even at the Osborne Jewelry Store, there's nothing.
Well, the committee work is done.
That's right. We
Everything's
did
been
all
done.
that.
It's been done, and
But it's
we've made
totally
several
off the
trips
radar.
over there.
What we're going to do is to propose to the CDBG that we get some kind of money for exploratory reasons.
I can
We
hardly-
will make that request.
I'm sorry.
Community development block grant funds
Yeah, right.
is one source of money to help in the process. Staff is currently working on pulling the information out of Glendale on a grants program for working with the property owners in the area to upgrade their storefronts, furniture, and some of the
I think-
easy things to do. The infrastructure question about streets on Western Avenue
Or even Litchfield Road.
or
down
on
there.
Litchfield Road with medians is a question of how do those compete with a number of others. We haven't had a chance to do the actual research on the costing of, do you want a median there and what value does that add versus a recent discussion that median, without having a median there, you can actually move 5 lanes of traffic versus 4 lanes of traffic.
Good point.
So there's a number of discussion points in terms of, like the air show, how do you move people in and out more quickly if you had that middle lane as a through lane?
So what is the potential for getting it into the unfunded budget is what the question.
From a relative bringing new jobs to the community from a high volume standpoint, it's probably in the medium to low range. But we are working immediately on helping the businesses improve their existing conditions so that they can maximize the potential of, lease space and the use of the existing spaces. So it's a matter of how do we balance the need to attract new businesses and how do we're in the business of retaining the existing businesses. That's what we're working on right now. It's the retention side.
Yeah, and I don't want to, beat this too far into the ground, but I guess my concern was that, we had a committee, they
Yes.
met, they've come up with great ideas for a year. They
And we're
met
trying
for
to
a
help
year.
them through that, through the.
Right.
It's, as it was been described to us, it's taking baby steps to get all the way to where we want to be. And one of the problems in the whole scenario is how do you add parking
It's the parking
where
issue
we
I'm
don't
getting
have parking capacity?
Right.
So that's a much bigger issue. It's going to take a lot longer to get through that scenario.
I really think that a lot of the store owners down in that area would be willing to take on the cost of fixing up the fronts themselves if they knew there was going to be a possibility of taking care of the parking. That's their
And
real
we haven't
big issue.
figured out a way to do that yet without
Okay.
knocking buildings down.
All right.
And I don't think that was the intent.
No, it wasn't.
We want to enhance what is currently there.
Have we done anything with the CDAC for CBDG funds?
That's what Dick was just
Well, I
talking
know, but I mean,
about.
have we
is
done it? Has any of that started?
We have an application being developed right now to go
because
into
that-
them. And we'll work with you.
It'll go in
Yes.
this month so that it
Yes.
meets the deadline?
Yeah, Holly will be working on that with staff to get that finished, and Harvey will be working with them.
So that it will be on the 2007.
We were proposing, we must apply for projects that are in our consolidated plan. So this year, we were going to do park improvements to bring the parks in the older community up to ADA compliance and to expand.
The question is, how do we get this project into our consolidated plan or in for discretionary monies in the CDBG? Staff will bring back a separate report.
So because it's not in our what I just heard.
It's
because
currently
it's not
not
in
in
our
there.
consolidated plan.
It may be a
the
problem.
CDBG doesn't mean we're going to be applying for it in the next month,
No.
as was the question that the vice mayor was just asking.
Because there are some resource people that I spoke to in the county that work on HUD funds that we could go to get some help.
Yes, and we'll work with you on that.
It sounds like it needs to be brought back to us to put into the consolidated plan
That-
in order
that's
for
what
us
I'm-
to be able to apply.
Right.
It needs to, yes.
Yeah.
I would like that too, because I feel like that just looking through what I have, that it's off our screen now.
Right.
And so I want to make sure it's not, even if it has a low priority.
Right.
Well, we discussed this at that last housing thing I went to, and the people from the county, I have some names, were very cooperative. They said, we'll help you with getting this in the plan and help you get this thing going so that we can get some action on it. They didn't know if we could do it in this next year, but within at least get it in the 2007 request. Now, if it gets into the 2008, I don't know if we can get it in now to get it in for the 2007 or not. Have you had any?
We got, I think, another 3 months to come up with the request, according to Kate.
And that'll be for the next?
Yeah, the next go-around.
I don't know that. Okay. But there are some resource people out there that have already offered some help us from the county.
We better get together, you and I better get together.
Yeah, and I need to get those names as well, so we can get those to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
In looking at this on a totally different note, the CAP transmission line, can I make the assumption it's low because there's other parties involved in that process? Okay, so if those other parties come along, then we may move that up because it may be more cost-effective to use CAP water versus drilling wells? Okay.
And that's, again, the perspective from last night, that these are based purely on city-driven, city-funded projects. If partnerships come into play, if other funding opportunities come into play, prioritization can change, but we're looking at it right now as a sole city project.
Okay.
In general.
Yeah, I mean, if that came together, those partnerships came together, I can see some of the high-priority water dropping to the low and that one moving up in order to bring water to us. Okay.
Well, and even carrying it out further, similar to the monument discussion, something can be a low or medium priority and still occur sooner than later if we find that the funding needed by the city is minimal and we can fit it in with the available funding, and none of that can be dedicated to any of the higher priority projects. So the lower ranking doesn't mean it's off the table and never gets done.
That's right.
Hey, Jim, you had a project that was a question, and the person who asked the question was out of the room when we had it. Is that person back in?
That person has had a note passed to him.
No. McDowell Road widening and landscape project. What are the limits on that?
I got the answer.
Get what you needed?
But my question then would be is, when does Dysart to Litchfield happen? Because we're talking about all this transportation stuff, and I see it today on a daily basis between Dysart and Litchfield. And it is, I mean, even on Saturday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when it's hypothetically slow.
Will we
back
narrow, strength the median to add a fifth and sixth line?
Right.
We don't have an answer at the moment, we'll get to one.
Yeah, because I don't see that on the list anywhere. And what's that? McDowell between Litchfield and Dysart, around the between Lowe's Hospital, Palm Valley area. And who's is that our responsibility as a city?
It will be.
I have a feeling. Yeah, I have
Everybody's
a feeling.
in.
But it's I mean, it's especially noted when you're now driving west, and all of a sudden it widens up to 3 lanes when you're on McDowell Road, just on the other side of Litchfield.
And you'll have 6 lanes going into 4 lanes on the other side of Dysart.
Because of Avondale.
Right. Yeah.
And
Let's at least make our city flow nice and freely. If they're not willing to put in lane 5 and 6, then
If I can expand on that comment, that's also the kind of information we like hearing today. If you don't see a project anywhere, not in the out years, not current, not new, and you'd like to see it, we need to hear that, because this is the opportunity for, as Ken goes through the update process, even if it doesn't happen in the next 5 years, we put it in the out years, and then once it's in there as a placeholder, we move it in over time, and we don't lose it. If we do lose it, it's with your consent or at your direction if it suddenly goes off the out year table because it's no longer a need. But it's always helpful if we can have those, I call them bookmarks, in those out years, because then we don't forget a project and we can weave it in as the needs arise.
I don't think you have to worry about this council letting you forget. I mean, it keeps rolling out.
You have consensus from that.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Harvey, if we're talking about the turn lane opposite the hospital there and putting that out on bid, how is that going to be double construction when we talk about narrowing that center aisle to widen McDowell there?
Come on up, Harvey.
Oh, good for checking on that.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah, because that's a real It's a real issue.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of dismissed it from.
Dr. Scott, my understanding, well, the widening of McDowell from Dicer to Litchfield is not programmed at this point. So we're talking about a dedicated turn lane and a turn pocket go into the hospital with the light. But that can be done in the existing median at this time.
But the point is, if we need that out of the center lane, and now we're talking about narrowing the center aisle.
No, but there's space.
Can we,
No, there's
is there
space.
space for that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So
There's existing right away for
Okay,
that.
so there is space,
Yeah.
and it will in no way double the construction cost in that area.
I would say no way.
I can't say no way.
Well, unlikely.
Unlikely. There's plenty of room in the median. That's where the additional lanes will come. That's why the landscaping is kind of shifted. If you notice, all to one side of the median. That's why that additional lane will come out of that.
Good. Okay, Harvey, I won't beat that anymore.
The roadway was designed to accommodate 6 lanes ultimate with appropriate turn lanes.
What is it now?
4.
2 and 2.
With the turn lane.
No, there's no turn. Thank you, Jim.
This is that awkward silent pause that happens in most conversations. So are there any
Where
other?
do we go now?
Let's go next.
What's that?
Where do we go next?
Where we'll go next, if I hear no more questions, no more discussion needing to be had, I don't know if this was on the agenda or not, we're a little bit off the agenda anyway, I'll suggest a short break, and then the rest of this day is dedicated to you discussing. Staff is all staying here, we'll come up, and you've been doing a lot of discussing anyway, but the reason for that, the reason for having the next several hours to you, we heard during council meetings you wanted lots of time to talk about projects. So we've done that through the process, but had that not occurred, we wanted to make sure you had a forum for yourselves. And if you see a project that doesn't make sense, you want someone to come up and answer a question on it, you want to debate amongst yourselves about something that you think you may not have consensus of the council on, this is that opportunity. And if we're done early, we're done early, but that's what the remainder of today is all about. So we're all sticking here as your resources, but this is really self-guided discussion, or and I think, to be honest, to help with that, Lance will have some questions to ensure that when we tie this all up, we all walk away with that first objective in mind, where we all believe we've achieved success. So with that, can I suggest a quick 10-minute break and back at 5 of 11?
What's that infrared light?
Jim's over here.
We're proposing these.
What we're saying is these are the things that we hear you say, or I heard you say today, that you'd like to have in a CIP report. Now, Ken, you here? Ken, you with me? All right. All right. And Jim, you with me? And Elaine, you with me? Elaine, you here?
Where did everybody go?
All right. Well, that's all right. Here we go. You want to know what the funding sources you can use to pay for the project, right? What are the funding sources? Correct? At the end, I'm going to ask you what else. All right. You want to know the total cost of the project and the timing and phased cost of the project. So it's not just how much it is total, but it's also here's the year we're going to start this phase, and this is what that phase is going to cost, and then the next phase and the next phase and so forth. Okay. You're also going to want to know whether it's funded or unfunded. Yes. Correct? That's something, Jim, I didn't have up here. I wasn't kidding. They want to know whether it's funded or unfunded. All right. You want to know what the project constraints are. What could go wrong or what could advance the project? So, financial. If you get a partner coming in, you'd want to know potential for a partner so that you could actually use less money or bump it up into the priorities. Physically, are there things that you have to obtain before you go? And finally, scheduling and dependency. Scheduling is a matter of, we have to do this first. Dependencies, we got to build the infrastructure before we can put in that. So those are things that we're looking for, right? All right. Next one. You want to know what the critical CIP variables that the council will use in reviewing this project. In other words, how does it meet the variables that you are using in your calculations for whether this is a high priority or low priority? You've talked about the staff housing, or the staff, not housing, but the staff offices, right? You said that's a really high priority because police and fire right now are really cramped and they're having bad problems. So that would be one of the variables, how it addresses critical needs. And how does it promote the long-term goals of the city? Those would be something you might want to include. Now, we're not saying this is it. We're saying, is this what you want? And the impact of changing priorities. What are you going to have to remove if you move it up or move it down? What's the impact of not doing this project? So those are all things that we're saying, those are things you probably want. Now, what else? What else do you want to know in the report that would come to you or you'd be given information about the CIP? What else do you need to know? Rob.
What would be helpful in terms of when we talk about funded or unfunded is, and you kind of touched on this on the constraints, is the opportunities in terms of funding. So if there are funding sources that we're not necessarily tapping, whether we agree with them on a policy level or not, whether we agree going after them or not, but just knowing that the funding sources that maybe are out there that we're not tapping and what impacts those funding sources may have.
So like opportunities for alternative funding.
Right. I mean, are there potentials for grants that we're not going after, that we're not empowering you to apply for? Are there, are there, and we could end up in a huge discussion, but are there tax policy questions that, we're not maximizing our opportunities? That doesn't mean, when I say that, I don't mean raise taxes, but I don't know enough about financing to say one way or another.
Rob, we heard that last night. Larry was telling us about broadening the possibilities for financing.
Right.
CIP, leverage, financing.
Right. And so you may see a column in there. It's like, Larry's swag. I mean, it might be, it might say that, if you took $1 million and bonded, I could spend that and make $10 million out of it. I mean, those sort of things. Painting that picture a little bit is helpful without too much work, but just a notation that kind of allows me to ask a question and say, oh, well, so it's not completely dire straits. Maybe if we did this, performing arts, if we partnered with a private partnership opportunity.
Yeah, one of the things that came to me when you were talking last night was about the universities. If you were able to get them into that park and be able to use your council chambers more efficiently by giving them lecture hall space, that might be an opportunity to co-locate and so forth.
Right.
Dick.
Rob brings up a good point about grants. Other cities are moving in that area, have moved in that area, and are getting a tremendous amount of money. And I understand we do have in the budget a position for grant writers. Am I correct? So that should help us out there, Rob. we are missing the boat on this. There's no question about that.
We have reprogrammed the project assistant position to be a full-time grant writer. And one of the initiatives is we need to go after more federal monies, as an example of what Rob is talking about.
We ought to, this is a specific channeling of money needs, but our city should look, this is an underserved area as far as medical care is concerned. So we ought to be looking through the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System, access, to help us incentivize the dental school to come to this community and maybe offset some of their expenses. It's far-fetched, but there is a need here, and we ought to be looking at it.
Okay, Fred, before we go further, I want to make sure. I'm not writing anything down, all right? You got them? Okay, so we got, just want to make sure, because normally I'm making cards back there of your ideas, and we go through those to make sure action items are taken care of. And Dick, in terms of your idea, let's make sure we capture that, okay? What else? Any other ideas on what kinds of things you want in your report? One of the things that came to our attention was options for service. For instance, you decided early that you were going to have your own shooting range, right? Yeah. I mean, you could have gone with Glendale's, but you decided, no, we're going to do this instead. So there are options out there. Do you want a description of those options? Or is that kind of water under the bridge, you just go on?
No, we'd like to know what the options are.
Especially if they're new projects, you might want to know that. You've already decided, you go on. Okay.
But along the same lines, I'm not a grant writer, but there's probably an overwhelming number of grants that are available to this community that we're not looking at. I mean, I'm just guessing. How do we go about finding out what is available and then steering our grant writers in that direction? There has to be a lot of grant money that we haven't even begun to touch.
There's courses on that, by the way, in colleges. The Nonprofit Management Institute has a course on grant writing and where to go find grants for nonprofits and things like that. Okay, what else? What did I miss in terms of the information you want for CIP? So next time we meet, you will have fully understood what's in the deal, which comes first, which comes second, what the schedule is, all those things. Because today I think, Jim, what we were trying to do is basically make sure that we're on the right page with the council. Next time we come, and that's going to be in what, February? In February, we're going to get all this information together, right? Right? I have to ask. I remember that was a question last night. Can you do that? Okay. So what else?
Could I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I think this has been good so far, but this information that we were given prior to the advance, I think it could be made a little more sophisticated, a little easier to follow. Maybe tabs in here, maybe some more information on the various presentations that were given, so we could follow along. This was not real helpful to have this piece.
Okay. It was more data than information.
Right.
Okay. So I heard you say put tabs in there to make sure you're separating the stuff, make sure you've got the background information that would give us the supporting documentation.
Right.
Okay. More information, less data. What else?
Well, I gather we're going to have the dates. I'm just looking at City Center, the high priority here, that the money for master plan design, I guess we'll have dates, and we'll know at that point you're going to give us definitive dates and when that's all going to take place.
Jim, anything else you think that the council may need to know that you're prepared to give them in terms of information, written information? Stephen, anything? Okay. Now, we're going to finish up early. You're going to get to see the game.
There's food in the background.
There's food in the background. We can eat lunch.
Could you leave me your phone number so I can call you after the game and discuss?
You know my phone number. You know that. Yeah, with Bo Schembechler dying yesterday, I'm worried. I'm getting worried. Yeah, I think it was a strategy on his part. He's sneaky like that. You know, he learned
that, or he
what
was
he
so
hates.
stressed.
Action plans. What did you have in there? Or maybe I'm asking Stephen and Dee and others in here. What did you hear the council ask in terms of actions from the staff? One of them was you're going to come back with a CIP information packet and really go through what's going to be when, and according to the priorities the council set earlier and what you come up with. Right, Jim? What else were the action items? I heard a couple. I'm going to see if you can remember.
We want to know how projects are going incrementally.
Dick, one of the things that I'm going to talk to Ken here. I know he's got a sidebar going back here, but one of the things Ken might want to do is have a real-time database where if you would happen to call him, you could say, where are we on this project, and he can immediately say, here's where we are. We're in phase 1, phase 2. This is how much money.
That would really be helpful.
Yeah.
How does that fit into our board that we have outside, where we have all of our high priority jobs? Are you thinking of like automating it, or maybe more?
I don't think we were going to that level with
Use your phone.
No, it doesn't work. I'm not going to do that again. The way we're doing updates on a regular basis so that you do have semi-real-time data. So that will be available, it'll continue to be available to you, updated on I don't know what the schedule is, but at least semi-weekly, monthly basis. So you'll have accurate, up-to-date information.
I use it a lot, and I just wanted to make sure we weren't making staff work.
That visible,
that
visible display is really important, isn't it? That visible display, being able to see where it's like the United Way thing. You're going up and down. It really encourages you.
Right.
I heard you say you wanted to set up a board of some kind for the consortium of universities. Is that right? Did I hear that?
Yeah.
All right. And who's responsible for moving that forward?
Mayor.
The mayor.
Mayor is, okay. Another thing I heard you say was, on the university thing, you wanted to do some kind of an outreach with these universities that have already been here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? I'm a little lost on that. It's a little
Well,
foggy.
you did.
in
You
my
talked
mind.
about the state universities in the area.
Well, we have
Somebody
the
brought that up.
we have the Claremont visit. We have the visit opportunities to each of the colleges, and then the mayor described the consortium that we're going to be working with, and defining what the policy arrangements are.
Excuse me. I got them all on here. I just didn't want to bring it forward. So you're going to take a tour, right? Are you going to take a tour?
We want to take a tour.
You want to take a tour. You want to go talk to the people over there, right?
Yes.
All right. Let's go up here. I got all these in here.
Claremont.
In California.
Claremont.
All right. You said, dental school. You wanted to do some outreach with a dental school of some kind, right? Who's going to do that?
Aren't we already underway on that? I mean, didn't we already put a proposal in with like 15 other cities and 50 other sites?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
an economic
it's a
development.
poker game now. I mean, that game is well underway.
All right. So we don't need to do any more with that. What else?
I don't know what else we can do.
Staff to get information on each of the projects and use historical data to make projections on the city center project. What are we going to do about Mayor's idea of building some kind of a restaurant or gathering facility at the top of that intersection?
Well, I think that when we get into the design project of this, the finality of it, I think that's where this should come into play.
It's part of the design.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
It's something to explore, and I think the mayor is right on. We're concerned about traffic in that area and congestion, and if it has a tendency, something to relieve that, then I think it's a good idea to pursue.
Okay.
You might want to look into that early on. Instead of, that is a complicated one. It's not as easily.
Well, you got to get 3 other corners to agree to it.
That's
as well.
right. And so I don't think you can wait on that one. If that's the idea the mayor's put out.
So who's going to bring that forward, Georgia?
Staff will.
Staff will? To see if you got 4 votes.
No, we're
No.
talking about
The
issue
feasibility of it on the
I see,
construction
from the
of it.
people in the quadrant.
You
Yeah.
got 4 quadrants to.
We have partners there
You got
that
two
we have
partners,
to
yeah,
deal
I hadn't
with,
thought
and
about
this
that.
is going to infringe upon their land. So I think that should be done early on.
And you got a cost element there that's very, very, it's going to be very expensive.
Yeah.
Because you've got to make way for the handicap, and you've got to have some kind of handicap facility. How do you get handicapped over that, on top of that, across that?
I think that's the mayor brought that up yesterday, that's part of the people mover option that we would be looking
Because
at.
you'll need elevators or something.
Well, it's the old adage, you better plan right for it, because there's no recourse after the fact. And if, once this thing is done, it's done. And if you're going to make changes in it, it's going to be very, very expensive to do that. So you may as well consider the expenses up front rather than what we're going to entail if we...
So staff's going to bring that one back, though, so we make sure and do the staff work on that. What about reducing the speed on I-10 coming eastbound on I-10? Is that already being done, Stephen? You were going to ask ADOT to reduce the speed?
Well, first of all, the question is, does the council want us to proceed with that? We were just doing some initial inquiries.
Somewhere west of here, the speed should be posted at a lower rate, lower speed than it is now. Be it 60 or 65. Because when you come from 75 to stop, it's a very hazardous situation.
So is that an action item or not?
The only problem with that is, if the state is going to allow 10 miles over and above the posted limit, what good is that going to do?
Well, then cut it back to 55. But it's hazardous.
Well, I agree with you. You know, the way the drivers are operating their vehicles today, it's 10 over or more.
I don't know that's a municipal discussion, quite honestly.
That's not a, you're saying it's not really our business.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
We have no jurisdiction over it.
Quite
honestly,
Of course you can propose it.
That's fine, but
Whose responsibility is when we start mounting deaths in the city of Goodyear?
Right.
I mean, I think we should take an action, or at least a position.
So that's something
we can debate
that
it,
you
but
bring
I don't
back,
think,
is
I
that
don't
right?
think it's something for the manager to go off and talk to the state about yet.
Mayor, how do you want to handle this? Just don't worry about it.
I worry about it, but
You got 80% of your.
I think maybe a letter from Stephen to ADOT stressing
Absolutely.
the danger in that particular area and suggesting that he's provide responses.
And that's sufficient. Okay.
And stress
We okay
the
on that?
construction that's coming.
Yeah.
We okay on that?
I mean, with construction.
I've got one here that says, discuss locational incentives for business. How will we fund improvements? Discussion about improvement districts. Is that right? Do you want to have that discussion, or is that sufficient?
I think it's ongoing.
I think that's ongoing. We just had
It's ongoing?
Yeah.
Okay. There was also an extended discussion about strategy for bringing in business and building along corridors and the type of business you want, whether it's, I think you had some kind of distribution processes, or if there's other things.
And I think economic development heard the opinions of the council. They're doing a good job now. I don't think we have to.
So there's no need
meddle
for an
with that?
additional
Yeah.
discussion.
No.
All right, Fred, I just wrote it down. I want to make sure that we're not losing something. I heard you say something about getting ahead of the curve to be able to develop a process where instead of putting it in the ground right now, you do the upfront planning, you invest in the planning so that you can be in construction tomorrow if a company says, here's the deal, let's go.
So we have the infrastructure in the ground.
No,
You're
I
talking
didn't
about
hear
the
that.
design.
I
We
heard
have the
you
design
say
process.
you didn't want to invest in the infrastructure until you knew you had a buyer. But once you had a buyer, the design would be finished.
No.
That was just, that was
Just the
that was
opposite
my.
of that.
Yeah, we
All
talked
right, well,
about-
I'm hearing I was wrong.
We talked about having the design finished.
Yeah.
So they
And
could pick it up from there.
my example, I brought it up. My example was more in the areas that we don't necessarily have the invested infrastructure, or we're not already planning for it. Maybe we ought to think about, fronting some design costs, but that was really the spirit of my discussion.
Right. Okay. So, staff, have you got direction on that one? I was wrong. Here's one. Staff to bring back a report on how to make downtown projects into consolidated plans. CDBG, HUD people will help Gilgear put this together.
Litchfield
That's
Road.
Litchfield.
Litchfield Road.
Yeah.
Okay.
Litchfield Corridor, i.e. Western.
All right. That's what I had on my agenda, or my notes, saying those were activities you wanted to continue. Is there anything I left off? All right, if not, Mayor? Oh, sir.
We've got, and this is just our saying at work, and I think it's thematic around the economic development. We had some sidebars on this, but we've got this thing at work. It's always be the best, bring the best kind of attitude. And I think, I can't emphasize that enough. As much as we have a debate up here about whether or not a warehouse is appropriate or a biotech is appropriate or that sort of thing, I really think everybody ought to be asking the question, and even the seven of us ought to be asking the question, is this what we want? Is this, one, what we want? Two, is it the best thing we can bring to the table for this piece? at that given time, and will it withstand the test of time? You know, I mean, we ought to be constantly asking ourselves that question, and all of you out in the audience ought to be, on staff,
Is it
constantly
sustainable?
asking your question. Is just be the best, bring the best. Is in the sense of, you know, just everything we do. Is it the best use? Is it the highest and best use? And is it the most appropriate thing?
And the best investment.
And right. So just really question and ask yourself, is there something that could be better proposed at that given moment?
That's a theme, Rob, that's come out from this council for the last 10 years.
And I don't think any of us disagree. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not going to speak for the 7 of us. I don't think any of us disagree on that mentality. Sometimes we disagree on the pieces that go into that mentality. I don't think any of us disagree.
I think most of us try to give our best and think through something. You know, we don't have a lot of frivolous thoughts here. They're coming out. We're trying to be pretty solid about it.
I was looking back through my notes of the 1997 retreat before we came out here, and one of the things that was said by the council is, we don't care if we grow, but when we grow, we will be the best. We will only be quality. So that was something that was said back then. All right, one more time around. Georgia, any final comments? Brenda?
Just one thing. I want to thank the staff. They take 2 days out away from home, and I really appreciate all their work.
Good. Brenda, anything?
It seemed to be well planned, so I have to say that it was certainly appreciated. You don't feel like you're in the middle of chaos, so thank you. Thank you,
Fred,
guys.
anything?
I've already made my comments.
All right. Rob, anything?
I meant to call Bradford out the other night, but he did and this is unrelated to this, but Sean did a fantastic stand-up job the other night, and I think he deserves a lot of credit.
All right.
I know he had a huge team behind him supporting him, but you really did do a fantastic presentation on a very, very tough subject matter.
Okay. Dick, any final words?
The fact that you didn't use any dots this time is good.
Vice Mayor Frank.
No, it's fine. Well, I have some concerns, but I think it's going to take some time.
Stephen, before I hand it over to the mayor for finals, anything from you?
We just appreciate your willingness to get into the details of the CIP, and I think this is going to enable us to bring you back a updated 5-year proposal in February. We will be coming back even before that with some information that can help you in helping us identify some of those funding sources.
Okay, Mayor?
Just want to say thanks to Jim. You had a tough job. Appreciate your hanging in there.
Yeah, Jimmy did a good job.
And thank you for the staff. Is that the meeting? Adjourned.
Lunch back. How about that?